Malaik, Book 1 of the Fallen Chronicles. Written by Jesse MacBeth, narrated by Andrea Giordani. Prologue. Have you felt love given to you by another, by a stranger passing, or even in a night of romance? Love is strange. If you have felt it, you may then understand my words. I was born from love by the greatest hands that ever sculpted life. I was a piece of art in my Creator's hall. Life had seemed to blow me a kiss, if you will, from a father to newborn son. I do not age. I do not die. Time passes slowly for me. Sometimes it seems too slow, as if I am searching for something of great importance. Yet I can never find it. I am trapped here among humans, forbidden to pass the gates of heaven or to walk the plush gardens of paradise. For so many years I have pleaded with my master to lift his banishment, for this is a punishment worse than death. I long for the warmth of heaven, the light that fills the soul. For down here, amongst the humans, it is cold and dark. My heart has been wounded, so it still bleeds. After all those years, I have not healed. My soul cowers, fleeing from the steady drip of my heart's blood. Oh, my Creator, was I so wrong to love a mortal? I guess I will never feel forgiveness. My love, my dear Semia, entered the gates of paradise long ago. Her body is no more than ashes now, her name forgotten to all except me. For she was my first, and after her there were many. Love is the greatest drug, the strongest addiction. Love gives life meaning for me. But love has also murdered me. Love has taken what meaning I had and left it fly upon the wind and far beyond my reach, lost in the nothingness of despair. You wonder, who is this poor soul that sits before you, this wretch that pours his heart to you? I am not just a stranger who happened to catch your eye and buy you a drink. I am Malaik. But to many, I am known simply as the Fallen. Why, you ask, about my name? See, beautiful one, I am an angel, or what is left of one. No, please, do not get up. Do not leave. Sondra, that is your name? Yes, you are a beautiful creature. Is not our Creator great? Hear my tale, please. You will never forget it. Hear my tale, if only to pass time or show a lonely soul some charity. Oh, thank you, Sondra. You are kind indeed. You truly are a beautiful creature. Well, to begin, I would describe to you paradise, but I cannot find adequate words to paint it upon your heart so you may know it. Have you prayed before, Sondra? Not in a long time, you say? That is sad indeed. I understand when you say the Creator has turned his back to you. I understand that deeply, and suffer it even now. Paradise. Oh, when you did pray, and a feeling of warmth caressed you, a calm settled upon your soul. That is just a fraction of paradise. I must admit, I have been away too long. The memory begins to fade. How long, you ask? If I told you, you would think I am mad. You already do, you say. Perhaps I am. But let me tell you of Semya, my love, and my curse. For indeed, curses can be wrapped even in the most beautiful packages. I was walking the earth 200 years after the Christ child was murdered. The prophet of his time was to bring the Creator's message to his people. Yes, that was long ago. I am surely mad, you say. But you will say, good, beautiful one, I assure you, you will not be disappointed. For such a charity you show a man you do not know. I was in Cairo to see to the affairs of the people there. Yes, I love Egypt, for my Creator bade me to help this woman. Well, she was a girl who had yet become a woman. She was 17. Her cries and prayers of anguish had reached the heavens, like many do, and touched my Creator's heart. For she was a very kind girl, a daughter to the Pharaoh who cared for those thought to be slaves and peasants, helping the diseased and sick. Ah, I miss her so. But it was night when I saw her in her garden, weeping in her nightgown. I have never seen a more beautiful creature upon earth. For an instant, I thought her an angel. Let me describe such beauty to you. Her flesh was like cream, only mixed with coffee. Her body slim and delicate. Her breast handfuls that were still budding beneath her nightgown. She had eyes like almonds, and dark as the night without stars. Her hair looked like ebony silk, and smelled of roses. I stared at her for a long time, watching each tear roll down her cheeks, more precious than pearls. She could not see me, but very few could. I went and sat next to her, listening to her weep and pray. For her father had designed for her to marry a brute of a man. He was a rich tyrant who had many wives already, and she feared him. I listened to her thoughts, and they pained me. Mother won't understand. Great One, please receive me tonight. Father doesn't even care. Great One, forgive me. Her thoughts were scattered as I listened, but I knew their meaning. I knew she had a dagger beneath her nightgown. But she wouldn't use the dagger to end her pain. No, she wouldn't. My heart ached for her. I wept with her. I wanted to touch her, wrap my arms about her, comfort her. But I could not. I was limited in what I could do. No one loves me, she continued. No one ever will love me either. I am so damned bad to look upon. I heard her mind scream. For a moment, I recoiled. Her beautiful eyes turned up towards the moon. Fresh tears fell, looking like liquid ivory caught in the moonlight. I love you, I whispered. I knew she couldn't hear me. Then, a strange urge, some desire I never felt before, came over me. I wanted to kiss her as a man kisses a woman. I wanted to embrace her. I wanted to make love to her. This new desire, this new thought, appalled me. I was always disgusted in the human act of love-making, Until that moment, I felt strange indeed. Semia, my love, rose from her seat in her garden and walked to a nearby tree, where, to my horror, a rope hung from one of its strong limbs. I recoiled at her determination and the bitter smile of despair on her face. I listened as she grabbed her dagger and ripped her nightgown high upon her slender, beautiful legs. Again, that desire came over me so strongly. It was overwhelming. Images of making love to her crossed my mind, images of her clutching me, her body trembling in pleasure, her soft wails and moans in my ear, her breath sweet and hot against my neck, the feeling of her breast against my bare chest. I was dizzy and so lost in these thoughts. I did not see her carve something into the tree, nor climb it with a black rope in her hand. But when I did come back, I was ashamed that I could think such things at all. A woman who would end her own life had meant that I failed her. I failed to work a miracle to give her hope, to make the rope snap. I watched her tie the rope around her neck, her eyes locked on the moon. "Forgive me, Great One. Show me mercy when I stand before you this night. Judge me well." Her voice was like the last notes of a song, fading in the wind. Then she looked down right into my eyes. She saw me, Saundra. She saw me just as you see me now. "Are you my herald to heaven? My angel to escort me to be judged?" she asked me, a sad smile crossing her face. Such a beautiful creature. Even in torment and pain, she still shone like a beacon in the hell of life. She was indeed a beacon of hope, and I had failed her. Oh, my sweet Semia, I love you so. I could not answer her, nor could I move. So shocked was I that she could see me. Oh, how I wanted to touch her, for her to stare at me with passion and lust in her eyes instead of pain. She jumped from the tree limb, her neck snapping as the rope went taut. She did not struggle, nor cry out. But I did. I ran to her limp body. Her life was still in her, but fading quickly. I touched her, and sobbed as I did. Her face was almost next to mine. "Do you love me, angel?" she gasped. Oh, how I wept. "Yes," I replied softly as my tears fell. "What is your name, so I may greet you in heaven?" she asked. Oh, how I failed her. "Malaik," I breathed. She smiled as her soul stepped from her body, and I held her lifeless form to me as if somehow I could keep her alive and keep her soul from coming free. At that time, it did not dawn on me that I was actually touching her. Never before had I been able to do so. When people say beauty is only skin deep, that is true, for beauty can hide the most hideous wounds and scars. A smiling face can mask the agony within, but the soul cannot. To see her stand next to me as I held her lifeless body shocked me, for her pain and despair had scarred her soul badly. She was still beautiful, but you could see holes and bruises upon her that would take time to heal. You could see a hideous black bruises upon her neck where she hung herself. "Malaik, my angel, why do you weep for me so?" she asked, smiling beautifully and holding her bruised hand out for me. Oh, Sandra, how my heart ached, for I have failed Semia. I had loved her from the very moment I saw her. Because of that, I failed her. I lost focus. Slowly, I let go of her body as it twitched in his death throes. I took a soul's hand, and again I sobbed, holding it to my face. For I loved you, beautiful, kind Semia. I still do. I kissed her hand tenderly. She caught the pain and fear in my eyes. "Where is the light, angel? Why am I so cold?" she asked me. A voice cracked, and her hand began to tremble in my grasp. "Forgive me, my love. Heaven is shut to you. For you the gates will not open. I have failed you." Just to remember the look upon her face is painful, and her silence even more painful. She stared at me with those big, beautiful eyes. I was slain as all hope, all joy drained from them. "The Great One will not have me," she sobbed, sitting on the grass like a child, her knees to her chest, her bruised arms and hands wrapped about them. "No one will have me. What will I do, Malaik? Where will I go? Will you stay with me? I cannot bear to be alone, and so cold." I tell you, I cursed my Creator then for the first time. I begged him to let me take her place, for it was I who failed her. It was I that let lust and desire fill me. It was me, never her, that was to blame. I could not speak, nor could I look at her. "Answer me, angel, please," she begged. Oh, I could not bear it. "You will be granted another chance, beautiful one. But first you must see the punishment of taking one's life before it is time." My voice shook, and again I turned my face from her. I did not want to see her eyes pleading. I didn't want to see the pain and look of my failure. A dark, beautiful man stepped from the shadows. His eyes a piercing green, but cold and evil. His hair long, curly and beautiful. His face, like mine, delicate and angelic. His skin was like polished ivory. He was dressed in black cloth. I recoiled. His very presence was so much in contrast with mine. He was servant to the fire and its keeper, the bringer of souls to his dark master. He smiled at me. The air chilled. Semia saw him as well. The fear in her eyes still haunts me. Who is he?" Before I could answer, he walked before her and held out his hand. His eyes gleamed darkly. "Your God has forgiven you, Semia," he smiled as he watched her. She took his hand. "Really?" she said, as he pulled her to her feet. She looked at me and still saw the fear in my eyes. "Malaik?" she asked. "Forgive me, Semia, my love. Please forgive me," I begged. The dark angel smiled cruelly at me, like I was filth at his feet he was forced to endure. "But there is a price for his forgiveness, sweet one." His voice was like the fires of hell itself. He laughed as her eyes went wide. "Malaik! Malaik!" she screamed and tried to come to me. But he held her tightly. He is the reason why you go to the fire. He is the enemy. Again, he laughed at me as it sunk into her mind. I was begging for his forgiveness all the time I sobbed for her. "Malik, I thought you loved me," she whispered, as the dark angel disappeared with her into the shadows. I fell to my knees, wanting no more of this. "I curse you, Creator! I hate you and abandon you!" I shouted as her first tortured screams reached my ears. The fires of hell kissed her. "Malik!" I heard her scream once more in pain. Suddenly, I felt cold and faint. What is this, I thought? I have never felt this before. I turned to the tree where Semya's body still hung, her face purple and swollen. I looked just below her pale feet. There, carved into the bark, was the words, "Forgive me." Forgive me, Sondra. I need a moment. For there is much more to tell, but I need a moment. It is getting late, you say? Indeed it is. Thank you for your kindness, Sondra, for letting my soul weep upon your able shoulder. "Can I meet you here tomorrow?" Sondra asked. "I would like to hear more, and maybe write it down for you if you don't mind." Oh, what a beautiful, kind creature you are, Sondra. Of course you may. It will be a kindness to me if you did. Sondra's eyes blinked several times as if trying to hold back tears. "Where do you live, Malik?" she asked. I smiled and said, "Where I please. I do not stay in one place too long." She shook her head. "You do not seem homeless at all," she said, looking at my white silk suit and clean appearance. "Nor am I, beautiful one. I stay at the church a few miles from here." She sighed as she heard this. She stood and stifled a yawn. "Tomorrow, then, here at 6. I will bring my recorder. Thank you for sharing with me, Malik. I'm a writer and would love to write your story." I smiled and nodded. She thanked me again and walked quickly away, turning back at the door to look at me again. Then she left. "Oh, Semya, where are you? I have searched for so long, and still you elude me. Have you not forgiven me?" I stood, put some bills on the table, and left the tiny cafe. The sign above it read, "Heaven's Perch." I chuckled, and then walked to the church to lay on the floor in the cellar, a space the pastor had given to me. He was a kind man, a gifted man that knew who and what I was, an angel, fallen. Oh, Semya, I cannot forgive myself. Sondra. He truly is mad, Sondra thought as she parked her car and walked to her front door. She fumbled with her keys and cursed when she dropped them. She sighed in frustration as she finally opened her front door. He's no older than 21 or so, and mad as a bird. She bolted her door shut and stumbled in the dark to her room. She undressed along the way, throwing her discarded clothes on the floor out in the hall. Her room was a mess, just like her life. She had her papers strewn everywhere, while dirty clothes and books littered the floor. She turned on her night light next to her bed and walked tiredly to the bathroom. I am not beautiful, she thought, staring at herself in the mirror, when, in fact, she was beautiful. Her eyes were a deep ocean blue, tired and filled with pain, hurt and disappointment. Her long red hair was kept in a ponytail, falling to the middle of her back. Her skin was pale from a lack of sunlight, but it was flawless and beautiful. Her breasts were full and perfectly shaped. She was petite and in shape, a woman driven and consumed by her work. She was a 36-year-old English teacher at Peak University, alone and tired. It was not that she had trouble finding men. It was that just she couldn't find the right one. All of the ones she met lacked something in her list of must-haves. Either they were stupid, arrogant, sex-driven, lazy, or many other things. It seemed her only love was her writing. She would fall in love with her characters, live their lives, feel their stresses, loves and pains, and forget about her own. She would forget about the lack of love and support in her own life, and become lost in a world where she was God, a God who controlled and created places, creatures, beauties, and people. That world was not this dull world she lived in. She ran her bath water. She liked it hot, almost scalding to where her flesh was red before she got out. She sat in the tub as it filled and thought of Malaik, this strange, dark man. By God, he is insane, she said. But she was fascinated by him at the same time. His curly black hair fell just past his big black eyes, and his skin, a beautiful hazel, was flawless and smooth. He was tall and thin, with a long, graceful neck. He was beautiful indeed, as she sat there alone and lost in his thoughts and his story. His mad story was beautiful, as well as dark and hopelessly romantic. It was fascinating. She almost didn't want him to stop telling it. How his eyes misted as he spoke of Semya, his voice trembling. But there was light in his eyes as he told the story. She could see it so clearly, see his love for this woman, his despair as she killed herself. Yes, I will write his story, she thought, as she bathed and sat for a few minutes longer. She then dried, put on a nightgown, and sat in bed, the light in the bathroom turned off. An angel indeed, she said to herself as she lay down. Her eyes caught the clock next to her bed with big digital fluorescent numbers. It was 12:39. It practically shouted out to her. Again, she sighed, knowing she had to be at work at 9. Her first students didn't come in until 9:30, but she liked to be there early. Malaik, she let his name roll off her tongue. Maybe he is Middle Eastern, she thought. He sure looks like it. A Middle Eastern angel. She laughed softly, then smiled as sleep came over her. She woke feeling good and excited about the day. She quickly dressed, ate some cold pizza for breakfast, and tied her hair back. It was 8:45 when she finally locked her door and began the 10-minute drive to the university, her recorder and notepads in the back seat. Today would be a good day, she thought. She could feel it. She arrived at the tiny university, so small it had no athletic teams at all tied to it. It was strictly an academics school. Many young aspiring writers attended, and the university also graduated many well-known authors. Sondra had written 3 books of her own, none of them bestsellers. She loved fantasy and got lost in her stories, but it seemed people didn't appreciate them as much as she did. But her next book would be different. This story that Malaik was telling her would sell. People would love it, and she believed him mad enough to let her have it. So absorbed in her thoughts, she didn't realize the other faculty had greeted her. She walked to her classroom, switched on the lights, and sat at her desk. It wasn't long before her students came in. "Good morning, Miss Landell," they would say as they passed. When they were all seated, she stood. "How are your short stories coming along?" she asked. Many of the students grunted. "That well, I see." A student raised her hand in the back. She was a young woman, barely 20 years of age. Maureen was her name. Yes, that's right. Maureen. "Yes," Sandra said, acknowledging Maureen. Miss Landell, my story's coming along great, but I can't think of good character names. I never wrote fantasy before, and I just can't think of names." The other students grunted in agreement. "Fantasy's boring," a man said. "Fantasy's only boring if you lack the creativity for it," Sandra said, frowning. "As for the names, a name defines a character as well as his personality, his actions, his thoughts. A reader's first impression of a character is its name." She paused and looked around the room. "Describe this character for me, Maureen." "It's okay, Maureen. It's just a fictional person. No one will laugh," Sandra assured her. Maureen sighed. "Well, he's soft-spoken and poetic. He knows magic and is very smart. Young, and he's set on destroying evil and helping his people. He discovered that he's a king." Maureen said, her face red as a beet. "Very good. Sounds like a good, strong character. A guardian and defender. Almost like an angel. A guardian angel." Maureen nodded. "What's another word for angel? Perhaps in a different language?" Sandra asked. A Middle Eastern man raised his hand. "Yes, Hassan," she acknowledged. "Malaik in Arabic means angel." Sandra looked at him very seriously. "Are you sure?" she asked, her thoughts racing back to her meeting with a lonely mad Malaik. "Quite certain, Miss Landell," he said, looking at her strangely. "An angel named Angel," she thought. "Surely he's mad." Maureen smiled. "Good name," she said, and wrote it down. "Use the same exercise if you're stuck again," Sandra said, and sat back down. Her day slipped by quickly, and soon she was home again, getting ready to meet Malaik once more. "Who cares if he's crazy, as long as I get his story," she said to herself as she showered. Malaik. Ah, the dawn has come again, and I am still here, still cold, lost amongst humans, and again failed in my search to find Semya's reborn soul. Does the pain never end? And must everything upon this earth shrivel and die in some way? What a curse it is to be human. For some, the coming of a new day may bring them joy, to be able to open their eyes, to breathe, to enjoy their existence, their lives, their loves, with each rising of the sun. I am again reminded of my Creator. I curse each day, each breath I am now forced to take. I stood in my cold, dark cellar for a moment like a lost shadow, defying the rays of the rising sun, the light that most shadows flee from. But not I. No, not I. I stand before its piercing light, praying it will cast me away to all but a memory of existence. But yet again, I am disappointed. Malaik? A kind old voice called from behind. I sighed. The kindness of this man of God, a man that other humans call father. I turned to him. He was stooped over and held a candle in a shaking hand, his old grey eyes shining brightly. He must have been a fierce youth long ago. The way he would sometimes talk of distant memories of things long past. But I know why he had come to the cellar to see me. I could see the glow about him, the glow I have seen so many times. It is almost time, dear angel. Will you pray for me and bear me hence? He said with laboured breaths. I smiled. How many knew my secret? How many knew what I really was? It seemed most of the monks who lived in this monastery knew. They would tell me that they could feel it and see it in my eyes, and oh, the kindness of this old father before me. He had spent his life a servant to the Creator, giving up all hope of marriage, children, of any of the world's pleasures. He had given up all of that just to serve. I almost wept. I took his gnarled hand in mine and walked with him up the stairs, calling out to the other monks as we made our way down the long hall. The sound of hushed voices and the soft rustle of holy robes greeted us in the prayer room, where many other monks knelt before a statue of the Christ child. This was the only fault I found in these men, a fault I spent many nights explaining to them, that to worship a creation is wrong. Though he be a prophet, it is wrong, and the Creator was not pleased with this. They, so devoted in their faith, so stuck in their old ways, insisted this Christ child was God. In the end, I gave up arguing, for what did I know, right? The monks turned to me, smiling sadly, as I led old Father Matthews to a soft bed prepared before the statue of the Christ child. I laid him down gently, the light in his eyes glowing brightly. It is time for Father Matthews to meet the master he has served his whole life, I told the monks as they gathered around the bed and began praying. Some were crying. Father Matthews pushed a strand of white hair from his eyes as he laid upon the red blankets on the modest bed. He gripped my hand tightly. His breath was ragged. "Will it hurt, Angel?" he asked again. I smiled. How many times had I done this, helped people through their passing? Each time it was torture for me, for each time I was denied entrance, and again the pain was renewed. I felt a disturbance in the room, something not of the holiness that was there. I turned my head and stared at a plain-clothed man with a camera. I could see the greed and excitement in his eyes as he stared at me. I could see the black shadows of the fires about him. I sighed, then turned back to Father Matthews. "No, old one. It will be as if waking from a long sleep. Your life is but a dream that will quickly fade." He smiled deeply and squeezed my hand. The monks began a song in Latin. "Malaik, God has forgiven you long ago. You just cannot see it. I can't understand how lonely and painful your life amongst us men may be. I know with all my heart that you were chosen to be here amongst us for a reason, he whispered, squeezing my hand. He then stared up at the ceiling as the traces of night left the morning sky. He sighed. His eyes widened, and slowly he rose from his body. Ah, he was so bright. His smile so young, and he was beautiful. I wept as he entered the great gates. I wept, longing to join him, longing to be free of this cold world. I could hear the click of the camera and the gasps of the monks as a bright light overcame the room. I could see the light in their eyes as they glimpsed paradise, glimpsed the reward they have served their lives for. Then it was back into the cold, dark, lifeless eyes of the shell that once was Father Matthew's. I must have fallen asleep and slept where I was, for I awoke in a quiet bare room with no bed, but a table and chair. And it was late, for I could see the moon from the window. Sandra, I thought, realizing she must be upset and thinking I forgot about her. She must think I am mad indeed. A soft knock sounded upon my door. Yes, I said, as a young monk poked his head in. His young face was filled with awe and glowed when he saw me. Sir, angel sir, someone has come to see you, he stammered. I smiled, trying to hide the chuckle I forced down. You can call me Malaik, young one. He became flushed and stood there, unable to take his eyes from me. How did you know what I am? I asked again, as he looked down at his feet. I can see you, sir, he stammered again. I tell you, then I did not understand what he meant, for in my eyes I looked no different than he. Shall I send her in? Again he blushed. Her? I asked, as he waved to someone behind him. The door opened, and the pale smile of Sandra entered my room. She had a backpack slung around her shoulders and a candle in each hand. She set them upon the table and stood staring down at me. The boy closed the door, and the soft sounds of his footsteps echoed as she departed. Sandra, I began, as she sat on the chair, pulling her notepads and tape recorder out of her backpack. Try to ditch me tonight, Malaik, she said, arching one of her eyebrows. My, what a beautiful creature. Old Father Matthews, I helped him on his journey today, and sometimes it is tiring. She frowned. I heard about your pastor, Malaik. I'm sorry, she said sadly, as if she suddenly felt guilty for coming. It's okay, Sandra. He was a good man, and is safer and happier now. But you want your story. Very well, I said before sighing. I could see the guilt in her eyes as she mentally lashed herself. I could come back if you are not ready. I just thought you were trying to ditch me. She stopped, as if remembering something that pained her. I hate that, she finished finally. Popping a small tape into the recorder, she tested it to make sure it worked. She then pulled another from her bag and did the same. In case something happens to the first one, she said, answering my unspoken question. Then shaking her head, she asked, Exactly who are you? I am Malaik. Some call me the Fallen, I said, as she pressed record on both of her recorders. "You still claim to be an angel?" she asked. "I have never denied it." She seemed to think about this for a moment. "Don't you think it's odd, Malaik, for an angel to be named Angel in another language?" I smiled. She was a very clever creature. "You have deciphered my name, I see. I think it no more odd than a woman named Sandra," I replied. She laughed. "Ah, so beautiful. Shall I continue my story, Sandra?" She nodded. "The story of Malaik, the fallen," she said loudly. I liked that. It sounded good to me. And so I began where I had left off. Egypt. Ah, Sandra, I must tell you, I have never tasted pain until that moment. I never felt such sorrow. I did not know the soul could contain such torment, and through all my life amongst mortals, I can assure you I have never felt anything to compare. I sat in despair and watched the sunrise cast a hideous shadow of what was left of my dear Semia hanging from the tree. A cold morning breeze caught her ripped nightgown. I could hear it fluttering in the wind like the pale banner of death. Her dead, cold flesh would never again feel the warmth of life. Never again would she touch another. God indeed was cruel to let such beauty rot and melt away, to be lost to a world where not much beauty lasted any more. So twisted mortals have become, so caught up in their selfish desires and lust. But I was no better than them, nor could I blame the Creator for her death. For in truth, I failed her, and I could not bear the burden. Her cold, dead eyes still stared, locked and frozen on me. I shuddered. "Semia! Semia!" I heard a woman's voice call her name. My heart braced itself, preparing for more pain, more agony from her family. A young woman appeared from within the garden, still rubbing sleep from her eyes. She was no more than 14, barefoot and innocent. She froze when she saw Semia's pale, swollen form hanging there, swaying in the dawn wind. I could almost see her heart collapse. Oh, poor child. She could not find her voice, her wail of agony trapped in lungs that refused to draw breath. She stared as if fascinated. But I knew nothing but horror clutched her poor soul. Finally, her lungs released her agony, and her scream was the first sound to pierce the pale silence of death. She ran to her. "Semia! Oh, princess!" she sobbed, as if her screams were a war horn. The palace stirred. Voices and shouts drew nearer. You could hear the clink of metal as guards ran with swords and shields. "Oh, my princess!" she wailed. "Guards! Guards!" she screamed, her voice cracking with pain and dry from shock. It wasn't long before they came upon her, clutching Semia's cold body to her like she was a newborn child in her mother's arms. Her head was buried in Semia's stomach. The young girl's hair flared in the wind. The guards cursed and made the sign of Ra, begging him to protect them from this evil. "Bring the pharaoh, now!" one of the guards barked. Several ran off, while others fanned the area, searching as if to find a murderer. I was thankful they could not see me, thankful they could not see the blood that fell from my eyes, for my soul wept. The guards returned, the Pharaoh sprinting ahead of them. He was a fierce man. His golden skin glistened in the dawn sun. His bald head glistened, his eyes dark and cold, hard as stone. He stopped just inches before his daughter. He took her hand in his and hung his head. The guards pried the young girl's arms from around Semia and carried her off as she sobbed. No one should have to see this, let alone a girl. The Pharaoh caught the message carved into the tree and sighed as tears rimmed his hard eyes. He bent and picked up his daughter's dagger. There is nothing to forgive my heart. It is I who beg your forgiveness, he said softly as he cut her down. I walked over to the Pharaoh and stood beside him as he gently cradled Semia in his huge arms. His tears fell softly into her hair as he clutched her against his chest. Forgive me, for you were my heart, and now you are gone. How can a man live without his heart? He said softly, and kissed her swollen forehead. I saw his thoughts. I felt his guilt as he remembered how he cursed her, plagued her to marry a man he knew she feared and dreaded. He shook his head in disgust. Oh, my heart, the Pharaoh said, defeated. His mighty head, that stood proud, hung as if all the world was upon his shoulders. I wanted to comfort him, to tell him that it was my fault, that beautiful Semia lay dead in his arms, that I failed at protecting her. I shuddered, for never have I felt guilt, never have I felt ashamed. Never until now. I suddenly felt cold. I also felt the cool morning breeze against my flesh. I shuddered. I heard the scrap of blades being drawn. I looked around in a state of shock, for they all stared at me, wide-eyed in horror. I could feel the fear seething off of them. Demon! Ra, protect us! I heard many of them gasp. They made the sign of the sun on their foreheads, invoking Ra's protection. My blood began to boil. These heathens, I thought. The Pharaoh looked long and hard at me, his sorrow overtaking his fear. I am no demon, so don't fear me. I am an angel come to see Semia's soul off, I said gently. The men gasped again. Ah, an angel of Ra. Tell me, angel, has Ra received my daughter into his house? The Pharaoh asked hopefully. I sighed, seeing the pain in the poor man's eyes. There is no Ra, Pharaoh. If you seek a demon, then the one you call Ra is it. I paused, considering how to tell him of his Semia. I felt his eyes upon me, waiting, wanting to hear of her. I sighed. I'm sorry, Pharaoh. Sweet Semia is not yet welcomed in paradise. For all that take their own life must suffer the fires for a time. I could feel his heart sink even more as I spoke those words, the last glint of failing his daughter so. If only he knew it was my failure and not his that caused her death. Would that ease his ravaged heart? A woman screamed from behind the Pharaoh. I turned in time to watch her run forward, trying to grab Semya from the pharaoh's arms. My heart sank deeper as I recognized the woman as Semya's mother, for they shared the same slim figure and dark eyes. Poor woman, I thought, as she lay at the pharaoh's feet, sobbing helplessly. The pharaoh frowned, looking at his wife with pity. He made a signal to his captain, and they gently grabbed the queen and escorted her away. But the queen fought, broke free, and rounded on the pharaoh, pushing away strands of her thick black hair streaked with grey. "This is your fault, Tamon. You have brought her to this. Her blood is on your hands, and soon the blood of all our people, when that tyrant of a husband you picked for Semya hears of this. I hate you for this, Tamon. I will never forgive you." She grabbed him, her eyes so ablaze with a fire that the captain took a step backwards. Flecks of foam ringed the corners of her mouth. She then fell to the ground, pale and unmoving. Again I shuddered, for I saw her soul leave her body. But I tell you, her soul was not like Semya's. Her soul was black and wicked. Its eyes empty sockets that held nothing but hate. The queen's departed soul stared at me. Her eyeless gaze seemed to swallow me. Then she laughed, turned, and disappeared into the morning shadows. So transfixed was I that I did not hear the pharaoh calling out, "Angel!" His voice was strong but pleading as the captain knelt before the queen and shook his head while hoisting her frail body in his arms. It seemed they would be burying and grieving the loss of 2 women of the royal family. "Angel!" I heard the pharaoh's voice call again. I turned to him. I myself, feeling cursed, could understand the lack of tears in the pharaoh's eyes. For he, Tamon, had lost many loved ones, and many dear to him. And it came to a point where there were no more tears to cry. I saw the emptiness in his eyes, the same emptiness you see in the eyes of a soldier who has watched those dear to him slaughtered. Then he alone avenged them by slaughtering his enemies with a grim smile, thinking that would heal the pain, the hurt. And when it's all done and fresh blood is still dripping from his face, arms and sword, he is still empty. He is still lost, wondering, "Now what do I do?" His life's purpose accomplished, but his reward is emptiness. "Yes," I answered while averting my eyes. I did not want to see the pain of this poor man. "Will you be my guest and stay with me in my house a while?" he asked. This took me by surprise, but nonetheless I conceded. "If you wish, Pharaoh." He nodded his thanks and carried off his daughter's body, his captain behind him with his wife. They were to go to the priest and have the bodies prepared for their journey to the afterlife. Again I shuddered as I caught the words of the pharaoh's wife ringing through his head. "Her blood is on your hands." "Forgive me a moment, Sandra. I must recover myself." Sandra smiled faintly, watching tears fall from Malaik's beautiful eyes. So lost was she in his tale that she did not notice them until now. She noticed the candles were low. Her tapes clicked. She sighed and turned the tapes over, but her eyes never strayed from Malaik. For he seemed to glow, his dark flesh beautiful in the soft moonlight that filtered through the single window in his room. He really believes his story, she thought, seeing it in his eyes. He pained the anguish of it. She could not deny that she was touched by the story and how sincerely he told it. She watched him dab the tears from his eyes and take a deep breath. "Again, Sandra, forgive me," he said gently, striking a yawn, then smiling brightly in the soft light. "It's okay, Malik. May I call you Malik? It is easier for me to pronounce." Malik smiled again. "If it pleases you, beautiful one." Sandra found herself smiling along with him, for never had she met a man with such sincerity and intensity about him. Although she enjoyed rough men, the kind that fought, drank, and cursed a lot, as if their vocabulary was limited to only a few words. In her eyes, Malik was a square, a wuss, the type of man she loathed. But she couldn't get past his eyes. They were so big, deep, soft, and so filled with pain. His flesh was such a beautiful complexion, his voice like music as he spoke. He enticed her, intrigued her. She had to admit she enjoyed being called beautiful one. How long had it been since a man looked at her with admiring eyes, not out of lust? Most of the men who admired her had eyes that fell to her chest, butt, hips and legs. She did not feel that with Malik. To him, she was a beautiful piece of art, and his gaze admired such beautiful work. But for once in his life, he lacked the words to describe. "Maybe I'm just being vain," she thought. "Do you wish me to continue, Sandra, or would you prefer to wait for another time?" Malik asked. Sandra stared at him for a moment, not comprehending what he said. Then she glanced at her watch and again sighed deeply. Shit, 1 a.m., she said, before looking up, a bit startled. "Sorry, I forgot I was in a church." Malik stood and walked to the door. "It is okay. Would you like some coffee? It seems like it is going to be a long night." Sandra nodded. Had she made up her mind already? She had, and didn't even know it. But then how did he know? She heard a young voice suddenly by the door. "Yes, Angel." "Coffee and more candles," the voice said softly. Malik was kneeling beside a young girl who smiled brightly. "Maybe some food and blankets, too. You see, Sandra is a writer and wants to write my story. What do you think about that?" he said, opening the door so the girl could see Sandra, who waved. She had to be no more than 14. She waved back and smiled brightly. Sandra felt so bare, as if this girl knew her life and could see her heart and her secrets. Sandra shuddered. "She will do, Angel. She needs to know you, though she doesn't know it yet," the girl said. She then hugged Malik and ran off. Sandra rubbed her arms to get the hair on them to lay back down and ease the chill that had just passed through her. She was scared, but not for her life. No, this fear was strange, as if she could glimpse at herself, see her soul. But she hadn't. Just the thought tortured her. "Who is that girl?" she asked. Malik stood by the door, waiting for her return. "She's an orphan. She was found on the steps of the monastery when she was a few months old. I found her and held her close to me, warmed her, gave her a part of me. She has been blessed ever since." As Malik spoke, He looked right into Sandra's eyes, and she knew what he was talking about. She ripped her eyes away and shook her head. "This can't be," she thought. "I don't believe in psychics, angels, and all that mess. I'm going to get this story and forget about all of this." But could she? Though she convinced herself, something within her doubted she could ever forget Malik. "It is sad people would do such things to their children," Sandra said with a sigh, while silently wishing she had a child, or something to make her bitter life worthwhile. "Aye, it is, beautiful one. But you must believe things are meant to be how they are. I do not expect you to accept this now, for it has taken me centuries to find this truth." Malik paused as the girl returned with a tray of coffee and sandwiches and candles and blankets in her other hand. She handed it to him and ran off. Malik closed the door, lit the new candles, and set the tray before her. He opened a blanket and wrapped it about her shoulders. "Why is she up so late?" she asked, thinking it strange a child so young should be running around a church at this hour unattended. "She has nightmares and sometimes comes in my room and sleeps on the floor. She calls me her guardian angel," Malik said softly as he sat down. He changed the subject, as if it pained him. "Well, shall we continue?" Sandra took a sip of coffee, turned on the tape recorders, and nodded. Malik sighed, grabbed his coffee, which he cupped between his hands, and began. Priest of Ra. "Ah, Sandra, the kingdom mourned so. People and dignitaries from many other kingdoms came to pay their respects to Semia, for many people loved her. Her kindness was widespread. They wrapped her body and entombed her forever. Ah, my beautiful Semia. One day, if you like, Sandra, I will take you there. Not many mourned for the queen. A storm was coming for Pharaoh Taman, a storm that would affect all of Alexandria, all of Egypt. For the people blamed the Pharaoh for Semia's death, and they loathed him. My stay in the palace was short. Ah, but then never have I seen a place here on earth more beautiful. The marble walls and floor had the stories of Pharaoh Taman's ancestors etched in gold. The walls were the color of milk and so beautiful. I was weighted on hand and foot. I was well loved, but the anger in me would not be daunted. It seethed, lurking beneath my flesh, waiting for a chance to lash out. What was I to do? For I still mourned. I wept. I had a dream, actually nightmares, of Semia. Her soul burned and ravaged, reaching out for me from the fires of hell. I could still hear her voice. "Malik! Malik! You said you cared!" I could hear her screams of agony and pain, the foul laughter of demons in the fire taking pleasure in torturing her. I would awake in my lavish bed in the palace, sweaty and scared. But on that night, I awoke, looked around, and I knew I wasn't alone. My heart raced. But all I could see was darkness, as if it was fighting the cold grip of something foul and evil, and it was losing. I shivered and looked around. I could feel something. I could feel dark eyes burning into me. "Who's there?" I asked into the darkness. My voice echoed back to me, but I could feel whatever it was smiling at me cruelly. A sort of knock sounded from my door. "My lord Malaik, the Pharaoh requests your presence," someone said through the door. I was confused. I had been among the Pharaoh's court for nearly a month, and never was I called to him in the late of the night. "Give me a moment," I shouted back, pulling on the black silken pants and shirt the Pharaoh gave me. I had a sword that I had never used, nor knew how to use. I did not like to look at it, let alone touch it, for I have never killed, never had to defend myself, and did not relish the thought of it. But strangely, this night, I buckled it on, and felt its cold weight against my left hip. The sword was a beautiful work of art. Its blade was black as death, with the seal of the Pharaoh etched in jade upon its hilt. I shuddered while putting on my boots. Something must be wrong, I thought, for the Pharaoh appointed me his adviser shortly after inviting me to be his guest. He wanted the blessings of my God upon him, and he would listen. "I have no God," I told him. "My God has turned from me and forsaken me, here, amongst mortals." He thought my words were false. All will be revealed soon, I thought as I opened the door. The guard awaited me and bowed respectfully. "This way, my lord," he said, and started off. I could feel the fear in him, for he, like all the other mortals, looked upon my face and knew I was not like them. They were wary of me. They respected me, and would continue to do so, even if I was not the Pharaoh's adviser. It was all because of the fear of me, of what I was. As I looked upon them, I could see why they feared, for they were plain compared to me. Their features dulled their flesh, and did not seem to glow as mine did. Even the fairest amongst them were like beasts in my presence. My flesh was darker than theirs. Some called me a Hebrew, for I was as brown as them, but these mortals amazed me behind the fear they held for me. I could see awe, and I was lost in their eyes. The women were so bold with their stares and hints that I would blush, but I felt no desire for them. I have the organs to fulfill their lust, but I have never done such a thing. I never felt a stirring in my blood. I only felt it that night I failed Samia, and the lust frightened me. It inhibited me, had me in its cold grasp of desire, and it cost too much. It cost Samia's life and my banishment from paradise. No, lust and desire was something I did not want. The guard led me in, and there, upon his golden seat of pewter, Pharaoh Tamon sat in his golden war armour, with his eyes ablaze. Tamon was fierce indeed, even to behold. He commanded allegiance and your attention. His generals stood around him, along with several golden-robed priests of Ra, who glared at me with hate in their eyes, and my death behind their cold smile. "Ah, Malaik! For a moment I thought you would not come," Tamon said, smiling. "For I thought you had at last taken one of my concubines." The Pharaoh and the generals laughed, knowing I refused every woman who seemed to sneak into my bed. "I am sorry, Pharaoh," was all I could say. After the laughter died, the Pharaoh once again turned his gaze upon me. "Malaik, my friend, it seems we have a problem," he said, gesturing towards the priests of Ra. As he did so, I knew what was wrong. Those foul men who prayed to the sun and performed sorcery were jealous of me having the king's favour. They were jealous of my voice being in his ear, instead of theirs, and they were angry because I would not bow to their demon. I looked at them with disgust and anger. All of their silent eyes were upon me. I could smell their fear, for my flesh glowed dark when I was angry. To them, it must have seemed I was ablaze. "What is the problem you speak of, Tamon?" I asked, my voice low. The Pharaoh met my gaze, though I could see sweat glisten on his brown brow. "Notus, the tyrant, marches his armies here. My men are divided. Those that are devout followers of Ra say you are a fraud, yet those whose faith in their Pharaoh is unwavering believe you as I do." The Pharaoh seemed very uncomfortable having to tell me this, for indeed he seemed fond of me. "I need my whole army in order to defeat Notus." I turned from the king's pleading eyes and looked upon his generals and priests, weighing them. Then I pointed at the priest. "The only frauds are those who bow before the sun and claim a ball of fire to be God, and those who claim the moon to be a goddess. Those, Pharaoh, are the ones who are fools." My voice filled the room. The priest hissed angrily. "Blasphemy! You who call yourself a jinn of your god! Then curse your god! No wonder he has turned his back from you, for you are mad!" An old priest shouted angrily. His flesh was sunken and pulled tight over his bones. His face looked like a skull with lips and a thin layer of skin wrapped about it. His black eyes blazed with religious zeal. He pointed a crooked finger at me. "I am an angel, not a jinn, mortal," I hissed back. The old priest grinned. It is something to this day that I had not forgotten, for he looked like a corpse. I could feel the evil about him. I could see the fires of hell in his eyes. "Indeed, an angel. If you are such a creature, then the magic of Ra would not harm you, will it?" the priest asked. I nodded in response. The old priest looked at the king, who waved his approval. Again, the priest smiled. His comrades stepped away from him. They began to chant in language I did not know. The priest held out his hand, and fire erupted from it. I recoiled, for it was not normal fire, but a flame from hell, a flame from the dark pit that tortured Semya. I could feel the presence of the dark angel that rebelled against God, could feel his hate for me. "See, he fears the fires of Ra," the priest hissed gleefully. Tamon and his generals looked at me. I could hear Semya's screams again, hear her plea. "Do you love me, Malaik?" It seemed I was not alone. "Semya?" Tamon whispered as she heard his daughter's voice. "Come for me, Malaik, and you can have my baby like you wanted." Her voice came again. My heart ripped. I could feel the king's angry gaze upon me. My knees trembled. Then she screamed such a wail of agony. I fell to my knees and wept. "See, see," the priest screamed frantically. "He is a fraud bowing to the power of Ra." I shook sadly. How much could I take? "Malaik!" she called out again. "Enough!" I bellowed with such force that the very walls shook. The fire in the priest's hand hissed and vanished. The priest looked at his bare palm in shock. Yet I still wept. My soul wept through my eyes, and dark red tears of blood rolled down my cheeks. The priest pulled a dagger from his belt, threw it on the floor before me, and chanted with the others. Raising his hands, the dagger wobbled and twisted on the floor. Then it grew, and before me a serpent hissed. Its black scales spoke of death, its head cocked threateningly. The generals jumped back, frightened. "The death serpent!" they breathed ferociously, drawing their swords. I stared into the serpent's eyes and knelt beside it. It hissed louder and lunged for me. Its fangs were dripping black poison that smoked and sizzled when it touched the floor. I grabbed its head as it lunged and picked it up as its body wrapped around my arm. The generals paled. "Be cautious, Malaik," Tamon warned. "If only you could end my existence and pain, little one, I would give myself gladly to you," I whispered to the serpent. It hissed. I released its head, and it turned to the priest and lunged at him. He screamed as he jumped back. He waved his hand, and the serpent was once again a dagger, and he glared at me. Tamon clapped loudly, and so did his generals. "Has he proven to you he's not a fraud?" he asked his generals. "Aye, my lord. Forgive me for doubting your wisdom." Many of them shouted, but the priest would not have it. "Please, Pharaoh, there is but one more test." The Pharaoh glared at the priest. "The sword of Ra," the priest said gravely as he drew a golden sword from beneath his robes. "This is your final test, priest. Death?" Tamon shouted angrily. "He claims to be immortal, Pharaoh. The sword of Ra will determine the truth," the priest demanded. The Pharaoh sighed. "Draw your sword, Malaik," he said sadly. I touched the cold hilt and shivered. "I never used a sword before," I said. The Pharaoh frowned and said, "I am sorry, friend." I sighed, drew the heavy black sword, and held it clumsily in my hand. The blade smelled of death. The priest gripped the golden sword of Ra tightly and came at me. Somehow I threw my sword up. I heard the clang of metal. I knew I blocked it. I tried to slash him, but he was too quick, surprisingly so for one so old. But evil has no limits. Then I felt a great pain in my stomach and heard the priest's dark laughter as his blade ripped through my insides. He drove the sword of Ra deeper until its point came out of my back. I never felt such pain. My blood spilled upon the marble floor. I doubled over. I could not talk, for blood bubbled up my throat and choked me. I coughed and blood flew from my lips. I could hear the sword's point tapping the marble floor behind me as I shook. "See? He is a fraud!" the priest shrieked, pointing at me. I clutched my stomach as the blood continued to pour out. This is it. Finally, an end to the pain. My soul can rest. I looked upward, and I could see the dawn sky through the ceiling. I searched for the path to paradise, but I could not find it. "No, do not forsake me still," my soul cried out. I felt a hand upon my shoulder. "Malaik?" I heard the Pharaoh's voice so clear. I could also hear Semia's screams mingled with countless other voices, as well as the jerky laughter of the priest. "Let me die," I wept. I grabbed the golden sword hilt, my hands slippery for they were slick with blood, and yanked it. I felt the sword move some. I screamed with such pain that my head spun. I pulled again, screaming louder. The third time the sword pulled free of me. The priest's laughter ceased. I trembled and shook. My blood soaked the floor, and the pain blurred my vision. Then, strangely, it stopped. The pain was no more. I saw fear in the priest's eyes. My blood came across the floor back to me as if it was alive. It rolled back into me. My wound in my stomach closed until all that was left to verify there was a wound was the hole in my shirt. I knelt and wept. "Let me die, Creator! Please end this torment I suffer," I cried. The shocked priests backed away. I grabbed the sword of Ra, and it crumbled in my hands. The priests turned and ran for the door. The pharaoh, coming out of his shock, yelled to his guards, who drew their swords and blocked their way. "I hate you, Creator! Damn you for how you torture me!" My voice was pure agony as I shouted. All I could see was my cowering soul, torn and ravaged. I stood filled with rage and grabbed the black sword of House Tamon. I walked over to the priests, who were cornered by the guards. All their power was gone. Sondra, I will never forget the fear in their eyes, the recoiling of a mortal when they see death smiling at them. I slew them, Sondra. I murdered them. They begged and pleaded, but I did not care. Why should I? My Creator had forsaken me, denied me yet again. I could not die. I could not age. I could not grow sick. But I could kill Sondra. I could let loose my pain and rage upon the field. I, in essence, was the perfect warrior for Tamon. I could suffer countless wounds and not die. I would heal almost instantly with not so much as a scar, and I began to enjoy killing. I was so lost. I stared at the lifeless bodies of the priests on the floor and laughed. Tamon and his generals looked at me uneasily, but I fell. Since then, it has never been the same. If I was feared before, now I terrified people, for the story of the priests travelled fast. Pharaoh put his hand on my shoulder. "Malaik," he said softly. I turned to him. "How long till Notus comes with his armies?" I asked, my eyes blazing. "Weeks. He has to move his army close to the water." I smiled. The Pharaoh looked at the hole in my shirt and at my smooth dark flesh that was unblemished. "Can you teach me to use this, so I may ride with you to battle?" I asked, holding up the blade. The Pharaoh seemed taken aback. "You would do me honor to ride beside me, Angel," he said. "I will have you trained, beginning tomorrow." He called to his servants, ordering them to clean the mess of the priests upon the floor, and to burn their bodies without honor. "Go rest, my friend. You look as though you need it." I sheathed my sword and walked off. I could feel stares of awe following me. "Some angel that one is," I heard a general say with a nervous laugh. "No, Cititius. He has fallen from heaven. He is poor Malaik, the fallen, the Pharaoh said as he walked out of earshot. I entered my room, closed the door behind me, lay upon my bed, and wept. The tapes clicked, and for a moment there was silence between us. The dawn light filtered in through my small window. Sandra seemed to be in a daze, her mind lost in my tale. I stood as the church bells began to ring. Forgive me, beautiful one, but I must pray. Sandra looked up at me sharply, coming out of her daze. Oh, okay. Do you have a bathroom nearby? I smiled at her. Turn to the left when you leave the room. Follow the hall all the way down to the dead end. It will be the last door on the left again. She smiled faintly, rubbed her eyes, and walked out the door. I had a beautiful brown prayer carpet near my bed. I laid it facing the east and began my prayers. Sandra walked down the hallway, yawning, and looked at her watch. Wow! It was 5:30 in the morning. She had to be at work in 3.5 hours. She found the small but tidy bathroom, relieved herself, and stared at herself in the mirror as she washed her hands. I gotta tell Melissa, she said to herself as she thought back on Malik's story so far. To her, it was beautiful. Malik. Beautiful he was, rather thin, but he was beautiful. She splashed water on her tired face. This book is gonna be a bestseller, she thought as she left the bathroom and headed back towards the room. All I need is some strong coffee. Today's Friday, so classes are short. Go home, sleep until 6, then meet Malik somewhere, she thought to herself as she entered Malik's room. She looked upon him in shock, seeing him knelt prostrate on the floor, his forehead touching the ground, his hands out before him, praying. She was confused as she watched him pray. Is he Muslim? She thought. If so, why is he living in a Catholic church? After he finished, he rolled up his rug. You found the bathroom okay? He asked. Sandra nodded and caught his gaze. Her heart raced. I have to get going. I have to be at work shortly. Need to get some sleep, she said while gathering her things. Can you walk me to my car so the monks don't think... Well, you know. Sure, beautiful one. Sandra could not get the fire that burned in her soul out of her mind when she saw him praying and bowing in such surrender. It wasn't a painful fire, but a holy fire that awakened something in her. She cried, frightened of it. Are you Muslim? She asked. Malik looked at her softly. I am an angel, Sandra, and believe in God. So I am, Malik answered as they walked out of the church. Sandra opened her car door, threw her stuff in the back seat. Why are you in the Catholic church, where they think you're a saint? She asked, confused again. Malik flashed his smile. They call God by a different name, though they are wrong in praying to the prophets and saints. I have had an influence on them, and they listen to me. Sandra climbed in her car. I thought you hated God, she asked. No, never. I'm just angry, but through the centuries I have come to accept things. Sandra smiled. That seemed to make sense. She waved and drove off, watching the fading form of Malik in her rear-view mirror. She sighed as if she could suddenly breathe again. She did not want to admit it to herself, but she enjoyed his presence a little too much and looked forward to seeing him again. Shit, she cursed while hitting the steering wheel. Realizing she forgot to tell him where to meet her, she shrugged. She would just show up again. He didn't seem to have much going on in his life anyway. She stopped at Heaven's Perch Cafe to grab some coffee, then hurried to her house. She stripped as soon as she closed the door behind her and ran to the shower. Letting the hot water awaken her, she closed her eyes as the water fell down her face. How could he be so lonely? She could not bear it. She could barely endure her own life. She thought of the Pharaoh in Malek's story, of his loss and the guilt he felt. The thought of Malek living forever through his eyes, searching and waiting for his doomed love's soul to be reborn so he could save her. She sighed. He is a romantic. A nutcase he may be, but a romantic nutcase. She remembered his tears as he spoke of Semya, the haunted look in his eyes as he spoke his tale. She shuddered, felt chilled despite the hot water pouring over her. Steam rose from her flesh where the water hit her. She turned the water off and toweled herself dry. I really need to sleep, she thought as she looked at her tired face in the mirror, rubbing her eyes and stifling a yawn. She rushed to her closet, threw on some black jeans, a grey t-shirt and dark blue sweater. She tied her hair behind her and then glared at the clock. Damn, it's 8 already, she said before grabbing her coffee and a snack from her fridge. Melissa's gonna flip when she hears about this, she thought while smiling. I stayed the night at a monastery with a man who thinks he's an angel. She pictured Melissa's surprised look and imagined her saying, "You whore," while laughing. Sandra dialed her friend's number as she locked the door to her house and set out upon her day. Malek sighed as he lay in bed awake, unable to sleep, though his body yearned for it. His mind could not rest. How long had it been since he spoke of his life, of Semya? He avoided it all these centuries, hoping he could escape her, his love and tormentor. It seemed some things time could not heal, for memory and pain was still fresh. Her scent, like an erotic rose, still lingered as if he held her only a moment ago. He shuddered, remembering her swollen face, her soul torn and battered, walking free of her body. Malek, I am cold, she whispered. How long must I search for? How long must I wait and endure this agony? Oh, Semya, have I not suffered enough? I have wandered the earth for you, suffered the ages, and still you evade me. Malek sighed softly. It was raining outside. He could hear the soft rain fall upon the earth. O Creator, do you weep for me? For I fear I cannot weep any more myself. It seems the well of my soul has dried. All that remains is my thinning blood. Malek stood and shook his head, his hair a mess. He thought of Sandra, beautiful Sandra. There is a pain in her, something that she was hiding. Her pain, so much like his. But what is her soul searching for? He turned suddenly as he heard a loud shriek and a scream of pain and terror. It was a scream he knew all too well, a scream that has haunted him. Angel! Angel! He heard a girl's voice scream. Fear was clearly in her voice. He heard her footsteps as she ran for his door. Angel! Angel, please come! Something happened, she said as she opened the door and ran to him. Tears were fresh upon her cheeks, and she hugged him, sobbing. "Oh, Malaik! Someone needs you to be their guardian more than me. Please come." Malaik brushed some hair out of her eyes. What a beautiful child, so full of love for others. He patted her head. "Of course I will. Come, child." Though she was nearly 15, her innocence was not corrupted by the world as most children are by that age. All she knew was the monastery. We were the only family she's had, and me, the closest to her. Perhaps that is why I have not yet left to wander the world again to continue to search for Semya, for this child needed me. I couldn't bear it if I were to cause her pain, to abandon her. She has suffered much. The priests and nuns cannot see it, but I can see the scars upon her soul. Hear her cry at night when she creeps into my room and thinks I am asleep. I hear her prayers and thoughts. I have wept, for she prays for me, prays for my happiness. She prays for me to never leave her, me, her guardian angel, and the only family she has ever had. Sweet Amira, you have brought such joy into my painful world. She grabbed my hand and pulled me out the door. A little girl was hit by a car and was laying in the street. "Oh, Malaik, I think she's dying. She's so small," she sobbed as we made our way out of the monastery. A bunch of people crowded around. I stopped, for I saw her standing beside the bloody form of the little girl. I could hear her mother crying, her wails of pain. "No, no, 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 not my baby, please, God, not my baby." I felt her agony. "Malaik?" Amira asked, looking at me. I could not take my eyes from her. So beautiful, like a black rose blooming in the pale moonlight. Her skin was pale, eyes like dark orbs that consumed life. She looked at me and smiled. My skin crawled, for it has been so long since I have seen her, the angel of death, the herald that takes the soul to the final destination. She turned from me and looked to the sky deep in the cool morning air. I saw my home. I saw paradise. "Is it her time, Allah?" Her voice sounded like a ghostly horn in the night. I walked to her. Strangely, the people parted for me. I could hear the sirens of an ambulance approaching. Oh, how I longed to hear my Creator's voice, but he did not speak to me. The mother hushed and stared at me as I knelt beside this precious girl. She had to be no more than 6 years old. Her blonde hair matted to her face with blood, her tiny body crumpled and still pale as death kissed her. The whole earth was silent. I took her tiny head and wept. I looked into the angel's dark eyes. She smiled and shook her head. "It is not her time, fallen one," she whispered to me and knelt. Her scent was the sweetness of death. She kissed me upon my cheek. Her flesh was so cold that I shuddered. She then stepped away and vanished within the crowd. I heard the paramedics pushing their way through the crowd. The girl still was not breathing. I cupped her tiny hand in mine and closed my eyes. "Take that which sustains me, child," I whispered to her. I could feel the warmth of light and hear the gasp of the crowd. I could hear their prayers. I shuddered again, feeling life drain from me. I was not afraid, for I knew I cannot die. I felt her stir, heard her take her breath.
"Angel, don't leave me,"
she whispered in a weak voice as I let go of her hand. Her mother cradled her in her arms. "Oh, my baby! Thank you, God, thank you!" She sobbed with her eyes closed, her lips on her child's forehead while rocking back and forth. I stood and took some steps back. I felt Amira's hand in mine, could feel her warmth, her love. "Thank you, my guardian," she said, standing close. The paramedics gently pried the child from her mother's arms and checked out her body, looking for a wound, trying to figure out where the blood came from. "But she was gone," I heard him whisper. I knew he could tell, for he has seen the look of death countless times during his many years as a paramedic. He shook his head and looked at me. The unbelief and astonishment was apparent for all to see. The whole crowd gazed upon me with the same look. I slowly walked through the crowd as the police arrived and attempted to talk to the mother. The stare and silence of the people followed me. Amira still clutched my hand. The clergy of the monastery were on the steps, watching me. A priest took my hand, for I was tired and weak. I could feel the blackness of sleep coming for me. "Oh, angel of death, when will you come for me? Must we continue this romance, the soft kisses and caresses of death, only to still live and breathe, to still hurt and weep? Most of all, to still remember? Must you continue to torment me?" I felt my legs give way, and the priest and nuns surrounded me. Slowly, blackness came over me, but even in sleep I can find no peace. My pain and torment there is doubled tenfold as I am forced to relive the agony of my long-forgotten life. Who is there to save me, to restore me to the life I once lived? Undoubtedly, I am still alone, left in the cold abandonment of the Creator's shadows, knowing his back is to me forever turned.
"You can't be serious. He thinks he's an angel,"
Melissa said, laughing as she sat across from Sandra. Her dark eyes were going over Sandra's face.
"I know he's crazy, but you have to see this man. He's gorgeous and his story will sell,"
Sandra said. Melissa blinked her long eyelashes. They fluttered in the evening light. Melissa evaluated everything from every angle, trying always to be one step ahead of the prosecution. Her clients had one chance between freedom and years in prison, and she has taken this outlook on everything in her life. She evaluated people and read them within minutes of meeting them. She pushed herself harder than any other. Sometimes she pushed too far, putting everything at risk, even her marriage. That's something her and Sandra had in common. They threw everything they had into their dream, their goal, and tried to achieve it no matter what it cost. Melissa, being one of the few top black attorneys, wanted to prove to the world, and most of all other black professionals, they could be at the top. They could be better than all others, who thought the world and society was always against them. She proved and paved her way to one impossible victory after the next, making her the most sought-after defense lawyer in the United States, and soon the world.
"So you want me to help you steal this gorgeous crazy man's story so you can make a profit from it?"
Melissa asked. Frowning, Sandra blushed and said,
"Well, legally, if it's possible."
Sandra was now feeling uncomfortable. Melissa's frown deepened, and she shook her head, swishing her curly hair around her shoulders.
So, you want to legally steal a certifiably insane man's story? Why did you even ask me this when you already know the answer? I'm a professional lawyer, Sandra.
Sandra's face paled, as she might have overstepped her boundaries with her friend.
Please, I would have to be a heartless bitch to steal from a crazy man.
Melissa eyed her from the couch where she sat, her long, slender caramel legs exposed from just above her knees, where her brown skirt stopped.
You are a heartless bitch. Who else can defend rapists, murderers, child molesters, and win? Everyone knows they are getting only a heartless black bitch that can be the most feared defense attorney in the world, Sandra said.
Melissa smiled brightly.
Thank you, Sandra. Of course I will do it.
Sandra sighed.
Ah, good. Because he should be here in your house in like 5 minutes.
Melissa raised an eyebrow.
Here, at my house.
Let me get my gun ready, she said as she stood up.
You're not going to shoot him, are you?
Sandra asked.
Hey, he's a man whom you claim thinks he's an angel. To me, unless you are exaggerating, which is possible because you write fantasy, but if you are not exaggerating, that means this man is crazy and unpredictable,
Melissa said as she disappeared down a hallway. Sandra went through her travel bag and took out her tape recorders, a camera, and her notepads. It always ruffled her when Melissa made comments about her obsession with fantasy. Melissa, the great trial lawyer who fought wars in the courtroom and dealt with the world's most horrendous people. Life was not boring or too harsh and real. Well, maybe harsh and real. But to Sandra, a divorced English teacher going on 40 whose books have gone nowhere, fantasy was all she had to keep from going insane.
And an unpredictable man is a dangerous one, Melissa said, returning with a loaded .22 in her hand.
She looked over Sandra's tape recorders and camera.
You are really into his story,
Melissa stated more than asked. Sandra shook her head.
Not only that, he kinda doesn't look human. I want to study his pictures and do some research. Hopefully I can find something.
At this, Melissa frowned.
So he is not only crazy, but a freak? Define not human-looking for me,
Melissa asked skeptically. Sandra sighed.
He has this timeless, ageless look to his face and skin.
His eyes are deep and filled with pain and suffering, unlike I have never seen. He seems to glow faintly. Melissa raised her eyebrow again.
I am going to grab my video camera. You got me intrigued now, she said, and disappeared again down the hallway.
It wasn't long before she came back with a tripod in hand. She set it up right next to her love seat, aiming it at the recliner across the room.
You're gonna sit here with me, Sandra. You are lucky it's Friday, and I have no meetings or anything until Tuesday, Melissa said.
This was one of the rare occasions she did not have to be in court or deal with her clients for a few days. Sandra readjusted her tape recorders and sat on the love seat. She hoped Malek got the message. It took her a long time to locate the phone number of the old cathedral. When she called, the priest recognized her name, but said Malek was tired. He just saved a little girl's life, but he would relay the message. She hoped he received it. Melissa sat down next to Sandra.
I thought angels were punctual,
she sarcastically said, and quickly stood again as a knock sounded on her door.
This crazy angel guy whose story we are going to scam has arrived, Melissa said as she reached to open the door.
She was about to say something else, but she stopped.
Her mouth hung open. Malaik looked at her. His deep, big black eyes seemed tired indeed. He smiled softly, and Melissa melted at the door. "I am sorry to disturb you, ma'am. I was to meet a friend here. Perhaps I am mistaken on the address," he said softly. For once in Melissa's life, she was speechless. Sondra smiled at this and stored it away to use it as ammo against her friend later on. Sondra walked over to the door, and Malaik's smile broadened when he saw her. "He is so beautiful," she thought, blushing. "Come in, Malaik. I'm glad you could make it. This is my friend Melissa. She doesn't usually drool like that." Melissa quickly wiped her mouth and glared at Sondra. Malaik followed Sondra in and over to the recliner. Melissa closed the door while pulling herself together. "Wow, he is gorgeous. I can see why he thinks he's an angel," she thought as she sat on the love seat next to Sondra. "Do you mind if I take your picture, Malaik?" Sondra asked, picking up her camera. Melissa gave her a look as if to say, "I want copies of those." Malaik sighed. "I don't mind, beautiful one. Many people have taken my picture today." Melissa looked at Sondra, who shook her head, not knowing what he was talking about. "What do you mean many people took your picture?" Melissa asked, seemingly over her initial shock and treating him like a client. "A small girl got hit by a car today outside of the monastery. I helped her." Sondra remembered the priest saying he saved a little girl. "Were there reporters?" Melissa asked. Malaik nodded. "It should be in the morning paper," he said. Sondra smiled, as this would help her in her research about him and maybe help her decide if he was nuts or not. "Shall we continue with your story?" she asked. Malaik frowned, but even his frown made Melissa sigh. Sondra snapped several pictures of Malaik. "Do I get to hear the beginning of the story, or will you tell me it later?" Melissa asked. "I'll let you listen to the recordings later," Sondra replied. Melissa turned on her video camera and adjusted it so it was on Malaik. "So before we begin, I am Melissa Jones, attorney at law, live with author Sondra Landell, who is interviewing Malaik. Do you have a last name, Malaik?" Malaik smiled into the camera. "I am known by many as Malaik the Fallen. That has been my title for centuries, the name which mortals have known me by." Melissa winked at Sondra. "So, what are you besides extremely gorgeous and sexy?" she asked, running her tongue across her top lip. "I am many things, beautiful one, for my sins pile high. I am a murderer, a deceiver, a man who has lusted and lain with many women, a romantic and a thief. But most of all, I am a wanderer, an angel banished and forsaken." Sondra was flushed. "That's my name," she thought after she heard him call Melissa beautiful one. She could tell Melissa was taken with him. Sondra reached down, clicked on her tape recorders, and picked up her notepad. Melissa sat back on the love seat, her eyes locked on Malaik, who seemed tired and sad. "Go ahead, Malaik. Continue your story." "Well, beautiful ones, for the next few days I did not leave my room. I could not, for I could not believe what I had done. And the fact that I enjoyed it horrified me even more. I still couldn't get over it. The priests did not let me either. They haunted my dreams with their screams as my sword cut through them. I could still smell their blood, the smell of death
as they lie on the floor, cold and lifeless. I remembered the blackness of their souls as they walked from their bodies. I was scared. What have I done? I wept for days, afraid to leave my room. But for Semya, she is enduring way more than me. I had to begin to search for her, to search for answers to how I can save her. When I finally left my room and set out to see Tamon, it was 2 weeks before Notus and his armies were to arrive. I found Tamon in the courtyard with his generals overseeing the preparations of the army.
"Ah, Malaik, I thought I would never see you again," Tamon said as he saw me approach. He wore a warm smile on his face. I could feel the fear and cautiousness in the other men's eyes and movements.
To kill is not in my nature, but it is a necessary, brutal part of my mortal life, I said, shuddering.
"So, you will still honor me and ride at my side to face the tyrant Notus and his armies?" the pharaoh asked.
I nodded. I would do anything for Semya. How could I not? She suffering unendingly for my lust of her.
"Good, then. Balian,"
the pharaoh said, calling an old general to his side.
"This is your student for the next few days before we engage Notus. Teach him to be deadly with that blade."
Balian was a fierce old man, his face gnarled and scarred. His eyes were cold like the steel he held in his hand. He nodded and silently beckoned me to follow him away from the pharaoh and the other generals and soldiers. He brought me to the palace gardens and stood before me, looking me over. He was silent for a long time.
"You're as soft as a flowering maiden, aren't you, lad?"
he said sharply, in disgust.
"I bet you like boys. Most soft lads like you do."
Balian drew his blade and ordered me to draw mine. He sighed. This was obviously something he did not want to do.
"The only way I know how to teach is to show you. So attack me, lad," he said.
But I did not want to attack him. I was appalled that he wanted me to do such a thing to him.
"Are you stupid too, boy? Attack me!"
he growled, slashing at my chest and ripping my shirt. I stepped back, shocked. "Why are you attacking me?" I stammered.
"Shut up and defend yourself,"
he spat while slashing me again and drawing blood. I felt the sting of pain. I brought my hand to my chest and watched the blood swell through my fingers.
"Are you mad?"
I shouted, backing away and barely avoiding another slash. Bringing my sword up, as Balian lunged for me, I deflected his blow. But he spun and struck me in the face with the flat of his blade. I cannot tell you how much it stung. It brought tears to my eyes and knocked me to the ground. I did not have much time to think, for his blade was coming for me again. I rolled out of the way seconds before the blade struck the ground where my neck was. This man was trying to kill me. Does he not know I cannot die? I raised my sword over my head as he swung for my face. I blocked it, and the whole blade shook. My hand began to tingle. I stood up with my sword ready.
"Come on! How did you expect to deflower a wild girl like Semya if you can't even lift your sword?"
he mocked. I was shocked at what he implicated. Did he know I lusted for her? As I thought of Semya and her screams of pain, something came over me and I rushed him, swinging my blade as hard as I could. I wanted to see his blood spill upon the ground. I wanted to kill him. "That's it, lad. I can see it in your eyes. You want my life. Well, come get it," he growled. I did as he said. I do not remember how many times I came at him, or how many times he knocked me down and blooded me, but the sun had set, and I was drenched in sweat and blood while gasping for air. He dismissed me for the day, and for the days before the war. That's how he trained me. I never felt so alive. My muscles were so tense and sore, but each day I was improving on learning how to kill. I didn't know that this was something I would enjoy and do for centuries to come. The day before we would ride out, with the Pharaoh and his 6,000 men, I soaked my body in hot water. The servants bathed me and massaged my muscles, for I ached in places I did not know I could ache. My heart had begun to callous, as the wounds were not gone. No, they were still there, but I did not feel the pain, for the pain became rage and a desire to kill and destroy. I have heard the whispers of the court and the gossip of the people. To them, I was a demon, a beautiful creature that looked like a man, but could not die. Many whispered that I was the Dark Prince, the ruler of hell unleashed upon the world. It was said the Pharaoh made a pact with the devil and demons, forsaking the gods of his fathers and his people. Normally I would be appalled that people could think such things of me, but I just laughed. Yes, fear me. I laughed, thinking I could rule this world. I could dethrone kings. I could spit in death's face. I could enjoy my punishment. But oh, how I was wrongly fooled by my pain and rage. I was summoned before the Pharaoh, who was dressed in golden armor, which shined like one of the gods he worshipped, or one of the many idols arrayed about the city. The servant dressed me in the black armor that had a thin breastplate that consumed all light. There was also a matching black shirt, pants, and cloak. "A demon indeed," I heard the Pharaoh whisper. "A very beautiful demon, I must say," a woman commented as she stepped out from behind the Pharaoh. I must say, the Pharaoh had good taste. A dark-skinned Nubian woman, her body light and agile. I have never seen eyes so consuming, so filled with desire. There was a fire that burned within her, and it made me step back. Her hair was long and braided down her back. The gold shone on her dark flesh. "This is Princess Lita of the Nubian king, and my future queen," he said, catching the look in my eye. I bowed slightly to her. "But I am no demon, nor do I resemble one, so sorry to disappoint you," I said coolly. The Pharaoh was taken aback. "Forgive me, Malaik, if I have offended you," Lita said softly. I looked deep within her eyes and saw her soul was blacker than her flesh. She did not love the Pharaoh. No, she was filled with deception, deceit, and betrayal. "I am an angel, one who the Creator has turned his back to. But you are right. Demons do seem to lurk behind beauty, Lita." Lita took a step back and averted her eyes from me. The earlier confidence she had possessed was gone. Tamon, seeming to understand what just happened between me and his future queen, smiled at me as if he knew what I saw and just confirmed it for him. He embraced me. "We fight tonight, my friend," he said, turning out to walk to the war. The assembly waited before the palace gates.
As his men saw him approach, a roar went up. It was deafening and fierce, a roar of bloodlust. It was a roar of eager men ready to die and kill for their pharaoh. I was chilled, but strangely my blood was on fire, and I was just as eager as they were. Before me stood 6,000 men in perfect military ranks, spears, swords, and bows glistening in the sunlight. The pharaoh raised his sword high, its tip pointing at the sun. The roar sounded again, even louder than before. When it finally silenced, the pharaoh spoke. "There is not much, I can say, to match the honor and pride you give me this day. But I will say, kill and slaughter. Then kill some more until the earth's flooded with the blood of the tyrant Notus and his men, and death comes to all. But not all can die with honor, as some of you will." The pharaoh shouted to more roars. He then mounted his horse, and I beside him. The war horns sounded as we rode to the front of the army, his generals heading off to leave their battalions. "Notus is camped a day's ride from here, so prepare yourself, Angel, for soon you will send many souls to the underworld," the pharaoh said as we rode through the gates. 6,000 men were following their king, ready to kill and to die. My heart raced, for I was afraid, though I was excited, eager as the rest of them. I felt fear, and I could not explain it. Me, the flawless angel, the image of beauty and all that is good. I, who did indeed looked fierce in my black armor, eyes ablaze as I rode out beside the pharaoh. I heard the whispers of the men about me. "The gods have promised us victory, for they sent their demon lord to fight by our side. Aye, with a demon fighting with us, we cannot lose." Then I felt eyes upon me, staring at me and burning. I turned and looked, for to the end of the ranks, perhaps a mile away, I saw a covered litter with Lita's eyes staring from behind the white curtains. Her desire and lust stirred me, for I have never been with a woman. She stirred thoughts, like I had with Semya, but the thoughts always went cold as soon as Semya crept into them. But what would it be like to feel Lita's dark flesh hot against me, to kiss her soft lips, to taste her breast, to be inside of her? My heart beat quickly as I imagined it. The pharaoh saw the sweat on my face, the glazed look in my eyes, and smiled. I was the same way the first time I rode into battle with my father. Once the killing starts and you are locked in a deadly struggle, watching man striving to slay the other, everything else seemed to fade, and all there is death. My mouth went dry. I saw the look in the pharaoh's eyes as he spoke of it. If only the pharaoh knew what I was thinking, if he knew how I lusted and desired his fiancée. Was it wrong for me to feel such things, to feel intense passion, to be scorched by the fires of human desire and lust? We rode until the sun had set, and still there was no sight of Notus. The pharaoh called a halt and ordered his men to make camp. He sent out his scouts to discover where the enemy was camped. All his men were armed, ready, and tense. There was little talk as the campfire burned in the night. The men ate with intense anticipation, eager to draw blood. I sat with the pharaoh and his generals. As he ate, my eyes darted to the farthest reaches of the camp, where Lita's tent stood several 100 feet beyond her father's men. She was surrounded by Nubian warriors, intent on not letting any harm come to their princess.
He outnumbers us 2-1, yet he cowers like a woman, the Pharaoh said angrily, still waiting on his scouts to return. Perhaps he has heard the tales of a demon fighting beside us, and turned tail and ran, a powerfully built general said, chuckling into his glass of wine. Indeed, said another loudly while looking at me. I said nothing, ignoring their senseless chatter. I stared into the fire, my mind lost deep within my own thoughts. The fire crackled brightly before me, reflecting off the dark pools of my eyes like a lone flame lost amongst a placid black lake and struggling to survive. The fire seemed to dance before me. I began to hear screams of pain and agony, wails of torment. A lone voice stood out amongst the others, alone and sad. It almost sounded betrayed while pleading, Malaik, why am I so cold? I thought you loved me. I shuddered, dark tears falling silently from my eyes. I do love you, beautiful one. Please forgive me, I said softly. I saw her face in the fire, so beautiful, as if she was the Creator's finest work. Her dark beauty spoke of heaven, but pain etched her face. Then, slowly, the flames began to melt her flesh. She screamed, No, please! I cannot bear it! I pleaded with the flames. I felt a hand on my shoulder. I tensed, gripping my sword. It is just I, Malaik. Tamon, the Pharaoh said softly, his face pale. I looked around and saw the same pale, ghostly look upon all his generals. Though they were all fierce warriors, and they were highly superstitious, anything spiritual frightened them. We all heard the voice, Malaik. Was that Semya? The Pharaoh asked, with emotion in his voice. I nodded and sighed. Did she really say such things to you? He asked. All I could do was nod. I could not find my voice. The Pharaoh was silent a moment. Lita is asking for you to help her in prayers to your Creator, the Pharaoh said as the scout returned. I stood slowly, confused and not wanting to be alone with Lita. Why would she want to pray to my Creator when she worships other gods? Most of all, when I no longer pray to him, I asked. The Pharaoh sighed, motioning for his scout to hold for a moment. Women are strange. I do not play to know how they think. He then put his hand on my back and leaned close to my ear. I know you are not too fond of my Lita. I have seen the way you look at her, but please, appease her this for me, so I do not have to be troubled with her woman's fears and doubts, so I can concentrate on the battle to come. I trust only you alone with her, my friend, he said softly. I nodded in agreement and headed off to her tent. I could hear the fading voices of the Pharaoh with his scout and generals. I must be strong. I will show her how to pray, show her the prayers in the holy tongue, then I will leave and return to the Pharaoh. I came within her camp. Immediately her Nubian soldiers, black as the night and fierce, stood up and barred my way. They seemed fearless. My hand gripped my sword hilt. What is your business here? A huge man asked. The whites of his eyes seemed to glow in contrast to him. His speech was thick with accent. I met his glare. I was ready to strike this man down. It never occurred to me that he could be a far superior swordsman than I. I just knew I couldn't be wounded nor killed. My wound would heal almost instantly,
so no matter what damage he could do to me, it would be useless. "I was summoned here, fool," I growled, drawing my sword with its black blade gleaming death in the moonlight. The man's teeth shined in the darkness as he smiled while drawing his sword. He came towards me, but another man grabbed his arm roughly and spoke to him in their tongue. The man's eyes went wide. Slowly, he sheathed his sword and bowed slightly to me. "Forgive me, Lord Demon," he asked. I sighed with frustration. I am not a demon, I thought angrily. But I did not know these people worshipped demons and held them in high regard. They cleared a way for me. I sheathed my sword as I stood before Lita's tent. It was huge, with hundreds of her men alert all around it. I parted the canvas and stepped into a softly candlelit room. Lita sat among a pile of cushions with only a thin white silk nightgown that hid nothing. She smiled as I entered and beckoned me to sit next to her. Slowly I did. My head swam with the scent of her perfume. I could see her legs, long and muscular, smooth like an ebony rose. Her breasts were beautifully formed, full and round. I turned my eyes from her. I could feel my blood boil within me. "Do you not like what you see, Malaik?" she said softly, letting my name roll off her tongue. I could not speak. She rose to her knees. I could see her flat stomach. Again I imagined her in my arms, caressing her, feeling her tremble with pleasure. She leaned forward. I could feel her breath hot on my face. "Do you not desire me, angel?" she said softly, brushing her lips against mine. My body trembled. She smiled as I looked to the closed tent door. "Do not worry. No one will dare disturb us," she said, thinking she understood me. But I wanted to escape. I was praying someone would disturb us, but she was so beautiful. She ran her fingers through my long curly hair and gripped the back of my head, pulling my mouth towards hers. My body was on fire. I felt her tongue upon my lips. I opened my mouth and kissed her back. She moaned softly with pleasure, her hands caressing my neck. "I don't want Tamon, Malaik. I want you. I can give you power and an army of my people. Will you have me, my love?" she said softly as she broke away and began to undress me. Soon my chest was bare, and she purred with pleasure. "Your Creator knows beauty indeed. He made you flawless," she said, running her hand down my chest, stomach, and then stopping at my sword buckle. I was sweating freely, but I wanted her. She enticed me so, beautiful ones, that I was afraid as well. I have never experienced this sort of intimacy. Her hand lingered around my belt, toying with it. She pulled the thin nightgown over her head. Her bare breast quivered before me. She could see the desire in my eyes, could see my loins bulge beneath my pants. "I wonder if your Creator's beauty was in all places," she teased, unbuckling my sword and setting it aside. She leaned forward and kissed my chest down to my stomach. I was breathing fast. She pulled my pants off of me, and I sat there, bare, before her. "By the gods, I shall worship your Creator forever," she said, taking me in her hands. I have never been so erect in my entire existence. She caressed me softly, running both her hands around me. I cannot tell how much I throbbed. The pleasure was intense. "Have you ever been with a woman, Malaik?" she asked.
My heart was pounding in my throat. I shook my head, for never before have I had interest. I served my Creator fully, but now upon the earth with mortals, my desire was insatiable. My body stiffened. I closed my eyes. The sensation of her hot hands stroking me was almost too much.
"That is okay, my love. I will be gentle," she cooed while straddling me.
I could feel her excitement and anticipation as she gently guided me into her. A moan I could not control escaped my lungs. Her eyes closed, her face filled with pleasure. She bit her lips, letting her breath escape in slow shudders. Slowly she moved her hips against me. I felt her hands gripping my pecs tightly. I could not breathe. My body was tense. Never had I felt such pleasure. It almost hurt. She was so hot and wet as she moved her hips faster. I could not move. My hands gripped the blankets, my mouth cramped shut and eyes wide. She moved upon me like a beautiful wave of the ocean, her breasts bouncing, then her body tensed. Her nails dug deeply into my chest, drawing blood that quickly hid back in my veins. She screamed with pleasure.
"By the gods, Malaik! I cannot live without you, now that I have had you."
Her whole body heaved as she fought to draw her breath. Her body trembled and dripped with sweat, but she still moved slowly and tenderly upon me. She was even hotter and wetter than before.
"Kiss me,"
she moaned softly, leaning forward and locking onto my lips, her hips beginning to bounce upon me. Then it was too much. I could take no more. I wanted to push her off, but I was too weak.
"Give me your seed, Malaik, please," she moaned, bouncing faster upon me.
Then something happened. I cannot explain. I lack words to describe to you what I felt. I will say I exploded within her. My whole body and being froze, and I wept. She screamed again as my seed spilled in her, and she, like I, was overcome. She laid on my chest with me, still inside of her, breathing hard, her eyes closed. She listened to me weep. I do not know why I wept so. The things I felt then were so intense, I wanted them to stop, but also wanted them never to stop. Priest of Ra, Part 2. Do you understand, beautiful ones? Melissa fanned herself while blushing openly. Sandra did not look upon Malaik. She was afraid to show him how excited his loving with Lita had gotten her.
"Damn," she thought.
Melissa bit her lip, staring at Malaik. She knew what her friend was thinking, for she was thinking the same thing. Sandra shook her head and stopped her tape recorders.
"Let's take a break a moment, Malaik. I have to use the restroom. Are you hungry?"
she asked, still avoiding his look as she spoke.
"Yes, a break. I need a cigarette after that," Melissa said, standing as well.
Malaik yawned into his hand. "I am a little hungry," he said.
"Good. I'll order pizza," Melissa replied and disappeared down the hall.
Sandra followed her and found her in the bathroom, washing sweat from her pretty face.
"Wow," is all I can say, Sandra. "Wow."
Sandra smiled and relieved herself.
"I haven't been this hot in a long time, and all he did was talk," Melissa added.
She looked at Sandra as she began to wash her hands and continued.
Are you claiming him, the insane, gorgeous, incredibly shy black man in there? Well, are you?
Sandra shrugged. She did desire him. She could not deny that, but the desire was different than Melissa's. It was deeper than just physical need. He did something to her. His presence made the darkness in her fade. Near him, she was at peace. Her world was all right. Whenever he left, darkness swelled in her again. Her depression rushed her with such force. "Oh," Melissa said, reading her friend's eyes. "You're quite taken with him, aren't you?" Sandra shook her head.
It's not quite the way you think. Well, I do that way too, she said, blushing. But can you feel the peace around him? See the light in his black eyes? See him glow?
Melissa bit her lip, something she did often, even when she was thinking. Yeah, it is kind of eerie, and he does look angelic.
But come on, Sandra, an angel walking around New York, let alone the one with loves, sex, and killing. Come on, he's crazy. Take his story and run with it. I'll make a contract for him to sign giving you his story, Melissa said, convincing herself.
She could tell by Sandra's look that she still had her doubts.
Look, I'll put my investigators on it first thing in the morning. Now, are you spending the night?
Sandra smiled.
Of course, all weekend, she replied.
Melissa looked to the bathroom door.
What about Malaik? Should we let him stay and tell his story? You horny bitch, Sandra laughed.
Melissa laughed with her.
Let's order some pizza and hear more of this story. I'm actually enjoying it, Melissa said as they walked back into the living room.
Aw, Melissa said, pointing at Malaik sleeping on her recliner. Sandra pouted. She wanted to hear more of the story she was so absorbed in. She wanted to hear it all. She yearned to hear about the pain and the struggles of his life. It made her forget about hers.
I would never get tired of staring at him. Let's take a picture, Melissa said, walking over to the kitchen.
Sandra could hear her dialing a number and mumbling to herself. Quietly, Sandra tiptoed to the table in front of Malaik, stepped back, and snapped several pictures of him. Malaik stirred, then slowly opened his eyes. He saw Sandra standing before him and smiled. "Forgive me, beautiful one," he said, yawning.
"No, it's okay," she replied gently. "Is pineapple and mushroom okay?"
Melissa said, walking into the room with a phone in her hand.
"Yes, that's fine,"
Sandra said, setting the camera down and changing the tapes in her recorders. She didn't want him to stop at that point, so she changed the tape even though there was time left on them.
"Oh," Melissa said, seeing Malaik awake. "You did not wake him, did you? Anyway, is pineapple and mushroom okay with you, Malaik?"
Malaik nodded and offered her a thank you. Melissa beamed at him, then finished ordering and hung up the phone.
"Well, Malaik, now that you're awake, and since we have 30 minutes before the food comes, I am anxious to hear what happens next," she said, while changing the tape in her video camera. "Oh, you like tea, Malaik?" Melissa asked and disappeared into the kitchen before he could answer.
Sandra laughed to herself. Melissa was so taken with him she didn't know what to do. She returned with 3 glasses and a pitcher of cold iced tea. She poured Malaik some, handed him a cup, and watched happily as he drank. "Thank you, beautiful one," he said. Melissa blushed while pouring a glass for herself and Sandra. Again, Sandra felt that pang of jealousy. The tea was good, cold and sweet as Sandra liked it. She clicked on her tape recorders. Melissa pressed a button on her camera,
and Malaik continued.
Well, Lita laid on my chest for hours, playing with my hair and kissing me. I was still weak, but I knew I had to get up. The Pharaoh would begin to get suspicious, and I felt guilty that I betrayed him. Slowly, I pried Lita from me and began to dress.
"What's wrong, my love?"
she asked, not wanting me to go. Her eyes were pleading. I remembered her words.
"Please, my love, make me your wife. I need you. I don't love Tamon. I can give you power, an army of Nubian warriors."
But I could not indulge in such things. Semia was all I cared about. She was my purpose upon the earth, my only chance at redeeming myself, so I could somehow return to paradise. I strapped on my sword, now fully dressed. "I'm sorry, Lita. I cannot. I wronged my friend when I laid with you, and there is another I am here for," I said softly as I walked to the door.
"Another? You have another in your life?" she cried. "Well, get rid of her and take me. Please, Malaik," she pleaded.
I felt sorry for her, but I could not make her understand about Semia. "I am sorry, Lita," I said, and left her crying alone in her tent. Her warriors eyed me as I walked by, as if they knew what happened within. As I entered the Pharaoh's camp, I heard a strange cry cut abruptly short, and the cry of thousands of men. Now, in the darkness behind Lita's Nubian soldiers, the enemy appeared, running savagely with weapons drawn. Hundreds of flaming arrows pierced the black of the night. The cries of the dying rang through the silence. A horn sounded as the Pharaoh's men gathered and rushed to engage the enemy alongside the Nubians. A fierce cry erupted from me, a cry that struck fear in the hearts of all who heard it. For they knew no mortal could make such a sound. I rushed to join the killing. I remember the weight of the sword in my hand, the look of madness in the enemy's eyes as they fought, killed, and died. To watch a man's life fade from his eyes as my sword cut him down, I was excited. To me, this was better than the things Lita made me feel. I heard a horn from behind, warning that the enemy was coming from the rear as well. I had to get to the Pharaoh, for I was his shield, his indestructible barrier to keep him alive. But I was surrounded by the enemy. They were savage men, pale-skinned brutes, locked in deadly combat with Nubians. Strangely, I found myself all alone with these pale men around me. Blood coated my blade and dripped from my face and arms as I faced them. My blade whirling in my hand as I circled and waited for them to strike. But they hesitated, and I did not know why. So I struck the one nearest to me, opening up his chest, listening with joy to his grunt of pain. I was confused. It was hard for me to determine what was alive and what was not. For the souls of the many fallen stood around me, watching me with pain and hate in their eyes. Their cries and wails mingled with those of the living. Again, I raved at them. I saw them tremble, heard them whisper, "Demon!" Then I launched upon them, swinging my blade at anything within my way. I cannot tell you how many times I got stabbed, slashed, and cut, but I did not feel it, nor did it matter. The wounds closed shortly after they were made. The horror in the attackers' eyes was almost comical as they hacked at me to no avail. In fact, I laughed at them while they stood shocked. Many ran, but many more fell victim to my blade, their souls lost upon the battlefield. Some souls followed me as I cut my way to Lita's tent, where many of her men lay dead, their souls screaming for me to find their princess. I was shocked, even in death, they remained loyal to her. Who was this Nubian beauty, this Lita, who could give a man so much pleasure, so much joy? Her touch so gentle and caring, yet she commanded armies, fierce men and deadly warriors whose loyalty survived the shock of death. I cut a pale savage down as I entered the tent, but Lita was not there. Blood smeared the inside walls, the sheets and pillow. My heart raced. Had something happened to her? I did not see her body, nor her soul, for that was a home of death. A home for the enemy. Many pale brutes lay lifeless, their souls confused, and glared at me. "Where is she?" I growled. They shook their heads, not knowing nor caring. I ran from the tent and to the Pharaoh's camp. We were losing this battle. Although we slaughtered many of them, more kept coming. The Nubians' camp was all but destroyed. Only a handful remained. They were servants fighting for their lives. I was impressed, for they gave the Pale One pause. And though they were greatly outnumbered, they held their own. I felt a deep pain pierce my back. I fell to my knees, stunned, choking as a spearhead poked through my stomach. "Now you die, demon!" I heard a man growl. There was a smile on his blood-smeared face. But I stood up, the wound already healing, and then I gutted the man as he raised his blade to take my head from me. "By the gods!" he gasped, his breath hot. He spit blood into my face as he spoke. I turned from him, pulled the spear from my gut, screaming from the pain. The scream turned many of the attackers from the dwindling handful of Nubians. Their eyes were wide with fear. The Nubians, seeing me roar fiercely in victory, regained heart and redoubled their attack. I threw the spear at the nearest enemy. It landed deep in his leg. Then I leapt upon them, swinging my blade as if I was mad. My whole body was drenched in blood. My eyes were alive with battle fever. My arm began to go numb. It felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. But still I swung, not caring or feeling the many blades that hacked at me and cut deeply into me. What enemy that was left fled from us. The Nubians roared again and circled around me. "Demon! Lord of demons!" they roared. I raised my blade, for the battle was not done. The main attack was on the Pharaoh's camp, and the battle still waged fiercely there. Thousands of souls surrounded me, screaming at me, weeping and cursing, confused. All the noise was driving me mad. I ran to the Pharaoh's camp, the Nubians behind me not caring if they died or not. For them it was all or nothing. They would follow me to battle, the ruler of fire, the tormentor of hell. If that's where I went, there was battle everywhere. Here it was fierce, but still the Pharaoh's men were falling fast. We would not win this battle, but I could at least save the Pharaoh and make his enemies never forget. If they live, I will haunt their dreams forever. I ran through the carnage, killing anything that neared me. I felt swords pierce me, felt the hot pinch of pain as one after another struck me from all sides. But I still could not find him. Had he fallen? Had my lust once again caused me to fail those I held close? From the corner of my eye, I saw a huge axe, its blade gleaming and dripping with blood, coming for my skull. I moved barely in time. The pale brute put all his strength in the blow, thinking he had me, but was surprised when I moved. The axe bit deep into a Nubian beside me. His scream of pain jarred me. I spun, taking his head from his shoulders. The brute's headless body stiffened, his hands locked on his axe. I swung again, taking his wrist from his body. The Nubian fell to his knees. I knew he was dying. His eyes were locked on mine. "Forgive me, friend," I said to him, closing his eyes and slashing his throat to make his death painless and swift. His soul stepped from his body. He bowed to me and smiled and was gone. I guess the Creator took him quickly, unlike many others whose souls still followed, cursing me, pointing their fingers at me accusingly. I roared at them and turned to find the Pharaoh. Indeed, I was a fearsome sight. Arrows protruded from me in all places, but still I stood and fought, drenched in blood and sweat. My black hair matted against my dark flesh with blood. "Pharaoh! Pharaoh!" I shouted, my voice rising above the battle. Many of the Pharaoh's men saw me and cheered, rallying behind me, their demon, to lead them to victory. The few Nubians who stood with me roared fiercely, making the hairs on my neck stand and chill my body. The enemy, seeing this, turned to face us and screamed back. My lungs were on fire. I could barely lift my sword, so I sheathed it. I picked up a much lighter, discarded dagger and ran for the enemy. I was blocking with the sword, thrusting with the dagger, and then spun behind him, stabbing him through the back or his neck. I yanked the dagger free to engage the next with a shower of his blood as he grunted and fell. Here the battle was fiercest. The Pharaoh's men and the Nubians beside me gaining hope to see me. I was this monster who should be dead with countless arrows protruding from me, but still fighting beside them. The pale brutes fell back before us as they retreated. I saw the Pharaoh and his elites fighting around him for their lives. They were surrounded by Notus and many of his elite brutes. I roared again and charged for them. The Pharaoh and those with him, trapped by the enemy, screamed in victory when they saw us rushing to them. I led them, but many enemies separated us from the Pharaoh, and they turned to face us. I leaped with all my strength and vaulted over them. It was something supernatural, for even the Pharaoh looked at me with fear as I landed beside him. He saw me for the first time since he sent me to see Talita. He took out the arrows in me. The blood coated me, and he gasped. I saw Notus himself, pale before me, turn to flee. I threw my dagger as hard as I could. It hit his back with such force it went through him, and he died before he hit the ground. A roar of victory sounded as Notus fell. I turned to face my friend, to see the light of victory in his eyes. Instead, I saw death. His face was twisted in pain, his eyes wide. He could not speak. He was shocked as he glared at Lita, betrayal in his eyes. She held a bloody dagger in her hand and stabbed him again. He fell to his knees. She leaned forward, whispered in his ear, "I do this for Malaik. He raped me in my tent for you." My dear Pharaoh, his pained eyes looked at me with such anguish. "Malaik," he began as he was dying. Before I knew what I was doing, I had Lita's head in my hands. I remembered her screams as I ripped it from her body, the beauty of her face twisted in grotesque horror as her lifeless body twitched and bled on the ground. A soul black and filled with hate hissed at me darkly before the fire consumed it. I threw her head on the ground and knelt beside the pharaoh, his men in quiet shock around me. I held his head in my arms. He still lived, his eyes locked on mine. I see her, Angel. She is burning, screaming. Pain, so much pain, he gasped. I was chilled to my very being. Tears fought their way down my blood-caked cheeks as I wept. I can heal you, Pharaoh, I gasped, closing my eyes. I poured my very being into him as a bright light surrounded us. I could see it through my closed eyelids, but he did not heal. It took me a while, many years after the Pharaoh's death, to understand that some have felt such pain and some such horrors that life is unbearable for them. Each day is a struggle, though they hide it well from the world. Inside, they are ravaged, their souls beg the Creator for death, and cruelly the Creator denies them. I felt him grip my hand. I opened my eyes. I must go to her, my Semya, he gasped, his voice barely a whisper, as he died in my arms. Just like his daughter, they both were dear to me. I should have been beside him the whole time. Oh, but yet again my lust was my failure. Yet again I saw his soul before me, bruised and ragged. I did not realize how much guilt and pain he suffered from his daughter's death, his precious Semya, even his wife's death. But a light glowed within him, a look of peace spread over his tormented face. He smiled as he vanished in light, and at last the Creator took him. At least he would know peace. I wept and sobbed, my body rocked with the force of them. Dawn's light pierced the carnage of the night. The remaining soldiers turned to the sun, rising slowly to banish the darkness, and wept, amazed they were alive, amazed a new day had come. They looked upon the slaughter, the thousands and thousands of bodies hacked. Bodies littered the earth for miles in each direction, and in the midst of that carnage, they began to tend to the wounded. Riders were sent to Alexandria to inform the Pharaoh's son, Baal, that his reign begins, and to send help for the long march back. But still I wept. Only a few Nubians survived. Those who did survive gathered Lita's remains in disgrace of what she had done. Many of the men squeezed my shoulder gently as they passed by me with the deepest respect. To them, I was a hero. To them, I was the one who turned the battle for them, as they would tell it. I led them to victory. A familiar gruff voice sounded in my ear. "You're still a soft lad to me." I smiled. Balian smiled as well. "Let's get these arrows from you, lad, for people might begin to think you a mighty warrior," he said, as he pulled several arrows from me. But I was tired. I sighed. The sun will always rise, I thought bitterly, as blackness took me. "Oh my God," Sandra said softly as her tapes clicked, her cheeks stained with tears and eyes red. The pizza had come long ago,
and they ate while he told his story. Sondra was still shaken by it, as the images still lingered in her head. Melissa blinked her eyes rapidly, trying to fight back her emotions. She lived off being in control, but his story touched her. She stood up. "It's late," she said, her voice a little shaky. She disappeared again down the hall. "I am sorry, beautiful one, if I have upset you," Malaik said softly to Sondra, who smiled. "No, don't be. It's a very good story. I was deeply touched by it," she replied. Malaik rose to his feet. "Well, I must head back. Shall I return here in the morning?" Sondra was confused. She did not want him to leave, but she could not ask him to stay. This was not her house. She began, but then Melissa walked back in the room with blankets and a pillow. "Where you think you're going, Malaik? You messed up getting me hooked on your story. You're stuck here till it's done," she said with a smile while shooing Sondra off the love seat. Malaik smiled back at her. "If you wish," he said softly, sitting upon the love seat and taking off his shoes. "Way more than you know," Melissa said playfully. Sondra nudged her in the back. "Good night, Malaik," Melissa said. "Yes, good night," Sondra echoed as they disappeared to Melissa's room, where they changed into a nightshirt and panties and lay in the bed with the light off. "You have struck gold with him, Sondra," Melissa said. "Yeah, his story is amazing. What did you think of it?" "I can't explain it. It's very deep and breathtaking, but I can't get him screwing the Nubian princess out of my mind." "Wow," Melissa said before yet another sigh. Sondra laughed. "You need to get laid and leave my angel alone." Melissa sighed again. "I know, it's been months. Wow, he's so fine. You better keep an eye on him." Melissa stopped and suddenly sat up. "You hear that?" she asked. Sondra listened carefully and also sighed. She could hear him weep from the living room. "One day, Semya," they heard his soft voice say. Melissa lay back down and hugged Sondra. Shaking, Sondra felt the same and did not say anything as the tears fell on her shoulders. "He is so sad," she heard Melissa whisper. Sondra let her own silent tears fall as she saw the story in her mind again and fell asleep to Malaik's quiet tears of pain. Melissa awoke early to Sondra snoring softly beside her. She smiled at her. She looked out her window. The sun was barely up. She sighed as she stood. She was troubled. She couldn't figure out this guy, this Malaik. She walked to the bathroom and then turned on the shower before slipping her nightshirt over her head and throwing it on the floor. She added her panties next to them. Shortly after the steam from the hot shower filled the room, she stepped underneath the scalding water and sighed with pleasure. Everything had always been so clear to her. She could always see people for whom and what they were. She could read them like a book. So many times she defended the worst type of people. Yet she was able to see the evil in them, like a living thing slithering inside their soul. She could see evidence that was so overpowering. She listened to the cries and pleadings of the victims' families, those who wanted her clients locked up and subjected to the death penalty. Those innocent eyes locked on her, begging her to not take justice from them, from their son or daughter, father or mother.
But she always found some technicality, some loophole in the law that allowed her client to avoid the death penalty, even prison in some cases. She was able to get some sent to a treatment facility for the mentally insane, where they would stay for a few years before going free. How many times has she been cursed, called a heartless monster? She was known as the Goliath of the courtroom. Her renown grew so that some lawyers and judges refused to try or hear her cases. They knew they wouldn't morally set these horrible people loose after what they had done. But she would find something in the law that could force them to be set free. Though they knew the person was guilty beyond the shadow of a doubt, their hands were bound to the law. They knew she would tear them apart and get her client to walk if they challenged it. She has done it before. Many judges loathed seeing her in court, for she made them feel like bad men and women for not ordering these monsters to death through all her experience with mad men and the worst of the worst. Never had someone puzzled her like Malaik. She did not see the familiar look of insanity in his eyes, that she saw a lot of pain and suffering in his beautiful big black eyes. So much so that she couldn't bear to look into them for long, and he was beautiful, unnaturally so. His features and smooth dark skin did have an angelic look to them, mainly his eyes, mouth, and ears. Sandra was right. He did seem to glow with inner light that defied explanation. But he's not an angel. No, he can't be. For she did not even believe in God, yet alone an angel. How could she defend the people she did the way she did? There had to be something more. There has to be something else. But she couldn't see it. This baffled her, and because it did, it frustrated her. His presence had a calming effect on her that put the turmoil of her soul, of her conscience, at rest. Sandra, yes, she could read her better than anything. It was so much more than just his story. She had a possessiveness of him about her. She held on to him greedily as if he did something for her, gave her something to revive her career. But now it was something more. His amazing story was a plus, a goldmine for her, but it wasn't her main motivation anymore. He's an extremely attractive man, but it wasn't lust or desire that drove her. Did he do the same for her as he did for me in his presence? Did he make her inner demons go away when he was near, as if they fled from him? She sighed in frustration as she turned off the water and stepped out from the shower. What demons did Sandra face that worked within her soul? She knew Sandra was alone like herself. She threw herself fully into her writing and work, and because of her love of writing and her stories, she lost the love of her life. Her divorce hurt her so much more than she let on. Poor Sandra. She truly loved her ex-husband. But he couldn't take being second to her writing, to her long hours late into the night typing away in happy bliss. In his bed, his sexual needs unmet, for he didn't share her love for the worlds she created, the adventures she went on. Within them, she was so lost amongst her characters, so lost that she didn't notice her husband coming home later and later. Then, one day, he didn't come home at all. She only noticed when she wanted to share some exciting part in her story with him, and went to wake up the love of her life in the twilight hours. She did not find him there, as the bed still made. He had never been there. Shortly after, she was served with divorce papers.
I had to handle her divorce, or she was the only friend I had. She couldn't understand why he left her. Things were going so well. They were so happy. She was so hurt. I was the same way when my husband left due to my ambition, my drive to excel in my field. Like her, I also couldn't understand why he left, until I saw her situation. Then it struck me. I realized how much I ignored him, left him alone and cold so many nights. I took him for granted until he found someone else, someone who gave him the love and attention he yearned for and needed. How much did it hurt her? How deep was the pain for her? Her loneliness, my hurt. But I pushed it away and buried myself deeper in my work, taking on harder and helpless cases until I was numb. But Sandra just wasn't the same. It reflected in her writing. Her creativity almost vanished. She began to lose interest in what she loved and found herself in the arms of one brute of a man after the other, trying to reclaim what she lost, if only for a moment. Malaik revived her when he was near. Something about him made people's pain and suffering go away. Life suddenly seemed okay. Like he said in his story, the sun will always rise. Melissa sighed again as she dried herself and wrapped a towel around her body. She peeked out the bathroom door. Sandra was still sleeping quietly. She walked to a drawer, pulled on a small clean pair of panties and blue jeans. She rummaged around for a clean bra and put it on with a grey t-shirt. Melissa was 40 years old, had no kids, but still had the hips and curves she had in her 20s. She didn't wear makeup. She had a naturally pretty face and did not like the feel of all that paint which hid her natural self. She walked down her hall, glancing at the pictures of her ex-husband on the wall, and quickly turned away. She has always told herself she would take those pictures down, but could never bring herself to do so. She always found something else to do besides that. She tiptoed into the living room, somewhat excited to see Malaik, to tell him good morning, to see him smile. How long had it been since a man slept under her roof? Her divorce, which was almost 10 years ago. Strangely enough, she felt good to suddenly have one on her couch. When she came around the corner, and he wasn't there, she felt betrayed, as if someone else had abandoned her, left her to her ambition like her husband. Her eyes watered. "What's wrong with me?" she said angrily while wiping her eyes. "He's probably in the kitchen or something." She checked, and he wasn't there. She ran to the hall bathroom, opened the door, and again he wasn't there. "I can't even keep a crazy man around, let alone a boyfriend," she said sadly. Well, at least he folded the blankets he used. She glumly grabbed her cell phone and dialed her investigator. He was slow to answer, his voice groggy. She quickly told him to research the name Malaik and anything referenced in the news or history, and then hung up, frustrated. She suddenly remembered the newspaper Malaik talked about. He mentioned reporters taking pictures of him. She walked out to the front and saw the paper by her mailbox. She grabbed it and hurried back in, closing the door on the cold morning air. She sat on the love seat that faintly smelled of Malaik. She sighed longingly. "Ah, well," she said, looking at the paper. And there he was, on the front page, his tired, sad eyes looking at something in the sky. A little girl laid crumbled on the ground, her tiny hand cupped in both of his hands. The title read in big gold letters, "An Angel in Manhattan." Oh my God, she said as she began to read the article. She read about how a car hit the little girl and drove off. The article revealed that the police were still searching for the driver. It also described how the girl looked severely wounded and unconscious, if not dead. People crowded around. Then a black man came from the cathedral with an orphan holding his hand. The only name they had to identify him was Malaik. He took the girl's hand and closed his eyes. The reporter wrote that she saw a bright light, and the girl opened her eyes and said, "Angel, please don't leave me." Shortly after, Malaik disappeared without comment. Melissa read how the paramedics said that the girl was dead on the scene. After they saw the bright light and Malaik, she was suddenly well and better. They could find no wound on her to account for the blood. It went on to reveal comments about Malaik, the angel. They haven't been able to interview this mysterious man who worked a miracle. Melissa ran back to her room and jumped on the bed, waking Sondra up. "What is it?" she said, wiping sleep from her eyes and yawning. Melissa dropped the paper in front of her. Sondra scanned the front page. It took a short while for it to register. Then it hit her. "Oh my God!" she gasped. Melissa smiled. "That's what I said." Sondra read more of the story. Her heart was racing. Could he really be an angel? She thought. She looked back up at Melissa. "Did you show Malaik already?" Melissa frowned. "He's not here," Melissa answered, and saw the same pain in Sondra's face. It was the same look of betrayal that comes from someone close disappearing in the night. But Melissa barely knew him. She couldn't explain it to herself. But with Sondra, it was deeper. "What do you mean?" she said, her voice cracking. Melissa hugged her. "I went to the living room to check on him 20 minutes ago, and he wasn't there." "Did he leave a note?" Sondra asked, almost desperately. Melissa shook her head. "He probably went for a walk, or to his church where he was. He will be back," she said weakly. "Why do men always get to leave in silence when you least expect it? Am I that bad of a woman that every man runs the first chance he gets?" Sondra took a deep breath. "Why don't you take a shower, and I'll cook breakfast? If your gold mine doesn't show up by then, we will hunt him down," Melissa suggested. But he was much more than a gold mine to Sondra. And to her, the money didn't matter anymore. They needed him to make the pain in their lives go away. They needed to hear his story. Somehow, he was healing them. Sondra smiled and slowly got up and went into the bathroom. Melissa went to the kitchen, angry. "Mr. Angel crazy guy is gonna hear it from me. He better not come back, that crazy bastard." She fumed as she lit the stove, placed a pan on it, and threw some eggs and sausage into it. Poor Sondra. She was so upset. Maybe we are overacting. He probably went for a walk. What's wrong with that? But he should have left a note. Damn him! She wouldn't understand why she was mad. Well, she did, but didn't want to admit it. It brought back the pain of losing her husband, the betrayal of him abandoning her. She pulled 2 glasses out of the cabinet and filled them with iced tea and set them on the table along with 2 plates. But what about the newspaper article? Did he really heal that little girl? Or was it some trick he played? Melissa shook her head. He didn't seem the type to play games like that. He seemed so soft, so fragile. Yet there was an iron resolve, a determination as to why he was here. Everything seemed somewhat clear to him. He knew, or thought he had, to wait for Semya's soul or something to be reborn because he failed her. But was it that simple? Sandra walked into the dining room wearing her same clothes from last night and a towel wrapped around her wet hair. Melissa noticed the red in her eyes. Had she been crying? She sighed, dumping scrambled eggs and sausage on Sandra's plate, and some on her own. Well, our Malaik is still MIA, but he's a grown man. He can do what he wants, Melissa said, sitting down at the table. Sandra took a bite of her food and smiled. You actually didn't burn it, she said. Melissa smiled as well. You're really funny, she replied. Sandra laughed, her stomach growling as she ate. Halfway through their meal, the front door opened. Sandra looked at Melissa. Melissa jumped up. Ha! I told you, she said as Malaik walked into the dining room. Good morning, beautiful ones, he said, his soft smile disarming them. Good morning. You have a nice stroll through town, Melissa said. She wasn't about to let his smile sway her. Malaik looked from her to Sandra, studying their eyes. He felt the hurt in their hearts, as if he reopened a wound. He sighed. Forgive me if I caused you to worry. My sleep was troubled, so I went to enjoy the twilight of morning. I have many memories of this time, when the sun vanishes the night. It's as close to the beauty of paradise as I have been for many years. He sat down and Sandra smiled while patting his soft hand. It's okay, Malaik. Did you enjoy it? She asked, with all the sorrow now gone from her eyes. Hey, not fair. She's touching him, Melissa thought. I'm going to bring the recorders in here so we can begin, Melissa said, running her hand across his arm as she paused. Sandra glared at her. Melissa laughed as she picked up the 2 small tape recorders, flipped the tapes over, and returned to the table, setting it up in front of Malaik. You hungry? Melissa asked. He looked at Sandra's plate, then shook his head. I'm okay, he said. Sandra laughed and told him, It ain't that bad. Melissa frowned. Everyone's a comedian, she said. Ha ha ha! Malaik smiled at her. No, I did not mean to offend your cooking. Forgive me if I did so. I just don't eat pork, he said sincerely. Oh, Melissa said while shrugging. Shall we begin? I'm eager to continue, Malaik said, happy to have people listen to the sorrows of his soul. Sandra couldn't stop smiling. I saw you in the newspaper, Sandra said. Malaik frowned. That is not a good thing. Sandra did not know why not, but Melissa beat her to it. Why not? You did a good thing for that girl. Again, Malaik frowned deeper. I must keep who I am a secret, or I must leave and find a new home, and I do not wish to. I like it at the cathedral, he said, thinking of Amira. He did not want to part with her through the pain of losing the person she was closest to, her guardian angel. But I don't understand why, Sandra said. Let me continue my story. It shall explain it. Malaik took a deep breath and continued. I must tell you, beautiful ones, I did not realize the brutal desperation of the battle, nor the carnage and effortless disregard for life, until it was done. I did not know how many lives I sent to be judged. I lost count at 900. I shook for days,
not believing what I had done, and how much I enjoyed destroying a man, feeling my blade cut through them, and seeing their life's blood from them. The look of shock on their face as death claimed them, their soul rising from their hacked bodies, confused and cold. And then the look of absolute terror as the dark angels took them to the hellfire. I could not understand why I enjoyed seeing these mortals suffer so. Maybe it was because I did not feel the guilt and pain, or my failure. My existence wasn't so cold in the heat of battle, and the fires of war ignited in my soul. But after the fire faded, I was plunged anew into my dark agony with fresh guilt. New things drove me deeper into my isolation from humanity, and I fell victim to my lust again at the cost of another dear friend's life. Many in the new Pharaoh's kingdom that fought the Battle of Semia, that is what they came to call it, said it was not my fault Tamon died. They said I did all I could, that I saved the battle. I was a demon god to them, so fierce, so strong, a being who laughed at death. But they were only mortals. They knew no better, and did not know how I yearned for death. They did not know how weak I was inside, how I betrayed my friend, Tamon, preferring the warmth of his fiancée's arms rather than protect him. I shuddered as I remember the look of pain in his eyes as Lita stabbed him repeatedly and told him of my betrayal. My soul caved as he saw his daughter tormented in the fire. I cannot bear even to speak of it, but I must for your sakes, beautiful ones. For all mortals to know, the people of Alexandria spoke of me, the demon filled with arrows who bathed in the blood of mortals. They told tales by the fireside of how I wept, that I was mad, but most of all, that I ripped the head of the betrayer Lita from her body with one hand. They did not know I was the betrayer. Less than 100 of the Pharaoh's army remained out of the 6,000 that proudly marched to fight for the man they loved and followed. I wept for them all. Only 3 of the hundreds of proud Nubians survived the battle. They took the remains of their disgraced Lita and the tale of her deeds back home to her father, the king of their lands. The Nubian bodies lay beside those of the pharaohs and the pale-skinned enemies. Thousands of them littered the earth. Only a few hundred of them survived and fled. I have never seen so much death in all my years, seen so many flies and carrion birds eating the flesh of the deceased. Though it was daylight, the sun shone, but could not be seen. So black was the sky from the bodies of the creatures that come to feed. The dead were left to the mercy of the desert. So tired and weak were we, so torn were our souls, so full of grief for the thousands lost. We were presented as heroes, welcomed by Baal, though none of us felt as heroes. Our hands were shook and kissed. Petals of every rose rained down upon us as we entered Alexandria. The shouts and cries of the thousands of cheering citizens mingled with the sobs and wails of agony of those mourning. There were kids weeping for their fathers, women sobbing for their husbands, brothers and sons. Tired and weary, our garments were in tatters, equal to that of beggars. Blood still caked our bodies, dried and crusted on our hair and flesh. No, we were not heroes. We were survivors. Many of the survivors who fought the Battle of Semia did not survive very long. So overcome with grief and sorrow, the memories of what they saw and done haunted them until they took their own life. So who won the battle? Surely not us. We were given lands, houses, servants, and places of honor in the kingdom. The mortals who survived these gruesome hours of desperation would be rich and comfortable, but all would trade it and their very soul to be among the lucky ones who died with honor upon the field. The pharaoh Baal made golden statues of men and laid offerings at his feet. This disgusted me, but my soul was too weak to protest. I locked myself in my room and wept for days. I did not eat nor sleep, just wept. The whole palace was nervous, uneasy. Guards and servants refused to come near my room, so afraid of me were they. The people of Alexandria could hear my sobs in the stillest hours of the night, and they would weep. So deep and complete was my sorrow, my cries for forgiveness, that all who possessed a soul were overcome with my pain. Some said they heard me scream Semya's name in the night, heard my cursing madly at my Creator, heard my pleading for death. I could not bear to be amongst mortals any longer. I had to leave. If I could not die, then I could live deep in the earth somewhere where I could be alone. Yes, I must leave these fool mortals, this lust, this desire for blood. I must hide from it all. Though I had cleaned the blood from me and donned fresh garments, I was a horror to look upon. My body was sunken and skeletal, my flesh tight and pale. I looked like a corpse. I wrapped myself in a cloak, covering my face and body, taking nothing with me. I opened my door and left my room. Those servants and guards who wandered the halls shielded away from me fearfully. I did not blame them, for I was a monster who brought death everywhere I went. I was an angel who became a demon. I left the palace. I left Alexandria and Egypt. I knew Baal and his people would be safe. No enemy dared attack them, for they had a fear of me, the demon of Alexandria. They called me the mad god who protected them. Even if I was missing, so far had the tales of me travelled that no one would know for a long time. I wandered the deserts for countless years, and soon passed from them into the forest and grasslands. I noticed the land change, and the people change. They were taller, their skin light, and their whole shape and form different. But still I shied from them. I wandered through mountains, stood at the very top of high peaks, and wept, for I could get no higher, no closer to paradise, no closer to my home. I screamed and cursed at the heavens as loud as I could, causing birds and creatures of all types to flee from me. I was utterly alone in this prison of a mortal world. In my wanderings, I found a cave that was hidden behind a beautiful waterfall, and there, far away from any mortal, is where I made my home. The cave. The cave was deep. I explored every inch of it. It took me months, but I had memorized every corner. I knew every part of the cave so well that I could walk around in there blindfolded and know exactly where I was. I killed and evicted every creature that lived in there. I began to eat again, to drink water, to fish in the lake beneath the waterfall. I built fires in my cave just out of reach of the splashing water, and wept, searching for Semya in the depths of the fire. But even that torment was taken from me. It seemed even within this cave I could not hide from my guilt, from my memories. Was there no cure for pain? If ever there was, I still had not found it. So I began to draw on the cave walls with blood. At first, with the blood of creatures I had slain, until I discovered the other colours the earth provided. At first, the drawings were crude, mere stick figures whose emotional meaning I could not discern. But after a while, I became better at this newfound joy of creating art. It took me away from my pain in ways killing and war never could. My soul, for a moment, was at peace. It wasn't long until every inch of the cave walls were full of pictures telling the stories of my life upon earth, of my pain and sorrow, of my fall from heaven, but most of all, of Semya. I drew her face as much as I could. Each time it was better, looking more and more like her, until she was alive on the wall. It seemed I would spend long hours looking into her drawn eyes, sobbing into my hand, begging her forgiveness. But she was just a picture. I wanted to hold her so she would never be cold again, to tell her I loved her, that she was more beautiful than anything the Creator had made. The Creator may have very well sighed at the sight of his masterpiece, his most beautiful work of art. He abandoned the world to create her. Of course, this was not true, but it is how I felt. What I would not give even now to take her place if the Dark Prince, the keeper of the fires of hell, asked me. I would let my soul burn for all eternity to set her free. Even today I would gladly give it, but the rebellious one left me alone, stayed far away from me, for even he feared the wrath of the Creator who made him of smokeless fire. He knew I suffered, knew the Creator's wrath was upon me. So he stayed far away, and would not hear my plea when I offered my soul, when I pleaded for him to take it. So fearful was he that he ignored me. I mocked him. "Where is your rebellious soul now, coward?" Still he ignored me. Was there nothing I could do? I began to explore the land around my cave, for it had changed much since I had come. I do not remember how long I stayed within the cave, but I knew it was a very long time. As I was exploring, a thought came to me that maybe I could create as the Creator did. For he made mortals of mere clay, shaped them, and moulded them. Maybe I could do the same. So I dug in the earth for many days, bringing as much clay as I could to my cave, and spent hours trying to create something, even a cup to drink from. But to my frustration, I could not even make that. I sighed, but I did not give up, and soon I had to find more clay. It took me many weeks to mould a perfect cup, but I did not stop. Then I began to mould a fish and other creatures I have seen, perfectly. I began to understand the delight the Creator took in creation, but I could not bring these things to life, no matter how I tried. I would copy the way the Creator blew into his sculpture's mouth, as I had watched him do many times, but I could not give them life. Even with that disappointment, I still sculpted things and cooked them in the fire to make them hard and more beautiful. Then I sculpted Semya. It took me many months, for I wanted every detail of her to be perfect. And when I finished, I could not cook it. I could not place her again into the fire. In fact, I took her deep into the cave and cradled her in my arms, weeping. For years, never would I let her go. I slept with her in my arms, protecting her, talking to her, begging her forgiveness. This is how I lived for centuries, and I was somewhat happy, until a voice awoke me, a strong, powerful voice I had not heard for many centuries. "Get up, foolish one, and listen," the voice boomed. Carefully I stood, still clutching Semya's statue to my chest, but still I could not see. "Gabriel, is that you?" I whispered. "Allah has not forgotten you, though you have forgotten him," his voice boomed again. And then silence. The light faded. Still I was blind. The silence was deafening. "But he has. He has. Look at me. I am here," I sobbed, falling on my knees. Then I shouted, my voice cracking and choked with pain and my sobs. "He deserves to be forgotten for what I have suffered." But Gabriel was gone. I cursed him to let me be. "Leave me to my suffering in peace," I screamed as I pounded the floor of the cave until my hands were bloody grubs. I then watched them slowly become whole again. But I heard another voice, this one soft and frightened. It was the voice of a woman. "Hello? Hello?" she called softly. "Semya?" I whispered. But I knew it was not her. I crept to the front of the cave, concealed in the darkness. There, a young, pale woman stood, eyes coloured with blue of the deep ocean. Her hair was of gold, and it shined in the darkness. Her features were delicate and soft. She wore brown riding pants and tunic, her small breast barely acknowledgeable beneath the leather. She held a dagger firmly in her hand and stared at the many drawings on the walls. She marvelled at the sculptures that were everywhere. I watched her for long moments, studying the rise and fall of her chest as she breathed, and her feminine scent that mingled with sweat. She was scared, that was obvious. But of what? Finally, I spoke from the shadows. "Why do you intrude upon my home?" I said softly. She still could not see me, but spun quickly round to face where she heard my voice. She was pretty, but how so? I could not tell. Her face was tense, uncertain. She gripped her dagger tightly, held it in front of her, its point in my direction. "I mean no harm," she said in a shaking voice. She looked anxiously at the waterfall hiding the cave. I could hear men's voices out there. "Then leave and let me be," I replied calmly. Her face paled as the men's voices grew closer, louder. It dawned on me she was running, hiding from them. Undoubtedly, they would find my cave. "Please, I cannot," she began again, looking back with fear at the cave's entrance. "They will kill me if they find me. Please." Her plea was firm, and she was ready to fight me if she had to. "What makes you think I won't, young one?" I replied. Her eyes widened as if she did not expect this. "One who can create these beautiful pieces of art cannot be one to kill. He has to possess a kind soul," she said, and smiled. Despite myself, I did not realize how I missed the presence of another living thing to speak with. Maybe I should help. But why should I? Mortals always bring pain and sufferings with them. I came here to flee from that. Evil often takes the form of beauty, young one, I said, stepping into the light. She gasped and stumbled fear in her eyes.
Are you an angel?
This I did not expect. It astonished me that she would ask this, or recognize an angel. I was so used to mortals thinking me a demon that to be called what I was seemed foreign to me. What do you know of angels? I asked. But she could not answer. A man wielding a sword stepped through the waterfall and gave a shout to the others as he saw the woman. "Finally you will get what's coming to you, you thieving whore!" The man grabbed her, eyeing me cautiously as if he had never seen another living thing before. I noticed his flesh was pale, just as the woman's. She faced him, dagger raised, as several armed, rough-looking pale men entered the cave. Why should I help her? She's a thief. She deserves her fate. But something nagged me. The other men eyed me, the same way as the first, but I sensed fear, uncertainty. "Come, Anya, don't make this any harder on yourself," the first man said, eyeing me warily. The other men, 7 in all, blocked the entrance. This intrigued me. 7 armed men sent to capture this woman. They must fear or respect her talent of thieving. "What has she stole that would be worth your lives?" I asked calmly. At first, the men did not know how to take this. A strange, dark flesh man who lived in a cave questioned them. Anya stepped closer to me. "It is not your concern, boy. You would be wise to stay out of it," the man growled. To them, I looked no more than a boy of 20. But only if they knew. "Since she's now a guest in my home, it is my concern. Now please leave peacefully," I asked. Sadly, knowing they would not, Anya now stood slightly behind me. I did not wish to kill again, but I could not figure out why this woman's life somehow seemed important. "Very well, boy. You shall share her fate," the man snarled as he came at me. I did not move. I let the blade pierce me deep into my side. I forgot how painful getting wounded could be. My blood spilled upon the floor, but I did not fall. Anya stepped from me.
"No!"
she whispered and lunged at the man. I grabbed her arm. Fool of a woman, it seemed she wanted to die. She looked at me in shock that I still stood and had strength. The man did as well. He pulled his sword free and stabbed me again. But still I did not fall. I gasped in pain, but still stood. The first wound already healed. Now I could see the fear and confusion in his eyes, in all of their eyes. "Lord, protect us!" I heard one of them say. "Your lord is not here, only I. I give you one last chance to leave, with your life," I said calmly. I could hear Anya's heart pounding behind me. It tripled by fear. The man pulled his sword free of me and backed away. "Why won't you die, demon?" he asked with holy zeal replacing his fear. Who were these men? This I had to discover from this woman before she could leave. The men behind their obvious leader looked at him uncertainly, not wanting to be here anymore, no longer caring about capturing Anya. "I have been called that before," I said, feeling some sort of comfort in the familiar name. "So you do not deny it?" the man shouted. and she has aligned with you and your dark master," he said, raising his sword. I sighed, thinking them mad, knowing they would persist until I killed them. "By the blood of Christ, I command you to go back to hell where you belong," he roared. I could not help myself. I laughed. So this was who these men were. Christian followers of one of the chosen servants of the Creator. Oh, how they guessed it wrong, those fools who worship the kind Jesus as a god, despite his warnings not to. Despite his teaching them of Allah, the greed of men for power over other men. The man was taken aback by my laugh. He expected me to cower and flee, not to laugh. I stepped forward and quickly grabbed his throat with one hand, choking his life and breaking his neck with a flick of my wrist. The sound of his snapping bones echoed through the cave. The other men paled and ran. I held the dead man's body from the cave floor and turned calmly to the woman who shook openly, wishing she had tempted her fate with the men. "Please, please don't kill me," she begged, her earlier confidence and courage shattered. I could hear the horses of the fleeing men fading in the distance. They'll return, I know, but they would bring many more mortals with them. I sighed. The peace and isolation of my cave had been disturbed. "I just saved your life. Why would I do that only to kill you?" I asked. She did not answer. "You called me an angel. Why?" I asked. She seemed puzzled. "Have you seen one?" I continued. She nodded. My heart began to race. Were there others like me, banished to live amongst mortals? "Where?" I asked desperately. She swallowed hard. "In pictures, in the church. They look like you, your features, and they glow like you," she said. I sighed. I was a fool for thinking there were others like me confined to earth. But still I was disappointed. "Are you hungry?" I asked her. She seemed to regain herself. "Am I your prisoner?" she asked. I frowned. "You can leave whenever you want," I said. "I have no interest in harming you or keeping unwanted company." I saw her shoulders relax, and she sheathed her dagger into her belt. "Yes, I am starving," she said with a nervous smile. I returned her smile and heard her sigh when she saw it. "Can you light a fire?" I asked, pointing to the half-burnt logs by her. She nodded. "I will return shortly with some fish," I said, and turned to leave the cave. "Hey," she said suddenly. I stopped and turned to her. "Are you really an angel?" she asked nervously. I sighed. "I once was. Long ago," I replied, and left her alone with an astonished look upon her face as I set out to catch some fish. Strangely, I was glad to have some company after so long without any. I walked down the side of the waterfall. I was lost in thought, not sure what this meant. I knew more mortals would come, but the peace here was no more. Was the Creator's hand forcing me from the meagre solitude I found here? Maybe Gabriel spoke the truth. I had no reason to doubt that I was not forgotten, for it seemed he wanted me to suffer more. So in that aspect he had remembered me. Was there no place I could hide to avoid the punishment? Was not being trapped amongst mortals for eternity enough? I kneeled down by the side of the lake. The foam of the waterfall seemed to glow beautifully in the sunlight. The sound of the rushing water echoed through the peace of the forest. Ah, beautiful ones, I miss my cave. The silent beauty of nature and the like, I long for the peace I found there. I think I will return there, and never again leave, for humanity brings nothing but pain. Ah, forgive me, for I stated my longing for such a place. I keep a big bowl I made from clay at the slope of the lake. I carved pictures of fish on its sides, for I loved such intricate, delicate work. I love the beauty of it. I cannot explain how I love it, or why it enticed me so, but it did, and I am happy for it. Fishing for me was easy, not very time-consuming as some mortals make it to be with their poles and strings. I never understood why they did it so. Maybe they found peace in it as I found in art. To sit and let the mind wander, to enjoy the beauty of nature, the calm of the lake, the cool breeze upon the flesh. Ah, maybe it was so. I stuck the bowl into the water and called to the fish. I asked them to fulfill the purpose in which the Creator made them, to serve men, and they would come willingly into the bowl. But I never took more than what was needed. I cleaned them, gutted them, and removed the bones, setting the waste back into the water so the creatures of the lake may feed. I looked for a flat stone to place within the fire to cook them. I saw a rather large one, picked it up with my free hand, and walked back into the cave. Ah, Anya, she was a kind soul. She had a fire blazing, her cloak removed, her boots as well. She seemed completely relaxed as she studied the sculptures and the art upon the walls with sad wonder. I wonder what thoughts crossed her mind. I could listen, but I did not, for I knew the value of isolation, of being lost in the secrets of your own thoughts. I could not violate that, but she held something in her hands and caressed it delicately. She was lost in the beauty of it. I looked closer at what she was holding. The stone fell from her hand. A yell sprang from me. She turned, startled. My statue of Semia in her hands. "No, please, please give me that," I said. My voice shook and my body was tense. She looked frightened. I am sorry. I didn't mean to upset you," she said, softly moving towards me and gently placing Semia into my shaking arms. She backed away as I clutched her to my chest and wept. My Semia, my sweet Semia. Never would I let harm come to her again. Never would I fail her, though it was just a statue of her moulded from clay. It was dear to me. It was all I had left. "Forgive me. I did not mean to cause you pain," she said sincerely, her voice strained with concern and sadness. I sighed deeply. "It is okay, Anya. You did not know," I said, and disappeared into the back of the cave, placing my Semia gently on the pallet where I slept. I returned to see Anya studying the pictures of Semia, the many that lined the walls of the cave. She quickly turned away as she saw me approaching. I walked past her, placed the stone in the fire, and gently placed the fish upon it to cook. She came and sat across from me, the fire crackling between us. "Who was she? The woman of the pictures and the sculpture?" she asked softly. I looked up and into her eyes. She was innocent, a thief, as those men put it, but her heart and soul was not evil. "Someone very dear to me, the one I failed," I replied. She sighed. "Could you tell me of her?" she asked as the fish began to sizzle. I did not look at her. My eyes were locked on the quickly cooking fish. "I think not," I replied. She seemed disappointed, but she understood. I could tell this one was not used to being denied. "What about you, young one? Why were those men after you?" I asked, placing several cooked fish into a bowl for her. She smiled as she took it.
"Thank you. Do you have a name?" she asked as she began to eat.
The poor woman was half-starved. I waited patiently as she ravaged the fish. I gave her the rest and watched her eat, watched her hair fall over her eyes, the way she ran her tongue over her soft, full lips to clear every last taste of the fish. As she finished and wiped her hands upon her pants, I answered, "Forgive me for not introducing myself to you properly. I am Malaik." She nodded, drinking some water from a different bowl.
"Well, I am Anya,"
she began, and stopped to clear her throat. I sat back, relaxing against the cool cave wall.
"I am not a thief, as those men had said earlier," she explained. "They work for the bishop and the church, taking what they can from us, poor farm folk, saying it is the will of God. Those who refuse to give them what they wish, they accuse of sorcery and being aligned with the devil, and they burned them."
She stopped again. Her eyes seemed glazed as she relived some horrible memory. The fire danced in her blue eyes.
"My father refused, and they burnt him as a heathen."
She stopped again, taking a deep, shuddering breath. I knew her pain. I knew she could still hear her father's screams echoing in her mind, smell his flesh as it burned. But she was strong. She would not allow me to see her cry, to see her weak. She held her tears back.
"I burnt all of my father's crops, his farm, so the church wouldn't take any more from him than they already had. They said I stole from God and tried to arrest me. I knew I would share my father's fate, so I ran. I do not remember for how many days or nights they pursued me. I was exhausted. Everything seemed a blur. I came to the waterfall. I heard a voice shouting from behind it, and now here I am, at your mercy. I have no home, no family, no skills, no one, nothing. All taken from me by God," she said, yawning. It was still light out, barely past midday, but she had not slept. "I can assure you, Anya, God did not take your home and your food, for he has no need of them. He does not eat nor sleep. It was the evil and greed of men that did so. But I am sorry for your loss. I know you are suffering, for I am also. That is something we share." She smiled faintly, but not convinced. "May I sleep here tonight?" she asked. "I understand if you don't want me to, though."
Obviously she was not used to having to beg for somewhere to lay her head, or for anything. Poor woman. I knew this hurt her pride. "You may stay as long as you like. You may sleep in my bed," I said, and rose and walked past her.
"Why are you so kind, Malaik, to a mere stranger?" she asked.
I turned to face her. I honestly did not know. Perhaps because we were both suffering, both lost those who were dear to us. Or maybe I was just lonely, just glad to have company. "I know what it feels like to be forgotten and left to exist alone with nothing," I replied before disappearing to where my pallet was. I gently cradled my statue of Semia and returned to the fire. Perhaps I felt more kin to her because we have shared the torment of fire, seen it consume someone. I heard the screams and wails of pain as the fire embraced them. I shuddered. "It is all yours. Rest well," I told her as I sat with Semya in my lap and stared at the fire. I could feel the sobs coming, feel the pain rising up again, feel it burn and sear my heart. She stood and began to walk to the pallet, her heavy cloak draped over her slender pale arm.
"You are not going to leave here as I sleep, are you, Malaik?"
she asked. I could hear the fear in her voice. I know she did not want to be alone. Could I leave her even if I wanted to? I did not know if I could abandon someone who needed me, although I knew that all mortals brought was pain and more suffering. But strangely, I welcomed her. "I will be here when you wake, Anya." She stared at me a moment, as if trying to find deception in me, but soon disappeared to the pallet. I knew she would find no comfort in sleep, for I never have. I was alone again with my pain, my Semya in my arms. After a while, I heard her gentle sobs, and I sobbed with her. The tapes clicked. What was left of their breakfast was now cold and forgotten as they were absorbed in Malaik's story and the emotion in his voice as he told it. The sincerity always amazed Sondra, who did not know what to think of him, this amazingly gorgeous man. Was he insane, or just a lonely, hopeless romantic, lost in his world, lost in his own pain? Sondra could identify with that, for she herself has gotten lost in her own stories, her own fantasy world. She lived there for hours, sometimes days on end, as she wrote. It was an addiction, an escape from a cruel world full of pain. It was stronger than the alcohol or any drug she knew. But in the end, she always knew it wasn't real, and she always had to return to her life, a pain that existed there. The pain and utter loneliness could be seen in his dark eyes, even when he was smiling. It was there, only if you could see past the beauty that made him. Malaik sighed, cleared his throat, and continued as Sondra clicked on the tape recorders without the same enthusiasm she once had. Where was I, beautiful ones? Ah, I remember. I must have slept while Anya sobbed herself to sleep, for it was dark out when I opened my eyes. The fire was only but embers, a dull glow to fight away the darkness. I could hear the steady crashing of the waterfall that had been the only thing consistent in my life so far, perhaps along with the sorrow as well. What am I to do with this Anya, this golden-hair beauty whose flesh was as pale as the new moon, eyes the deep blue of the ocean? Her life had been cleansed by the fire, as was mine. Life is strange that way, for it only takes a moment to destroy a lifetime of happiness. I must leave soon. I knew I must. But where does that leave Anya, stranded alone? Those men would return with more men. But by the way she looks, it seemed nature would do her in first had she really grown up on a farm. But it does not seem as if she had. How could she not know how to survive off the land? She looked half-starved, scared, near to death. Maybe there is some place she would like to go, a place she could start anew. I could get her there, yes. I will ask her when she wakes. I turned to my Semya, still cradled in my arms. What do you think of that, my love? I asked her, knowing she would not answer. I spoke to her more to soothe myself out of my guilt and of the complete loneliness that I am plagued to endure. It would be good to help, would it not? I asked her as I traced the curve of her lips with my fingers. I stared into her eyes, imagining they were really there, those beautiful dark eyes. I sighed. "I will never let you go again," I whispered to her. Something caught my attention. The only noises for a long time was the crackling of the waterfall. Ah, poor lost woman, she was crying again, calling out for her father. Should I wake her? I thought, for I knew she was asleep. I knew she relived her painful memories as I had every moment I passed into sleep, and every second of my life upon earth. She awoke several hours later, around midday. I could hear her stir in the darkness. I was cooking more fish, and I had picked berries for her brunch when she came near the fire, rubbing her eyes. Her beautiful golden hair was in tangles. I was shocked to see her in a soft wool shirt that showed me more of her chest as she breathed. She still wore the leather riding pants, and they smelled of horse. She smiled, relieved.
"Good morning, my lake. I'm happy to see you," she said, and indeed she was. She must have really thought that I would leave her stranded. I returned her smile. "Smells good," she said, trying to hide the growl of her stomach. I handed her a bowl of cooked fish and berries. She smiled and said, "Thank you, my lake." "Did you sleep well?" I looked at her and knew she was probing me to know if I heard her cry in the night. I did not know mortals were slaves to their pain. I slept well, Angel," she replied. She sighed, thinking I did not hear her. I hated to be deceived, but it saved her embarrassment. She ate slowly and sat across from me. "So, what's the plan for today?" she asked. I could tell she was horrified of being alone. It was on her mind. "Well, you can start with a bath," I replied with a smile. She flushed. "It's not that bad, is it?" she asked, sniffing herself. "It is, but after that I must leave here. I have been in this cave far too long already. The peace I once enjoyed here is no more." Her face paled as I spoke. I could see fear in her eyes, her struggle to hold back her tears. "So, where do you think you will go?" she stammered. I cannot tell you how badly I felt for toying with her. I thought you could tell me where you wish to go. I would see you safely there. I saw her relax. Her soft smile reappeared on her pale face. "Oh, I don't know. I don't have anyone I know anywhere," she replied. "It seems I will have a travelling partner." "Very well. You can travel with me, but you must bathe first," I said to her. She smiled, relieved not to be alone, not forced to wander by herself. She probably would have followed me anyway. She finished eating and stood. "Very well, my lake. I will go bathe. I trust you will not peek," she said shyly. I shook my head. "Forgive me, Anya. Though you are beautiful, I have no interest in mortal desire." She seemed to frown with disappointment, but I did not care. I rose and disappeared in the darkness of the cave. I could feel her eyes following me. "My lake," she called out to me. I smiled, for I felt her need for me, to cling on to someone, anyone. I just happened to be the unfortunate one she found. I grabbed an old cloak of mine that I have kept since Egypt, along with my sword of House Tamon, its black blade very dull. I sighed as I ran my finger down the blade, remembering my old friend long ago perished on the battlefield. He was lost in the legends of Alexandria. I remembered the battle.
I felt the familiar stir in my blood, the craving for combat, the craving to kill. I closed my eyes to calm my quickly beating heart. I returned to Anya, who again was studying the pictures upon the wall. "I have this for you to wear while your clothes dry," I said, handing her the old black cloak, embroidered with gold. She took it, and gently she felt the cloth as she ran through it with her fingers, her mouth making an "oh" as her delicate fingers ran over the gold. "I have never seen something like this. It is very old and beautiful," she said, still studying it. "Where is it from?" I smiled. She seemed to have a great interest in cloth. It would be much later until I realized that all women have fine cloths and gems and other such things of the earth to drape upon themselves. But then I was blissfully ignorant. "It is from Egypt, the royal house of Taman." I paused, remembering my friend Lita, the great pleasure she gave me. Most of all, Semya, to this day. I'm not sure if I was a curse upon this family, his bloodline, or if I was merely the instrument to fulfill the curse his wife laid upon him with her dying breath. It is something I still ponder, for since I appeared in the royal garden that night, nothing but misfortune has befallen him. Anya stared at me with concern written on her face. Perhaps she saw me reliving the past. I cleared my throat. "It was a gift to me a few centuries ago from the pharaoh," I continued. She looked upon me with disbelief, for I looked younger than she. "Thank you, Malik. It's beautiful," she said, and turned to leave the cave, the old cloak slung over her arm. I hope she did not think I gave that cloak to her. I did not want to disappoint her, but it meant too much for me to let her have it. I sat as she disappeared behind the waterfall. The ancient sword was set on my lap. My eyes became lost in the black blade that slew so many in my hand. "We've had quite a journey, have we not?" I said softly, remembering the priests of Ra. The first souls I have ever sent to the afterlife. I have already helped many departed souls go to where they belong, but never was the reason for the soul's departure. "I am afraid we are not done yet, old friend," I said, and began to clean the blade, removing the rust that had built over centuries. I rubbed fish grease onto the blade until I could see the dull black gleam I remembered. I heard something that startled me, for it was beautiful. How long had it been since I heard the beauty of music? I could not remember. I stood and walked to the waterfall, and hidden behind it, I could see the lake, but I could not be seen. I was surprised by the beauty of Anya's soft voice as she sang. I was overcome, for as I said, I did not remember the last time I heard such song. My life since Semya had been filled with sorrow and pain. The only song was the cold wail of death, the ring of steel, and the cries of war. Again, I said I remembered paradise, the days we would sing, just to sing, for there was no other way to express how we felt. What joy filled us! The mortal souls that came would see us, smiling as we bowed respectfully to them. Soon they were picking up our songs, playing with us in the gardens and lakes, prostrating ourselves before the Creator. Oh, how I miss those days. Now they are but a memory, too painful to hold on to, too fragile a dream. But my heart ached as I was flooded with those images. I will never again see a home from which I was thrown out. All that replaced it was bitter agony and anger. Anya herself was beautiful, All her flesh was milky white. The water that fell from her flesh seemed like pearls falling from her. Her golden hair fell down her slender, flawless back. The water went up to her waist, so I could not see beyond that. I was transfixed as she sang and bathed, unable to move or think. I just soaked up her image and song. Then she turned to face the waterfall. Her eyes looked like blue fire in contrast to her pale flesh. Her breasts were a mere handful, but shaped so beautifully, the nipples soft and pink. Some of her golden hair fell to her waist over her shoulders. I did not realize what beauty mortals possessed, how a woman could fill the soul with wonder and longing. She bit her lip as she stared at the waterfall. My heart raced. Had she seen me? No, she could not. I was well hidden. I knew this cave as if it was one of my limbs. Still she stared as if she knew I was there, or wanting me to be. I quickly sat again, throwing a new log upon the fire. It crackled and hissed as it consumed the log. Her image lingered in my mind, but I tell you, it was not lust I felt. I was amazed at the reminder of the beauty mortals could bring. But with beauty always came sorrow and pain, as if there was a balance that had to be maintained. I picked up my sword and began to sharpen it, soaking a stone in fish oil and running it over the blade. I did not cherish the blade and what I was capable of doing with it in my hand. I could not let it go. It fascinated me and horrified me. It was the same with beautiful mortals. I knew they would bring pain, but I loved to look at them, to enjoy their beauty. They fascinated me. When my sword was sharp, I laid it down next to my statue of Semia and wandered through my possessions, the things I had created over the years, and my pictures on the wall. I sighed. I did not want to leave. This had been my home for so long, but I had to go. I knew I could not bring all my possessions, maybe only my sword and my statue of Semia, and the blankets so we could sleep. "Why did you have to disturb my peace, Gabriel?" I said. "Hasn't the Creator allowed me to suffer enough?" I began to weep. If I could somehow hide this cave from men so they would not defile my home. I knew those men who chased after Rania, for reasons she has not been honest about, would return with many more, perhaps even a small army. I could stay and defend my home, for they could not kill me. But Anya would not survive. And I did not want to kill those zealous fools, for they would not stop coming. Mortals were strange that way. They call it bravery, which I do not understand. If you cannot slay something that has killed all your comrades who have tried, why would you think you would fare any better? Mortals never fail to baffle me in these things. For that reason alone, I had to leave. They would never stop coming until I had slain them all. I walked to the pallet and gathered the blankets I had acquired over the centuries. They weren't many, maybe 5 of them. I do not remember exactly, but it was so long ago. I returned to the front of the cave to find Anya wrapped in the old cloak before the fires, her wet clothes laid out on the floor close to the flames so they could dry. She smiled as she saw me, her wet hair hanging down over her shoulders. Its golden hue caught the light of the fire and seemed to glow. I handed her some blankets to further wrap around her. "We leave as soon as your clothes dry," I told her. She nodded and looked at my bare feet. "Do you have boots?" she asked. I frowned. My boots had faded long ago. I had been barefoot for centuries. "My boots were out long ago," I replied. "The ground out there is rough. I don't want you to cut your feet, and you need some new clothes.
You look like a beggar in those rags, she said.
My frown deepened, for I had not thought of that, or how people would react should they see me like this. She ruffled through one of her pant pockets and pulled out a leather coin purse.
I have some money. It was my father's life savings.
She paused a moment.
There is a small town maybe 2 days' walk from here, she finished.
Was it really her father's coins she possessed? I remember the men chasing her and calling her a thief. I did not know what to think, for suddenly she did not seem so innocent. I thought she did not know any place close by she would like to go. She seemed uneasy that I did not answer.
Perhaps you would let me get you some boots and clothes, she asked softly.
Perhaps, I replied.
Please don't be angry with me. I thought you would abandon me if you knew there was a town I knew close by. I'm so afraid those men will find me. You make me feel safe, she pleaded.
I sighed, for I was not angry. I would have helped her if she merely asked, but her words touched me. It felt good to be needed by someone. I am not angry, Anya. I had just forgotten the ways of mortals, that's all. She frowned sadly. Her beautiful eyes seemed to fill with tears. I wanted to hold her to me like a child, to ease her fears of abandonment. Perhaps I was all she had, the only one that would help her without the price, for the world was cruel. That is something I knew, but not well enough. But it was something I would soon understand. I smiled at her. I would not abandon you, so do not worry of that, I told her. She seemed to relax. Do you have family in this town you speak of? I asked. She looked into my fire a moment.
I told you, my father was all I had. We used to sell our crops in this town every year, she replied, as she remembered those times that seemed a century ago.
Forgive me for doubting, I said. She smiled faintly.
I have enough money to get us a small farm and a good start here. You're a good artist. People always love art. You would be wealthy for your talent there, she said.
I thought for a moment, for I never thought of selling my work. I loved each one too much to depart with it. She was asking me to live amongst mortals as a mortal. Well, disguised as one. I don't know how to farm, I replied. She smiled brightly and said,
I will teach you, for I have farmed with my father all my life.
Very well. Maybe things have changed. Maybe people have changed. I would give it a try. No one can know what I am, Anya, I said seriously. It would cause too much trouble. Anya nodded.
Of course, my lake. I don't want to share my angel with anybody, she replied with another smile.
Maybe she understood. I, at the time, thought she did. If I knew then how wrong I was, I would have let those men have her, for it would be less painful for us both. But then I could not see the future, nor do I wish to. For all the control you believe you possess over your life is just an illusion. For all, life was pre-written. It took me centuries to understand that. I was no exception to this.
I can show you things, my lake. Things in life you may not know, like beer, taverns, wenching. Well, maybe not wenching, but all the things men do and are expected to do.
She said this, grinning with excitement. It seemed that I was a pet to her, something she could teach to be a mortal man. But she did not understand that I am so different. The mere fact that I could not be wounded, let alone die, made me brave. Even if I could die, I longed for it since I was made to be alone in this world. I knew of some of the things she spoke of. I knew of beer and taverns, whorehouses, though I never experienced them. But I knew of the tales men spoke. These were men I fought beside in the Pharaoh's army, men that were lost on the battlefield long ago at the Battle of Semia. I did not want to be part of that again, nor did I want to be plagued by the memories of those men long ago. I smiled at her, not wanting her to see the pain, the horror that I felt at the mere thought of trying to be a mortal man. She would not understand. I did not want to trouble her with concern for me.
Do angels, like women? And other stuff? She asked shyly.
Maybe she did not hear me when I told her I did not suffer from mortal desire, or maybe she did not believe it. I frowned at her. Did she have interest in me, or was she just curious? It did not matter either way to me. I did not want to encourage her. I have no desire for mortals in such ways, Anya, I said again. She frowned, looking at the statue of Semia.
Oh, she said softly. I thought you were just hurt from losing your wife and did not want another woman.
I sighed. My wife, now that is a thought. That seemed sadly comical to me. I could never partake in such mortal vows. Or could I? She would age and wither like a flower in winter, and I would stay the same. I could not bear to watch one die so slowly, especially one I loved. I could not offer her anything besides my company and love, for my seed would bear no fruit. I would not waste her time with one like me, for I am destined to be alone, to live when all else dies. And Gabriel says I am not forgotten. Ha! What does he know of how I suffer? I'm afraid she was not, Anya. I was her guardian, assigned to her, and protect her in her time of need, and I failed. That is why I'm still here, I replied.
Oh, she said. I'm sorry, Malik. My mother took her own life when I was young. I thought for the longest time it was because of me, but I was wrong.
I stared into the fire. She did not understand, nor did I expect her to. I was a fool for even talking to her about it. I stood, not wanting to talk about it any further. I think your garments are dry, I said, pointing to her clothes. Her blue eyes searched mine. She knew she touched on something painful to me.
I didn't mean to overstep, she began.
I lifted my hand to silence her. All is well, Anya. I will go to the back while you dress, I replied, turning my back to her and disappearing into the darkness. For a moment, I pondered how she knew Semia had taken her own life. Then I remembered the long hours she studied the pictures upon the wall. She could probably recite the events of my life amongst mortals. How foolish was I to open myself so? But I never anticipated having someone else in my cave. Now she knew of my life, my struggles, trying to fit in amongst them. Many would not believe her if she spoke of it. But then again, there would be some that lived in the shadows in this age of Christianity and worshipped demons instead of the man the Christians worshipped. Those evil ones who claimed to control demons would believe her. But would she put herself at such a risk? I did not believe she would. I came back a few moments later to find her just pulling her shirt down over her small breast. She flushed as I entered. "Forgive me. I should have waited longer," I apologized. She smiled, her eyes alive
with some strange anger. "It is okay, Malaik. I don't have to worry about one who feels no such desire for mortals," she said as she grabbed 2 of the blankets and wrapped them in her cloak. She tied it into a ball so that it would be easily carried, then sat down to pull on her boots. I could not understand why she was angry with me, I who saved her life and agreed to travel with her and protect her. What have I done to anger her so? I shrugged, for it was yet another aspect of mortals I did not understand. I gently wrapped my statue of Semia with the 2 blankets, then pulled my cloak tightly around me. I did not have a belt buckle for my sword, so I placed it inside the blankets with a hilt stuck out so I could carry the bundle against my shoulder. Anya stood by the waterfall, eager to move on, for it was only an hour or so past midday. Our time was short before nightfall. But we would be going down a well-travelled road, so we could travel well into the night if Anya was up to it. She cleared her throat impatiently. I turned to her. "Give me a moment. This has been my home for a long time, and it is hard to let it go so easily." She sighed and disappeared outside of the cave. I stared at my life depicted on the cave walls, the pictures of Semia's beautiful face. I almost laughed at my first crude attempts to draw. Then all the many things I have sculpted out of clay, bowls and animals that I have seen and thought were beautiful. I sighed. I did not want to go, but I knew it was time. "Thank you. You have served me so well," I said softly, putting the remaining logs into the fire so it would stay lit. Though I loathed the thought of a mortal dwelling in my cave, I knew someone might need it. It could be a place of warmth and safety to some lonely wanderer like me, who was searching for solitude from the troubled world and the brutality of man. I sighed softly and walked into the daylight, squinting as my eyes adjusted to the sun. My bundle and sword were slung over my shoulder. There stood Anya, leaned over the river, scooping water into her mouth. Strands of her long golden hair fell into the water. She was a pretty woman. I walked next to her, and she smiled up at me. "The road is about a mile northeast from here," she said as she stood. I nodded and stared at the waterfall. How I would miss the roaring of it, the splashing, the smell of clean water and life. I wanted to cry. For centuries, I have lived here. I thought I would stay there forever. But that was a foolish notion. Mortal life has a way of forcing change upon you. I could see the fire blazing from within the cave. I turned back to Anya, who suddenly seemed to understand attachment to the cave. She flung her arms around me, embracing me tightly. "It will be okay, Malaik. I felt the same about my father's farm," she said softly into my ear. Her warmth felt good to me. Her embrace firm but soft. Her flesh had that feminine smell, and it felt good to be touched. I felt her breast pressed against my chest. She looked into my eyes as if she was searching for something, then broke free of the embrace. "Thank you," I said, wishing I could feel her against me again, or maybe feel her lips against mine. I shook my head. Why do I continue to think this way? Have I not learned? She began walking towards the road while I was a few steps behind. It wasn't long before we were on the old road, heading towards the town. We walked in silence, each lost in our own thoughts.
I was afraid, truthfully. I was, for I did not know how it would be among something I avoided for centuries. I did not know if I could love a mortal life on a farm as a mortal farmer. I knew I did not look like other mortals. I possessed the sharp angelic features and beauty that mortals did not. My eyes were big and deep, black as coal. Would they accept me? I remember the look in Anya's eyes when she first saw me in the cave. It was a look of mingled fear and awe. I recall the cautious look the men chasing her gave me, as if I was something that could not be true. They called me a boy. I knew I looked young to mortals, but how young I did not know, for I only grew hair on my head, eyebrows and eyelashes. Besides that, I was hairless, unlike mortal men, who seemed to grow hair everywhere, like some beast. We passed by other travellers, who craned their necks as they rode, or walked by to stare at me, and another woman walked with me. But strangely, there was not fear in their eyes. I saw nothing but respect, which baffled me, for I walked in rags, no better than a beggar. I asked Anya about this, and she smiled.
It is your face and skin. You look to have noble or royal blood in you, for only someone of high blood could be so handsome, she replied.
Again, I did not understand, but it did not seem to be a bad thing. So I put it far from my mind. The sun had already set, and it was dark, but still we continued, for it seemed a couple of hours more until we heard laughter and singing off in the distance. I smelled the flickering lights of campfires. Before us were wagons pulled by horses, several of them, with many people, perhaps 30 men, women and children of all ages. There were some dancing and singing in their camps off to the side of the road. Anya smiled.
Here is our camp for tonight, and our meal, she said.
I did not understand. We did not know these people. Why would they help us? I gripped the sword held tightly, ready to free it from the blankets if needed. Anya saw me tense up.
Relax,
she said softly, patting my arm before boldly walking up to the camp. I followed behind her. The singing stopped as we entered the light of their campfire. Many eyes were upon us. Those who were dancing stopped and stared. Kids stopped playing and ran to their parents. A big man, dark-skinned, with long black hair and fierce dark eyes, approached. I noticed that those here were a mixed people of different skin tones. Some had flesh as black as the Nubians, others brown like the Egyptians, then some as pale as Anya. The man carried a huge axe in his big, calloused hands. He was intimidating. He looked at Anya, studying her only a moment, then to me, while studying me deeply. From the sword hilt, I gripped the blankets that held the blade. He seemed to go over every inch of me. He did not smile as he did this, and the other people remained silent. I could smell food being cooked. I knew Anya could as well. I could hear her stomach growling.
We ask to share your fires this night, and mean no harm,
she asked softly and unafraid. The man eyed her again, then smiled. Of course, I cannot deny a lady and her noble company. They come in peace. You are welcomed, he replied. Anya smiled, and I could feel the camp relax. The singing continued. People began to dance again. Kids played as if nothing happened. Who were these strange people? We were ushered to some cushions beside a large fire. Plates of food and a skin of wine were brought to us. The people eyed me when they thought I wasn't looking. The big man, obviously their leader, came and sat next to us as we ate. Anya dived into her food, but I ate more slowly. "I am Cain, friends," he said with a smile. Anya took a break from her food to introduce herself.
"Oh, I'm Anya. Forgive me, for I haven't eaten since I woke,"
she said, and dove back into the steaming stew just served to us. A lovely dark-skinned woman refilled her bowl when it was empty. The man laughed deeply and merrily, his big frame shaking as he did. His laughter was contagious, for I smiled to see one laugh so heartily. I had forgotten the sound of such laughter. It relaxed me, and to be around happiness and merriment. "All is well," he replied, and turned to me. I was lost in the joy of these people, a joy I did not understand. "I am Malaik," I said. "Why do you celebrate?" "Well, friend Malaik, we don't celebrate. It is just our way to be happy," he replied. I did not understand, but that was okay, for I was to overcome with the joy of these people. Anya drank deeply of the wineskin and handed it to me. I tasted it, and must have made a funny face, for Cain went into a fit of laughter, a fit so strong his eyes watered. The wine was bitter, something I had not before tasted. The alcohol burned my tongue. Anya laughed as well. Before I could ask why, a young brown-skinned man came to Anya and held out his hand. "My lady," he said, gently pulling her to her feet and guiding her to dance by the fire with several others. I could hear her laughter. I smiled when I saw her happy, something I had not seen in the short time I knew her. Cain wiped his eyes. "This wine is an acquired taste," he said as he leaned forward and covered his mouth with his huge hand. "My wife made it, so act like you like it for my sake." I nodded and took a deep swig. My throat burned, but I swallowed it. My eyes watered, and Cain burst into laughter again. I laughed with him. It felt good to laugh. If this is how mortals were now, it wouldn't be so bad to be amongst them. I might enjoy it. "Before some young lady scoops you up to dance, tell me, where are you travelling?" he said. I felt comfortable around this man, so I told him. Anya told me of a town where we could start a life at, on some farm not far from here. "So she is your wife, then?" he asked. I was taken aback. "Oh no, just a friend of hers. Well, more like her protector," I said. He looked at me questionably. "You do not look like a warrior. Forgive me if I offend you. You seem too pretty to be a warrior," he said, and then laughed some more. So I told him of how I met Anya, and how I lived in the cave. I kept from him what I was, or how long I had been there. He seemed puzzled. "That is strange, for you seem to be of noble birth. I figured your father's land got sacked by enemies and you escaped, or you are being a rebellious youth and ran from home," he said, studying my reaction. When he saw none, he frowned. "Then again, I could be wrong. So tell me about you, Malaik. Where are you from?" he asked. I sighed. Where was I from here, in this mortal world? I could not tell him the truth, so I would tell him where my life began here amongst the mortals. "I am from Egypt," I replied. He seemed surprised. "Wow, you are a long way from home. That explains much, for I heard all Egyptians are pretty, he replied. He was about to ask me something more, but a young red-haired woman approached me. Cain smiled as he saw her. Go ahead and dance with her, he said encouragingly. I could not help but to see her blush, and I could also see the desire in her eyes. I stood and took her hand. Very well, I replied. Cain laughed and grabbed his wife, a dark-skinned beauty, as she passed by, and placed her hand on his lap lovingly. The red-haired woman giggled as she led me where the others were dancing. She was pretty. She had freckles on her nose and cheek. Her breasts seemed to want to jump out of her dress, so tight was the fit. Her eyes were hazel, her flesh felt so soft, and she smelled of roses. I did not know how to dance as the mortals danced, nor had I danced in a very, very long time. The last time I danced was in my Creator's garden with other angels and new souls coming into paradise. She began to move her hips, her arms above her head. I caught a look Anya was giving me. I heard drums beating. She moved slowly in a circle, swinging her hips and arms. I was caught by her body moves. I felt that familiar stir in my blood, that desire. I had to do something to get it out of my mind, images of making love to her. So I began to dance as I did long ago in paradise. I moved my feet swiftly and my arms in agile, fluid motions. I closed my eyes. I imagined I was home. I could see the beautiful gardens, the flawless crystal blue lakes. I let my soul guide my motions, and I moved, feeling exhilarated. Keeping at pace, I began to hum softly, a song I sang to my Creator as I danced. But something was wrong, for I could no longer hear the drums or the stomping of feet and laughter of the camp. I opened my eyes, and people were staring at me. The pretty red-haired woman wept softly. Everyone was silent, and I was afraid. What have I done? I could hear the fire cracking the silence, the sounds of weeping, and people staring at me in wonder. I looked at Anya, and she was dancing the same. I felt uncomfortable. I turned and began to leave, cursing myself. I knew it was not wise to associate with mortals. I did not know why I relaxed so, or what foolish thought crossed my mind, leading me to believe I could live with these people, that I could be immortal. But as I was leaving to gather my things, I felt a soft, gentle hand upon my arm. Please don't go. That was so beautiful, the way you moved, and that song you sang. Forgive me for weeping, for I had never heard nor seen anything like it, the red-haired woman said. I looked around. The camp was nodding in agreement. Aye, Malaik, kindly forgive us for staring. We were just taken by your song and dance. Please grace us and stay by our fires, boomed the deep voice of Cain. The laughter in his eyes was replaced by wonder. I did not know what he meant by stay by our fires, for I only intended to stay overnight. Anya ran to me and wrapped her arms around me, pushing the red-haired woman aside, who sighed and respectfully backed away. I knew you were special after what happened in the cave, but I did not really believe you were an angel until now, she said into my ear. I knew what she meant. My previous stab wound healed before the eyes of the men who had chased her into my cave. Maybe she thought me a demon. I sighed, pulling her from me. It is okay, Anya, I replied, and returned to my seat next to Cain. The drums, laughter and dancing returned, but not like as it was before. Eyes kept drifting towards me. Anya sat beside me, breathing hard. She took another big drink from the wineskin, her face flushed from the alcohol. "Who are you, friend? For you truly intrigue me," Cain asked. I smiled at him. "I am Malaik from Egypt," I replied. He laughed loudly. "Very well, I will accept that. I would invite you to become a member of our camp. We travel through all lands, and would welcome you both to make your home with us, since you have none. We share everything, and we all work together to survive," he said. I felt there was something more that drove him to invite us to be part of his people, to join him. I looked at Anya, who smiled happily, though this was different than what we had planned. But she seemed to like the idea. "Very well," I said, smiling. Cain slapped me on the back, grinning from ear to ear. He stood, and all went silent. "Tonight, we welcome 2 new wanderers to our family. They no longer have to search for a home or beg for food, for we share each other's fire, eat each other's food, and defend each other as one," Cain announced to the people. The wanderers cheered loudly, happy to have us. To them I was a handsome, talented bard that would bring honor to their people, though they were from many different lands. But they were all one people under Cain. He sat again beside us as people came by and hugged us, greeted us as brother and sister. These were kind people, unlike the men I first knew, bloodthirsty, battle-eager men of Egypt. When people began to lay out the blankets to sleep, I was somewhat flushed. Some were making love out in the open, and nobody seemed to care, as if it was the normal thing to them. And it was. I could see Anya's cheeks colour at the sight as well. I caught the inviting eyes of several single women who stared at me, but a glare from Anya turned them away. Cain looked at me a moment. "You say you are a warrior. We are in need of another to help protect the camp. Are you okay with such a duty?" I smiled and nodded. He yawned. "Good. Well, sleep well, friend," he said, grasped me on the back, and disappeared into the wagon where his wife awaited. Anya laid out our blankets. I took off my cloak and wrapped it gently around Semya's statue. Anya watched as she took off her boots. I laid down my cloak with a statue of Semya in it next to my head so I would wake if it was disturbed. I pulled a blanket over me. Anya lay next to me.
"I hope you don't mind if we share blankets, for it's all we have," she asked.
"It is okay, Anya," I said, yawning. She curled up next to me, and we shared the warmth and comfort of the blanket. I felt her body pressed against mine, could smell her sweet scent. She put her arm about me. This surprised me somewhat, but I did not pull it away. It felt good to be needed, to be clung to after all these years of being alone. I welcomed it.
"Malaik?"
she said softly. "Yes, Anya," I replied, my back to her, for I did not want to face her. I did not want to be so close to her soft lips. I had that stirring in me. The soft moans and sounds of pleasure of those making love about us did not help.
"You won't leave me, will you?"
she asked. I could hear the fear and vulnerability in her voice. She was truly afraid of being without me.
Even now that she had a place with these people, the wanderers, she still seemed to need me. I did not understand.
Of course not. I am with you until the end, I replied. At that time, I did not know how true that statement would be. She pulled herself closer to me, so her body was pressed firmly against mine, the way I have often seen lovers sleep. She hugged me tightly with her arm about my chest.
"Thank you,"
she said sleepily. I did not think of her as my lover. I cared for her, for she was so vulnerable, so afraid. Amongst everyone else, she wore a mask of being fearless. But I have seen her, the real her. I slept with her in my mind and a smile upon my face. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad amongst mortals. Maybe it would be all right. Just maybe. I woke to the smell of meat being cooked with spices. My head ached, something I did not ever experience. I felt Anya's breath upon the back of my neck as she still slept. Her arm was still tightly about me, as if she was afraid I would sneak away in the night. It wasn't quite midday, but it was close. The wandering people were barely rising, just like I was. This told me much about them. They were in no hurry to get anywhere. They would travel till nightfall, then make camp, dance, drink, and sing late into the night. Then they would do the same the next day. These were a carefree people that did as they wished and travelled where they wished. I sighed and began to gently free myself of Anya's grip. As soon as I began to move her arm, she stirred.
"Malaik,"
she asked, with sleep still in her voice. "I am here, Anya, but I must rise," I replied. She sighed, squeezed me tightly and released me. Slowly I sat up, my head throbbing. I closed my eyes and cradled my head in my hands, waiting for the throbbing to ease. I heard a thump beside me. I turned quickly. My eyes fluttered open as a neatly set of clothes lay beside me. I looked up to see Cain's dark face smiling down upon me. "Good morning, friend Malaik. I figured you would like to be rid of those old rags." His deep voice sounded. I squinted at the loudness of it. He laughed deeply, which brought a smile to my face, despite the pain. "The only way to cure that is to drink more," he said, tossing me a fresh wineskin. I was hesitant. Was it the drink that caused my head to ache? If it was, why would I want to drink more? Anya sat up beside me, rubbing her eyes.
"Good morning, Cain,"
she said, her head obviously throbbing as well. Cain laughed again. "A few nights with us, and your heads will be used to the wine. Now drink up and get dressed," he said, smiling. Anya smiled, back brushing golden locks of hair from her face. Ah, she was beautiful even upon just waking from the world of dreams. "There are fresh clothes for you as well, Anya, in that pile. And these," he said, holding up a pair of boots and pointing at my feet. Anya laughed, thinking this gesture was funny. I did not see how, and still don't until this day. Cain dropped the boots and walked off somewhere. I checked my cloak and made sure Semya's statue was safe. I looked deeply into her clay eyes for a long moment and sighed. I heard Anya rise beside me, muttering something and grabbing her fresh clothes from the pile. I took a deep drink of the bitter wine and gagged. My eyes watered. I felt a fool drinking more of the very poison that caused my head to throb. I pulled off my old shirt. It was but rags, torn and stained, smelling of fish. I sighed as I threw it aside. I picked up the soft brown shirt laid before me, ran it through my fingers. I couldn't help but smile, as if discarding my old garments lifted a weight from me. I felt somewhat lighter, as if I threw away an old heavy burden. It felt good against my flesh. The pants were of the same colour, brown, and made of the same cotton-like cloth. I took another slow pull of the wineskin and stood up. And indeed, the ache in my head began to fade. What a wonder that was to me! In order to cure the effects of poison, one has only to drink more poison. I pulled off my old torn and stained pants and replaced them with the new ones. Although the fit was extremely baggy, they were comfortable. I felt good in these new garments, but there was one last thing I must do. The boots had the same look of the kind I wore in Egypt. Again, I sat and pulled on the brown socks of the same cloth.
"How do I look, Malaik?"
I heard Anya's ask from behind. I turned to look upon her, and caught my breath, for she wore an emerald-green riding dress that showed the shape of her body. The dress ended just above her ankles, covering the top of her brown boots. The dress was tight over her chest, that made her breasts seem more than what they were. I could tell it was not a new dress, for it was worn in some places, but it made her look as though she belonged with these people. There was a slit on both sides of the dress to free her legs, which were covered with long stockings. I smiled at her. Her eyes were bright, waiting for my praise. "You are truly a beautiful creature," I told her. She ran over to me, smiling brightly, with her golden hair flying behind her. I began to put the right boot on, struggling to get my foot inside. Then I tied it several times around my calf. Anya helped me with the other boot, while laughing the whole time. The boots felt awkward, as I had a weight attached to each foot. I cannot say I enjoyed them. I stood, grabbing hold of the hilt of the sword of Tamon, my old friend, and held it firmly in my hand. Anya looked upon me with admiration.
"You could pass for a poor lord," she said, giggling.
I guess I lacked a mortal sense of humour, for I did not find sarcasm comical. I frowned. Anya sighed when she saw it.
"You have to learn how to laugh and smile," she said.
But I could not. Life is not a happy thing for me, here amongst mortals. I saw no need to smile and laugh when all I felt was pain. All I longed for was death, to be free of this mortal world. But I did not express such things to her, for though she tried to hide it, Anya was a very delicate creature. She seemed to be barely holding on to me for her sanity. The pretty red-haired woman approached us. She had 2 steaming plates in her hands, her eyes locked on mine, and she smiled pleasantly, invitingly. I could feel Anya tense as the woman neared. I do not know what she felt for me. Maybe I am a fool. Sometimes I thought she loved me as she might love a man. Other times, it seemed she was possessive of me, afraid someone else would take me from her.
"Hello,"
the woman said as she handed us our plates. Her voice was soft and sensual. She bit her bottom lip as she looked at me. "Thank you," I replied. The woman seemed to blush. Anya said nothing. She just sat and began to eat.
"I can see your wife is enjoying the food,"
the woman said, probing, although I did not see it then.
"Ha!"
Anya snarled. I wonder why everyone thought Anya was my wife. "Thank you for the compliment, but she's not my wife. Just a close friend," I replied. Anya seemed somewhat displeased with my answer, but I could see jealous anger burning in her eyes.
"Oh,"
the woman said, feigning surprise.
"I am so sorry for the mistake."
I watched the rise and fall of her chest as she breathed. My eyes danced over the top of her breasts. I did not catch the hidden meaning in her words, but Anya did, for she began to chew her food angrily.
"It is a custom of our people that each single man takes a wife, since you have no commitments," she said, looking at Anya with a smile that hid many things unpleasant. "You will be attending the luring, won't you?"
I did not at the time know what this luring was, but Anya did. She had heard tales of it, where all the single women of the people danced seductively before the single men of the camp, enticing them to take one to his blanket. And when a man took a woman who was dancing the luring, he was considered married to her. I sighed, not knowing the details of the luring. "I have no interest in marriage, beautiful one," I replied. Oh, I could see her heart crushed in her eyes as I said this. I was not meaning to upset her, but she did not understand what I am, and that I could not bring her happiness. My seed would not bloom within her. I heard Anya chuckle softly beside me, in triumph.
"Oh, will you at least be attending?" she asked.
She was not as sure of herself as she had been when she approached, but the hurt in her eyes could not be mistaken. She was one that was used to getting what she wanted. "I would enjoy seeing you dance," I replied. She smiled and thanked me, but I know that smile was just a mask. She walked slowly to the other side of the camp to talk with some of the other women. I shook my head. Mortals, I did not understand them. "What nerve that woman has," Anya said. I saw she was angry. I felt as if I had missed something.
"Besides, my angel is already taken," she said, and hugged me. I was very confused, but I enjoyed being hugged. Her face was close to mine, so close that a strand of her golden hair brushed my lips. I felt her warmth, could smell her smell. That excited me. She looked me in my eyes, hers deep and blue, filled with emotion. She kissed me. Her lips were so soft and inviting. My blood was on fire. I opened my mouth slightly and felt her tongue enter into my mouth. Her hands gripped my shoulders. Click. The tape recorder stopped. Melissa was sitting on the edge of her seat. "Did you bone her?" she asked excitedly. Sondra smiled. She too was anxious to know, but she was not bold enough to ask. "Wait, let me change the tapes," Sondra said, going through her purse. "Damn! I'm out of tapes,"
she said, frustrated.
"We can go to the store."
"I need a break anyway," Melissa said, standing and stretching. Malaik yawned and stood as well. "I must make my visit to the hospital today, so I shall depart your company for a few hours," he said. Sondra looked at him, unsure if she wanted him out of her sight.
"No, you don't. Tell me if you boned her in front of that red-headed bitch,"
Melissa demanded. Sondra laughed. Malaik smiled softly. "I am sorry, but I did not," he replied.
"Oh!"
Melissa said, disappointed. Sondra stood with her purse in hand.
"Could we go to the hospital with you?"
she asked, in a way that implied they would be there anyway. "If you wish. I go only to help comfort those who will be passing soon," Malaik replied.
"Oh, that's so kind of you," Melissa said. Sandra smiled, but felt as if there was more to his hospital visits, as if he expected to see something, or better yet, someone. "Do you ever poke that blonde chick?" Melissa persisted. "I mean, come on, she was practically throwing herself at you." Sandra rolled her eyes at her. "Come, Malek. She hasn't been laid since she was 18, so don't mind her," Sandra said, grabbing Malek's arm and opening the door. Melissa looked offended and stood with her hands on her hips. "Hey, it hasn't been that long, although it does feel like it," Melissa replied and locked the door behind her as they left her house. It was now well into the evening. There was only a couple of hours left of daylight. A cold breeze passed through them as they hurried to Melissa's black SUV. Melissa hit a red button on her keychain. Her SUV chirped, and the doors unlocked. Malek slid into the back seat. The inside of the SUV was white leather and well kept. Sandra sat on the passenger seat to the right of Melissa, who quickly started the engine. Sandra sighed as the heat passed through her, and then Melissa pulled out of the driveway. "So, where do you usually get your tapes?" she asked Sandra. Sandra thought a moment. "I normally go to an audio shop near my house, but there's a Walgreens next to St. Augustine's Hospital." Melissa yawned and began driving there. For a while, they were silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Melissa's shrewd, calculative mind went over every detail of Malek and his story, and even how he spoke of it. She was trying to find any flaw, anything to confirm her suspicions about him. But she could find none. To her, he was either the best liar alive, or he was telling the truth. But there could be no way he was a real angel. Could there? Sandra, a more sensitive woman, though she hated, was struggling with her own guilt. She wasn't so sure anymore what to believe about Malek. In fact, she needed to believe that there was more to life than this, that there was some reward for the struggles and pain she has suffered, or at least a reason why. Besides, she wasn't good enough, or she was driven to be a dreamer. Am I really that bad of a person? She wondered. Whatever Malek was, he definitely wasn't normal, and he suffered so much. She couldn't imagine longing for death and not being able to die, to be afraid to get close to anything that could die, and have a constant fear of losing someone and knowing they would pass on. It would be a hard existence knowing that you would never change, just pass through the ages unnoticed, alone and unchanged. The thought of living forever used to intrigue Sandra, but to hear of Malek speak of his life, how it is to be an angel trapped amongst mortals, completely ruined any fantasy about immortality she ever entertained. Melissa was playing with the radio, trying to find a station she liked as they pulled into Walgreens. Sandra turned to Melissa. "You want to come in with me?" she asked, almost hinting she needed to talk. Melissa sighed. You're a big girl. Besides, I want to talk to Malek about something, so go on," Melissa replied with a mischievous smile. Sandra gave her a look that translated into, "You better not," and then left the car. Malek watched her go. She seemed tense, as if she expected an elbow that did not seem to come. Malek sighed. "After all these centuries amongst mortals, I still do not understand them," he thought. "Maybe I have not paid enough attention to them. But why should I? I was not here for them. I wandered the earth and will continue to for Semya alone. And yet I know little of her,
of the one I failed, the one I love. I have only held her as she breathed her last breath. She only saw me a moment before she took her life. How much longer must I endure this torment, this guilt? It is not as bad as it was when I first began my life here, but it is still bad. If I was able, I would hang myself from the highest mountain and wither alone, forgotten. Or perhaps not. Melissa turned to face Malek from the front seat, the tip of her tongue skimming her top teeth. "So, I'm finally alone with you," she said slyly. Malek frowned. "Hey, it's not that bad," she said, exasperated. "God, I can't even fool a guy who thinks he's an angel," she said under her breath. Malek laughed softly. "Ha! So you do know how to laugh," she said with a smile that quickly faded. "You know my girl digs you, right?" Malek looked at her, not wanting to speak of it. Of course, he noticed the way she looked at him, but he had learned over the centuries to avoid such connections. He had no love left in him to give in that way. He had barely enough to warm his chilled soul. The kindness he did show was of his nature. It was what he was created to do before he was banished. Again, he frowned at her. "I thought so," Melissa responded. "She doesn't see it, but I do. There is no love left in you to give. Is there, Malek? I don't know what you are. You are the only person I can't figure out, but I know that haunted, deserted look in your eyes. I've seen it a lot in some of the monsters I have defended in court. So, what are you, Malek?" How could he explain in a way she would understand? Of course, she had heard me tell of my life, but to hear is different than to know of the pain and utter loneliness I have suffered, the longing to feel the kiss of death and be done with it. At least in hell, it was one type of constant pain that I could bear. Do you remember, Melissa, the agony you felt when you realized your husband left you and you could not figure out why? Do you remember the despair that crushed your soul when you discovered yourself alone and cold in your bed? Nothingness, not even the men you brought home to fill that void, or even a moment could come close to easing the pain of desertion. Yes, I see it in your eyes. I have suffered that tenfold, and do not have the luxury of dying one day and be rid of the pain. I must suffer and endure until my task is done, Malek replied. Melissa could not help herself as her tears fell freely. How did he know? She has never been laid so bare. She usually was the one who cuts people's souls open. It's how she won her cases, what made her who she was in the courtroom. She bowed her head, placed the palm of her hand on her forehead, and wept. She couldn't respond. She had thought that she was over her husband, but something about Malek pulled it from her and made it fresh, and she hated him for that. Malek gently placed his hand on her shoulder. His touch warmed her, made her feel all would be well. You are a beautiful person, Melissa, and you will find happiness again. But first, you must heal. I can see your soul so much like my dear Semya's, scarred by pain, bruised and blackened by agony. I heard you weep from within the moment I saw you, the same with Sondra. You are right. I cannot love her the way she wishes. My life amongst mortals has taught me that harshly, time and time again. Too harshly, I'm afraid.
But it was not only he that suffered through his love. It seemed everyone he had allowed himself to love suffers horribly. It seemed strange to Malek that every mortal he meets seems to cling to him. Some fall in love with him, confusing their need for him as something other than what it is. He knew his presence had an effect on mortals. He seemed to ease their pain, heal the wounds of their souls. For he once was an angel, a guardian of humanity, the bringer of the Creator's mercy to the suffering. Now he was just an angel fallen. No better than the Dark One, the great angel that rebelled and was cast down with his followers. But he was much worse. He did not strive to destroy the art of the Creator. He tried to help and heal, to bring peace. I don't know how you knew that, or made me like this. But believe me, I will find out and tear your life to pieces, she threatened as she sobbed. But she did not push his hand away. She needed that warmth. Oh my God, who is this man? She thought. Sandra left Walgreens with a bag in one hand, her purse in the other. As she turned to the car, she saw Melissa sobbing. She quickly climbed in and slammed the door. She looked at Malek, then to her friend, whom she has never seen cry. She was confused, not sure if she should be upset or not. Malek's face was comforting and soft. Are you okay? Sandra asked, concerned for her friend. Melissa nodded, forcing herself away from Malek's touch, trying to regain control of herself. Sandra eyed Malek, her eyes asking what happened. Malek did not answer. Melissa laid her head against the steering wheel and screamed, "Why, Marcus?" It was a scream that chilled Sandra, made hairs all over her body stand on end. 10 years of pain and doubt, confusion and anger, stuffed inside and enslaved in her work, in the courtroom where she fought impossible cases. Sandra could hear something supernatural in that scream of agony. She could swear she heard her soul. Malek seemed to glow, to radiate peace as he placed his long angelic fingers on her shoulder. Melissa sighed, her chest heaving as the last sobs began to die. Sandra knew who Marcus was, Melissa's husband. Although Sandra never met him, she had seen pictures of him. Melissa seemed to never talk of him. Had she bit off more than she could chew with Malek? Sandra found herself beginning to believe more and more that he was indeed an angel like he claimed. What else could it be? He looks angelic, supernatural, and right there before her eyes a soft white light surrounded him. She could not write this off. If he is an angel, that meant there was a God somewhere, and that thought most of all seemed to frighten her. Melissa wiped her eyes with her shirt and sighed, looking over at her friend, Sandra, who looked pale and scared. "I'm sorry," she said weakly. Sandra leaned forward and hugged her. "It's okay, babe. Even a heartless bitch needs to let it out every now and then," Sandra replied. Melissa smiled and offered up her thanks. Malek sat back and watched Melissa. He bore into her, to her very soul, and smiled to himself. For her soul seemed to sigh in relief, as if it dropped a weight it had been carrying for so long. Now the healing can begin, he thought. Melissa seemed reluctant to look at him. "Thank you, Malek," I needed that," Melissa stammered, and then backed the SUV out of Walgreens. Sandra just stared at him. "What happened?" she asked. Malak did not answer, for it was not his right to tell another the soul of someone else. "Our angel has a way of bringing the demons of the past out of us," Melissa answered slowly, with a weak smile. She seemed exhausted. Sandra sighed, seemingly a little uneasy about Malak. Sandra has never heard Melissa speak of demons and angels with the sincerity she just did. Did she begin to believe as Sandra did? It wasn't long until they pulled into the parking lot of St. Augustine's Hospital. Melissa parked the car, wiped her face one last time, and sighed deeply. "Are you ready, Malak?" Melissa asked. Malak smiled. "Yes, beautiful one," he replied, before he opened the door. The hospital. Sandra expected something to happen here that would change her life and how she thought about the world. For if Malak really was an angel, a hospital was the place to find out, here amongst those who are dying and suffering, those who really needed an angel, someone to take away the demons that plagued them. Strangely, she had a special place in her heart for those suffering. They stepped out of the vehicle and pulled their coats tightly around them as the chilled air stung them. Melissa locked the SUV with a touch of a button on her keychain. She seemed strangely subdued as they hurried for the hospital entrance. It seemed this night was not as busy as most nights at the hospital. Only a few patients sat waiting in the reception area. A heavy-set Hispanic lady sat behind a desk, typing on a computer as they walked through the automatic sliding glass doors. She did not look up from her typing as they approached. Sandra hated hospitals, the smell of them and the eerie silence of it, knowing you were amongst the sickly and dying. She did not know how Melissa could come here all the time to see certain clients who were shot by police or something. For Melissa, it was all about business. "Are you here to see a doctor or visit a patient?" the Hispanic lady asked, still not looking up from her computer. She sounded almost like a robot. She wore purple hospital scrubs, her black hair up in a bun. She had an old Starbucks coffee cup beside her, and it looked as though it went cold a long time ago. "I'm here to visit Jessica," Malak replied softly. For the first time, the lady looked up and smiled as she saw Malak standing before her. "Oh, hey, we've missed you round here. A lot of the patients have been asking for you," she said, almost scolding him. Jessica was young, in her mid-20s. She was a single mother, working as much as she could to give her son everything she did not have. She looked at Sandra and Melissa suspiciously. She seemed protective of Malak. "Forgive me for my absence. These two beautiful young ladies are Sandra and Melissa. They have been helping me make a book of my life," Malak said. Jessica smiled brightly, her suspicion vanishing once Malak said they were helping him. She seemed to hold him in high regard. "I will tell Dr. Gutmar you are here. Dr. Garcia is on vacation," she said, picking up the phone. "What do you do here when you visit?" Melissa asked. Malak smiled, but did not have time to answer before Dr. Gutmar came running from behind a pair of double doors. He was a tall, bald African man in his late 40s. He seemed extremely tired. His white doctor's coat was wrinkled. "Oh, Malak, I am so glad you are here," he said, quickly embracing him. He spoke with a thick accent. He did not seem to notice Sandra and Melissa, nor did he seem to care. If they were with Malaik, they had to be okay. "Come, please," he said, and began to quickly walk back through the double doors. Malaik, with Sandra and Melissa behind him, followed. Sandra was surprised that everyone seemed so warm to him, as if he walked in with a cure to everything. Jessica stood and watched them disappear through the double doors. It was anything but quiet back here. Nurses were running around everywhere. You could hear the cries and wails of those in pain or those weeping in mourning. Sandra shivered. She did not like it here. She was tempted to go back to the car, but this feeling inside of her told her she needed to see this. Melissa's eyes darted everywhere, not missing a thing. She did not speak. Several of the nurses smiled warmly as they saw Malaik with what seemed like relief on their faces. This too puzzled Sandra, and she knew Melissa did not miss it either. Malaik stopped suddenly and went to a hospital bed in the hall. A teenage girl was laid there staring at him. He walked over to her, and as he did, the business of the hospital seemed to slow, just to watch him. She was a pretty, tiny thing, a young white girl with pain in her eyes. Her face was red, and her eyes swollen as if she had been crying. She did not look sick to Sandra, but that didn't mean anything. She was not a doctor. Malaik smiled warmly at the girl as he stood next to her bed. The girl's eyes locked onto his. He gently reached out his hand. She took it and seemed to be at ease at his touch. "What is your name, child?" Malaik asked softly. The girl cupped his hand in both of hers, and she began to cry. "Amber," she said, as fresh tears fell onto Malaik's hand. With his free hand, he gently ran his fingers through her hair. "I have been where you are now," he said. "You are too beautiful and too great of a person to succumb to it." Amber nodded and put Malaik's hand upon her tear-stained cheek. Sandra did not know what was happening, or who that girl was, but she was touched by what she was seeing. How this young lady just seemed to open up to Malaik as if she saw something that Sandra didn't. Melissa had a look in her eye as if she knew exactly what they were speaking about. Sandra noticed the doctor beside her. "Malaik is something special," Dr. Gutma began. "That patient is here almost every month for suicide attempts. It is sad, a story. One of the few we have hope for. She is an orphan, one of the poor souls forced to grow up alone. She has suffered a lot from men on the streets, if you understand what I mean." Sandra put a hand to her mouth, as it hit her that this poor girl has been raped and abused repeatedly for a long time. Sandra wanted to cry. "Malaik is the first male she ever opened up to," the doctor said. Sandra looked at him. "She has met Malaik before?" she asked. The doctor shook his head. "No," he said, and ran off to a beeping sound ringing out from a nearby room. Sandra looked at the girl's arms and was horrified at the huge ugly scars that lined it. She then looked at the freshly bandaged wounds that seemed to still be bleeding. She understood. "Oh, poor thing," Sandra thought. The girl lay down against the soft hospital bed. It would be a few hours until they took her to the psychiatric unit. "But I am scared, and so alone," Amber cried softly. Malaik just smiled at her.
I have a gift for you this night has denied me.
The girl's eyes looked at him in wonder as he leaned over her. What? What? She questioned weakly. Malaik kissed her forehead and whispered,
Peace.
A smile crossed the girl's face, something that seemed her lips had never done. Her eyes closed, and she sighed deeply.
You are never alone,
Malaik whispered. He gently removed his hand and slowly backed up. Melissa wiped her eyes, seeing the look of peace take over the girl's face, that only a moment ago was filled with pain and fear. Sandra blinked her eyes rapidly, not believing what she saw. She did not have much time to think about it, for Malaik walked quickly down the hall as if he was searching for something. He stopped in front of a room that was dimly lit and quiet. He walked in, Melissa and Sandra right on his heels. He stopped by a bed. An old white man slept, tubes in his nose and IVs running through his veins. The man's hair had a fleck of color in it. His face was sad and tired, gnarled with age. His chest heaved as he struggled to draw each breath. His arms were paper-thin. His skin seemed to barely cover the flesh and bones beneath it. Malaik stared at him. Sandra knew he saw something she did not. The hair on her neck stood on end as she grabbed Melissa's hand. Melissa looked at her and squeezed it warmly. Suddenly, the old man's eyes opened. They were glazed, as if he were in a dream. He looked only at Malaik.
It is my time, isn't it?
The man said weakly. Malaik nodded. A strange silence came over the room. Even the noise from outside the room seemed to stop. Malaik glowed softly before him. Sandra and Melissa gasped. They wanted to take a step back, but they could not.
I knew it was coming. I felt it,
the man breathed. He waited a moment to take his breath and continued.
Angel, is my wife there, where I am going? I have waited so long to see her.
Malaik smiled.
Yes, she is waiting for that dance you promised her. Can you hear her call you?
Malaik replied. The man closed his old eyes, a smile appearing on his old face as soft tears of joy began to fall. Malaik turned suddenly and saw something only he and the old man could see. It was an old friend of Malaik's, a constant reminder of how alone he would forever be. It was an angel he knew well, the angel of death. She smiled warmly at Malaik, her smell of decayed roses teasing Malaik. The old man opened his eyes again, took a deep breath, and stared at the beautiful lady of death beside Malaik.
I have lived a good life. At least I have tried. If only I knew what was waiting on the other side, I would have tried harder,
he breathed. The beautiful angel of death reached out her long, ebony, slender hand to him. His soul took it, but it would not come from his body yet. His grey eyes locked onto Malaik's.
My granddaughter in the waiting room will not understand. Look after her for me,
he asked, forcing another breath into his dying body.
Of course,
Malaik replied. The old man smiled, then closed his eyes. A noise in the distance could be heard, calling his name. "Frank? Frank!" Tears fell from his closed eyes. The monitor beside him began to beep loudly. You could hear nurses running to the room.
"I am coming, Marilyn,"
the old man gasped with his last breath, his soul stepping from his body. Suddenly, he was young again. His face was clean, and he wore a head of smooth hair, long and brown. His shoulders were broad and muscled. He smiled at Malaik and disappeared in a flash of light. The angel of death turned to Malaik and kissed him on the lips. Malaik shivered.
"Will you come for me soon?"
Malaik asked pleadingly. She smiled at him and shook her beautiful head. "I only come for mortal souls. I am sorry, poor Malaik. You long for me so deeply. I fear I will never dance with you in the gardens of our home again," she said sadly, and then vanished. Malaik sighed deeply. Sandra's head was buried in Melissa's shoulders as she cried, "Oh God!" She kept saying it as she let her tears fall freely as Melissa hugged her tightly. The nurses in the room knew what happened, and they knew Malaik. They smiled at him and began to take care of the body. Malaik pulled a nurse aside he obviously knew well. She was an older black woman.
"Can you make sure these two get to their car?"
Malaik asked her. She smiled. "You know I can never say no to you," the nurse replied, hugging Malaik. She then gently placed a hand on Melissa's shoulder and escorted her and Sandra out. The nurses always looked at Malaik with awe. Though he never told them what he was, they seemed to have their own ideas. He remembered when he first came into this hospital a long time ago. The doctors and nurses were suspicious of him, but that soon faded as he worked miracles with the sick and dying, healing those thought to be a lost cause with merely a touch. He comforted those who were dying. He was their confirmation of whatever good they believed in. Malaik walked out to the waiting room, feeling tired. He knew he needed to rest, and he would shortly. He found Frank's granddaughter easily, for she looked just like him. Malaik smiled at the resemblance and walked over to her. She sat alone, looking tired and scared. She looked up at Malaik with those same grey eyes of her grandfather. She looked to be in her late 20s. Malaik held his hand out to her, and she began to cry, as if she already knew what he would tell her. She apprehensively stood and took his hand. Malaik embraced her. His hug spoke to her heart what she dreaded. She sobbed into his shoulder. He waved Jessica over to him, who hurried to them, already knowing what happened. "Do I know you?" Frank's granddaughter asked, after a moment of sobbing. "I'm afraid not," Malaik replied. "Were you there with him? Was it painless?" she asked. Malaik smiled at her. The final step in death always is painless, but she wouldn't understand that. "Yes, he's giving Marilyn that dance he owed her," Malaik said, gently breaking away. That brought a smile to her sad, tear-stained face. Malaik walked away as Jessica took over. He could feel her eyes staring after him as he walked out the door and into the already running SUV waiting for him. He entered it, closed the door behind him, yawning. Melissa and Sandra were pale in front of him as they drove to Melissa's house. It wasn't long before they pulled up in her driveway. "You really are an angel?" Melissa asked.
"Yes, beautiful ones," he replied.
They both sighed. Melissa left the car and ran to her front door, opened it, and disappeared inside her house. Sandra followed, and Malaik went in last. Melissa had Malaik's blankets laid out on the couch ready for him. Sandra stood beside her. Malaik took off his shoes, groaning. "Your story all true, then?" Sandra asked. Malaik laid on the couch, covering himself.
"Sadly, it is," he replied, while closing his eyes.
"Good night, Malaik," Melissa said, disappearing into the kitchen. Sandra followed her. "This changes everything," Sandra said, as Melissa handed her a couple of slices of cold pizza and took a couple for herself. "Yeah, it does. It means there is a God, a heaven and a hell. It means we have been living our lives the wrong way," Melissa said as she took a bite of her cold pizza. Sandra was already done with her first slice. "I have to tell him about the book," Sandra said, worried. Melissa nodded. "I think you are meant to write this book, Sandra. He took something of me that I have been holding on to for a long time." "I know," Sandra replied. "I could see it in your eyes." Melissa hugged her. "Let's go to bed," she said. "We have a lot to think about, and a lot more of Malaik's story to hear. I think it will answer a lot of our questions." Melissa swallowed the last of her cold pizza, turned the kitchen light off, and went to the bedroom with Sandra right behind her. They quickly brushed their teeth, changed into their sleeping clothes, and lay down. They felt extremely drained and fell asleep, praying for the first time in years since their husbands left them. Malaik woke early to the smell of food being cooked. He yawned as he sat up. He could hear a sort of singing and laughter coming from the kitchen. He smiled.
"The healing has begun,"
he thought, and was saddened, for he knew he only had a couple of more days left with those two women. He would finish telling of his life, then he would disappear again. But where would he go? He knew he could not leave Amira. He would take her with him. But to where? That is what he must figure out. He longed for his cave, but Amira could not survive there with him as he could. And he would not subject her to such a life. She was the only family he cared to have, though he was not related to her in any way. He was and still is an angel, and she a mortal who was born thousands of years after his banishment. But he adopted her those 15 years ago, when he found her on the cold steps of the cathedral, alone and abandoned by those that created her, those she loved. He would not do it to her again. He even named her Amira, a name of a friend close to him in paradise. Oh, that sweet girl came to him for everything. Maybe it was just because of what he was that naturally drew mortals to him. But it was something more with her. He was her guardian angel, though fallen as he was, he still considered himself so. To her, he was like a big brother that just so happened to be an angel. He remembered the many nights she would sneak into his room and crawl into bed with him because she felt safe. Her nightmares could not touch her while she was near him. What demons plagued her instantly fled. Normally in his room, he kept extra blankets and pillow on the floor for her. She was getting a little too big to crawl into his small bed. He smiled as he remembered watching her grow through the years. The priests and nuns would laugh as he played with her when she was barely learning to walk. They would say,
It seems God has given his fallen angel a daughter."
They always said that with a smile on their tender faces. He remembered with joy her first words. She would crawl to him. "Anka, Anka." Of course, she was trying to say angel. He missed her so. Sandra came suddenly from the kitchen. She looked at Malaik and smiled brightly. She glowed with peace. Her burdens had lifted from her soul. She seemed to breathe easier. She must have finally accepted Malaik to be an angel, though it probably took her and Melissa half the night to convince themselves. "Hey, Malaik, good to see you awake. We just finished making breakfast," she said, beaming and motioning towards the dining room. Malaik smiled and stood up while letting out a yawn. He was surprised when Sandra flung herself at him and hugged him tightly. Malaik gently hugged her back. "What is this about?" he asked. Sandra sighed into his chest. "It's not every day you get to hug an angel, someone who has seen God, seen heaven," she said, hugging him even tighter. There was a spiritual peace in her eyes. Melissa poked her head in from the kitchen and looked at them. "Hey, no fair, Sandra. You can't hug him," she said, and ran out smiling like a child. Melissa quickly crushed Malaik with a hug. Now he had two beautiful women laughing with joy and clinging to him as though he was the most precious thing in the world. He embraced them back. He could see the change in Melissa, as well as a change in the anger and pain that she had buried deep within her soul. The force that drove her to be so heartless and cruel in the courtroom, her battlefield, was gone, and it was replaced by peace. He slowly broke free of them. They were smiling and laughing, jumping around like they did when they were children. It was the way they were before they lost that way of life. They remembered how to be happy and pick themselves up laughing when they fell. They led him into the dining room in front of 3 plates: French toast, bagels, cream cheese, and many other good eats. Malaik smiled as he noticed the tape recorders in the center of the table. He sat and watched the women sit across from him, staring at him, their eyes wide in awe of him and everything he did. He preferred them the way they were when they thought he was mad. But it always happened this way with mortals when they realized who and what he really was. Him actually being an angel meant that there is a God, and that confirmation, even to the most devout imam or priest, was shocking. It was a major impact in their lives. They continued to just stare at him, smiling. Malaik sighed and took a bite of the eggs. The women beamed with delight and began eating as if his eating gave them permission to do the same. "Malaik, what does God look like? I mean, is he black?" Melissa asked. Malaik shook his head. Mortals always tried out of ignorance to make the Creator look like them. "I am sorry, beautiful one, he is not. Nor is he white. He is just beautiful beyond comprehension. I have seen him, felt his touch, heard his voice, and I can't describe it," Malaik replied. Sandra looked confused. "So, what does he look like?" she asked. Again, Malaik sighed and thought a moment. "Have you ever looked at the rising sun and had to turn away because it is so bright and so powerful you fear you will lose your sight?" Malaik asked. "Yeah, I have done that a lot," Melissa said, laughing. Sandra smiled. "When I look upon the Creator, that is what I must do. What image of him I see is hidden from me, for he is all-powerful and shines like a million suns. Again, they seemed naive.
"I would like to continue to tell you my story, please," Malaik said.
Sondra frowned. "Malaik, I need to—" she began. Malaik stopped her.
"It is okay, Sondra. All is well," he said.
Sondra sighed, her eyes watering.
"You knew?"
"I am sorry, Malaik," she choked out. "Should I tell them I am going to leave them soon?" he thought. "No, I cannot. Not yet."
Sondra wiped her eyes and clicked on the tape recorder, looking as though she had killed somebody by accident and was suddenly ashamed. Melissa didn't look much better. Their planned deception had eaten a hole in their heart with guilt. Malaik sighed.
"Thank you,"
he said, and began again. The camp.
Where did I leave off? Oh yes, the luring. But the luring is not worth mentioning. It was uneventful and nothing happened concerning me or Anya. I will say I have witnessed several lurings as Anya and I travelled with the wandering people, drinking and singing, dancing and enjoying ourselves. But I was careful not to get lost in the music, lost in the dance, as I had done. I did not want to shock people, did not want them to think that I was something other than a gifted mortal. My bond with Anya deepened every night we slept together in the same bed. We would stare long hours in each other's eyes, kissed, and grew to really enjoy kissing. We would hold each other, lost within the warmth and the feel of each other's body. Cain seemed to really enjoy us being a part of his people. He appointed me a warrior of the camp, one of the few besides himself whose job was to defend the camp and all those within it with our lives. But he did not know my secret. He did not know I could not die. But he began to notice things in the many years I lived amongst his people. He was not the only one of his ever-growing camp to notice that I did not change when all in the camp aged. Small children had grown to adults, and I looked the same as I did the day I arrived. Even Anya, who knew what I was unnerved. She was in her mid-30s now. It had indeed been many years, and she was disappointed in me, for I still had not made love to her. She would tell me she wanted to have my children, and would not listen to me no matter how many times I explained to her that it was impossible. She would become angry and yell at me.
"It is only impossible because that's how you wish it to be. Am I that bad to look upon? Do you not love me?" she would say.
Each time I would be struck by Semya's voice saying those words before she took her life. Oh, how I wish I could give Anya the happiness she wanted. You do not know how I wish I would have made love to her every day instead of being trapped by my fear. The despair I felt of allowing her to fall victim to my lust as others have at the cost of their lives. Sometimes I feel just as bad for denying her the only thing she wanted. My complete love and trusts as I do for her death. But I am jumping ahead. Forgive me. Cain and his now huge camp of wanderers made a permanent home in the deep woods, several 100 miles from where I first met them. Cain was still big and well-muscled, his many children grown. Grey streaked his hair and beard. He came to me one night as the dancing began. His face held something I did not normally see in him. He looked upon me with fear and uncertainty as he sat down beside me. Anya saw the look in Cain's eyes and frowned. She was extremely protective of me, which makes me smile even to this day. When I think upon it, she wrapped her arms about me as if to protect me from whatever Cain had to say. Oh, she loved me so. It pains me to think of what is to come for her. Cain looked at Anya and understood that she was a part of me, and I her. He sighed deeply. My friend, we have known each other long, have we not? He asked. I smiled at him. We have, I replied. He took a moment before he continued, as if thinking of how he was going to put his concern into words. Then he shook his head with frustration. My friend, I know of no other way to say this than how I must. The people of our camp are terrified of you. They say you're a demon. I do not want to believe it, but you have not changed, as the rest of us do with age. You look as youthful as you did the day you came to us, and I cannot explain this. Can you? He asked, obviously uncomfortable with this topic. I could feel the eyes of others of the camp upon me, as if they knew what we spoke about. I have noticed over the years how people reacted to me, hushing as I walked by, or stopping their children from running over to me to play as they would normally do. How I missed them, to run with them and get lost in their carefree joy of existence. Anya became very defensive before I could speak. He's no demon, she almost shouted with venom in her voice. I have never seen her so angry. Have you ever seen him do one evil deed? Have you? She demanded. Cain seemed taken aback. No, Anya. I have not. I did not mean to cause harm by my words, he replied. Anya glared at him. Well, you did. How dare you even think that of him? He's the most kind and gentle of all. He who weeps every night. Does he look like a demon to you? She growled. Her blue eyes were on fire, daring Cain to disagree. I squeezed Anya's arms about me. All is well, my love, I told her. She seemed to melt at my words, but her anger did not die. I sighed. Cain, I cannot explain, but it seems I am forever labelled that, I said sadly. Cain nodded as if he understood, but I knew he did not. So, you are not like us? He asked. I felt Anya tense and kissed her arm. I could feel her heart beating quickly. Cain, I am not. I am an angel, I replied. Cain looked at me, amazed. He studied me for a long moment. You mean an angel, like the followers of Christ speak of? He asked. I smiled. I could still feel Anya's tenses. Yes, I replied. He seemed to change how he thought about me, for he knew angels were good creatures, holy servants of God. He smiled brightly. Well, that certainly makes me take Father Thomas' teachings more seriously. He will be happy to know you are no demon when he returns tomorrow, Cain said. Anya looked at Cain horrified, for she knew the ways of the church all too well. When did he leave? She asked fearfully. I looked at her with concern. Are you well, beautiful one? I asked her. She ignored me, her eyes never leaving Cain. Not 2 days ago. Why do you ask? Cain replied. Anya began to cry and become frantic. Malak, we must leave. They will come for you and try to harm you, she said as she stood. I stood as well and took her into my arms. Oh, how foolish I was then. I should have listened to her and fled. I could have saved her and those in the camp. Oh, what a fool indeed. Do not worry, my love. They cannot harm me, and they are men of God's prophet, are they not? They will be glad to meet an angel, though fallen as I am, I said soothingly to her. Cain agreed that all would be well, and guaranteed that if he tried to bring harm to Malaik, the men of the camp would stop them. I, for one, will give my life for a member of the family, Cain said, standing as well. He embraced me as a brother, but I could feel his uneasiness as he did. I knew he felt something bad was afoot. After he left, I watched him walk to his 9 other warriors and began talking. I sighed. It won't come to that. Those men of the cloth would not bring harm to me or anyone. Anya looked at me.
Please, my love, let us flee from here, please, she pleaded.
I hated to see her this way. I could not understand why she was so afraid. Maybe she thought these men would return to claim her, the men that chased her into my cave those many years ago. I will not allow harm to come to you, my love. Do you trust me? I asked her. She nodded and fell into my arms.
Of course I do, my love. I'm just so scared. I have a feeling in my soul that something bad will happen, she said, sighing.
I ran my fingers through her hair and kissed her. I could feel her relax.
But I will trust you, my angel,
she said, smiling and kissing me again. I could still see the fear in her eyes, the uncertainty and doubt. We went to bed early that night. She held me tightly as if she feared she would lose me in the night. I could feel her tears falling on the back of my neck as she cried behind me. She thought I was asleep. Oh, how I wish I made love to her that night. My Anya, my sweet, precious Anya. I heard her pray as I have never heard her do.
Please, God, do not take Malaik from me. I cannot bear to be without him. Please, God, I will do anything you ask of me, but please do not take Malaik from me.
If only I knew how truly cruel the Creator could be, or if I knew that he would steal her from me, I would have fallen long before Semya. I felt her kiss my neck.
I love you, my angel,
she whispered. Oh, I am such a fool, oh, such a fool. I will tell you, I did not sleep that night, for my heart was aching. I could taste death upon the wind, hear her gentle call to the soul. I could feel Anya's steady breath upon my neck. What is this? I feel death followed me all those miles, all those years, to where I am somewhat happy. I looked at the bundled cloak that held Semya's statue. How I longed to hold her and caress her. But strangely enough, I did not. The battle. Dawn seemed to come quickly as I was lost in my thoughts, in my memories of Semya. I turned to face Anya's sleeping face and sighed. You called me an angel, when your beauty rivals that of heaven, I told her as she slept. I ran my fingers through her hair, tears stinging my eyes. Her breath was like honey touching my face. Slowly I kissed her lips. She began to stir from sleep, and I kissed her again. This time I felt her kiss back. She smiled, her eyes fluttering open.
What is this?
She asked gently. At first, I could not speak. I was so overcome with emotion, as if I would never see her again. I love you, Anya, I replied, pulling her into my arms and kissing her deeply. I could feel her melting in my arms, surrendering fully to me. I rolled on top of her, staring into her blue eyes. I felt something was wrong. I could not explain it nor understand what it was, but it was not right. I shivered. My tears fell onto her cheeks.
"Oh, Malaik, what is wrong?"
she said, concerned, her hands caressing my head. "I love you so deeply, Anya. I feel as if I never left paradise. I just wanted you to know that," I told her as I wept. She pulled my lips to hers.
"I know you do,"
she replied. But I could see uncertainty in her eyes, not of my love for her, but of something else. It was something I could not place, and it chilled me. I pulled her shirt from her, and the uncertainty turned to blue fire in her eyes. I began to kiss her neck, behind her ear, and down to her collarbone. I could feel her body react to me, hear her soft gasps of pleasure. Her chest heaved with excitement. I took her left breast into my mouth, her hands clutched at my shoulders. I ran my tongue around her nipple as it stiffened.
"I have waited so long for you to give yourself to me,"
she said softly, with love in her eyes. I sighed. "I know, my love. I am sorry," I began, when a cry shot out from within the camp. I heard commotion. I could see the warriors of the camp showing their weapons. Cain's huge axe was gripped tightly in his hands.
"What is wrong, my love?"
Anya asked. I could see fear beginning to rise in her eyes. "I do not know," I said, rolling off her and grabbing my sword that lay beside our pallet. I rose to my feet and felt odd as I held the ancient sword tightly, as if I knew I would use it. I could feel the familiar feeling of battle surging through my veins. Cain ran over to me. "The priest has returned, it seems, with an army behind them," Cain said, gripping my shoulder. Anya's face paled as she pulled on her shirt and boots. "We stand with you, Angel, until death. For what better way to die, if we must, than beside an angel?" Cain said, and ran to join the other warriors at the front of the camp where the priest and his men were approaching. I pulled Anya to my arms. "Go with the women by Cain's wagon," I told her, kissing her forehead. She was sobbing in my arms.
"I love you, Malaik. Always know that,"
she said, as if she knew something I did not. I felt a chill deep within my soul as she ran off to the women. "I love you too," I said softly as I stared after her. I quickly pulled on my boots and ran to join the warriors. They looked at me without fear, as if they knew they would not see another day. Their look told me they would fight with all they had for their angel. I was moved by the faith they had in me. I could have told them anything, and they would have believed. The sun had risen. We could see the glow of the sun off of the spears and swords of the advancing men not far away from us. Only 11 of us stood to defend our people and our way of life. The priest Thomas rode on a horse ahead of the army of men, his brown robe covering the horse's back like a blanket. A golden cord tied the robe to his waist. His hair, long and brown, flew behind him like a banner as he rode to us. I could see holy zeal in his eyes, and from that I knew people would die today. I looked over the men beside me again sadly, for I knew they would not back down. They would die this day before they let anyone take one of their members. I sighed. It always came to this with mortals. It seemed only death and pain settled things for them. The priest rode in front of us and dismounted, his face grim. The rest of his army stopped, maybe a few hundred paces from us, eager and wanting to do what they believed was God's work. The priest eyed us, taken in with what he saw, and frowned. "What is this? Why do you stand here with bare blade like you are about to go to war?" asked Priest Thomas. None of the men answered. They just gritted their teeth and prepared themselves. Cain stepped forward. "I could ask the same about you and your army, priest," Cain replied, his eyes darting to the 100 or so armed men staring in our direction. The priest looked at me with disgust. Hatred for me burned through him. I did not understand it, for I had never done wrong to him, nor spoken much to him. The priest grunted. "They are just a precaution," he said, waving his hand in the army's direction. "For I come to deal with the most powerful enemy, the right hand of Lucifer himself." He spat at my feet, and I almost laughed. Cain shook his head. "He's no demon or servant of Satan. He's an angel, a servant of God, your superior at that. So you should take your army and go, and we will not speak ill of your mistake," Cain replied. The priest seemed to take this in and studied me closely. "An angel, he says he is," the priest said, with what almost seemed like awe. Cain nodded. "I can attest to it, and so can every man in this camp. He has done no evil," Cain said. The priest smiled. "Ah, the enemy is clever, is he not? Lucifer is an angel, a fallen one, banished from heaven by mighty God, and here is one of his followers, a fallen angel, here before me. I will send you back to hell with your master, fallen one," the priest said, pointing to me. Cain shook his head. "You are a fool, priest, if you can't see holiness when it is right under your nose. We stand beside this miracle that God blessed us with until death, if need be," Cain said firmly. Every man there grunted their agreement. I wanted to weep for their dedication to me, their willingness to die for what they believed. But I could not let them die for me, for I would not follow them to shake their hands in the Garden of Paradise. "The devil will come as an angel of death, indeed," the priest mumbled softly. Then he looked at Cain and the others. "So, you have thrown your lot in with the enemy?" the priest asked firmly. "Very well. May God have mercy upon your souls," the priest said sadly, and turned to his horse. I stepped forward. "They need not die for your foolishness, priest. Put me to your test, and let's be done with it," I said firmly. The priest turned to me, a cold smile in his face. "There is no test a fallen could not pass that I could give. But you will go back to the fires today," the priest replied coldly. I sighed. So it's blood he wants. Surely he does not think he can kill me with any amount of armies. For the Dark Ones, the truly fallen rebellious ones, could defeat the armies of the land with just the mere fact that no mortals can harm them. I glared at the priest. The battle rage was coming for me, and I did not fight it. I yearned for it, and it came with a wrath after being suppressed for centuries. I nearly glowed with rage. The men beside me felt it, and seemed uneasy. "Very well, priest," I said darkly. The priest smelled of fear. He rushed for his horse, but I was faster. I stepped before him, his eyes wide with fervour. He knew his time had come. "Demon!" he hissed. Maybe I was a demon. Maybe being here with mortals had made me as dark as the rebellious ones. Before the priest could blink, I grabbed him and placed a hand on his throat. All seemed to go still. all seemed to hush like the quiet before the storm. His eyes bulged, and his veins showed in all his face. His body went limp. With one quick motion, I pulled upwards, taking his head from him. I could hear Cain gasp. The priest's body fell to its knees, blood pumping out of his headless neck and onto my face and body. I could smell their fear, their doubt. I laughed at them and threw the head of the priest Thomas at them. It landed in the middle of their ranks. Men shouted and jumped out of the way. I turned to Cain and his men, my eyes ablaze with the ecstasy of battle lust. The men's faces paled. I roared a roar that sent shivers down every man's spine and charged at the army, alone at first, for it took Cain and his warriors a minute to get through the days. The priest's men seemed stunned and could not move. I tore across the short distance that separated me from the priest's army, the army of the church. They just stared at me as if I was the rebellious one himself. Only after I cut through their front line did they react, steeling themselves. A shout went up from within their ranks. "For God! For Christ!" they roared as they came out of their daze and swarmed around me, hacking and stabbing at me. I spun, bringing death, blood and pain with every turn of my sword. Cain and his men seemed forgotten as they surged around me. Their blades and spears cut into me, and I laughed. I mocked them, for they could not kill me. There were cattle coming to be slaughtered. A big burly man jumped in front of me, his eyes brown like a rotted leaf. His huge, calloused hands gripped a huge double-edged sword. He gazed upon me with savage death dancing in his eyes. He was a fierce giant of a man, with a great red beard that fell down his chest in 3 thick braids. He pointed his blade at me in a challenge, this beast of a man. I met his gaze darkly. My curved blade looked like a thin knife compared to his huge sword. His eyes bulged, his mouth twisted into a wicked grin as I accepted his challenge. "God is behind my sword, demon," he said, his voice thick with accent. I smiled, mocking him. He roared and came at me, his mammoth blade held above his head in both hands. I was surprised at how quick he was for such a big man. He brought his sword down with all his strength. I sidestepped just in time, for I could not block such a blade. It would shatter my blade and rip right through me. He stumbled off balance by the mere force of his miss and nearly fell. I quickly came in to take advantage of his situation, but he spun quickly, bringing his blade around forcefully. I barely raised my sword in time to block a blow that would have taken my head. I did not know if my head would grow back, or any limb, for that matter, for I had never lost one. I figured it would, but I was not sure. The blow jarred me. I felt my arm go numb. Before I could react, I felt something rip through my side and deep into my gut. My body shuddered. I looked down upon the big man's sword that had nearly cut me in half. I felt limp. What was this? Have I become mortal? Is this what is to die? If so, I welcomed it, for I longed for death. A roar of victory went up from the priest's men. I looked for Cain and saw him drenched in blood, his axe a huge weight in his tired black arms. None of his warriors had fallen, though they had suffered many wounds. They still stood and fought, trying to reach me. I could hear Cain's big voice calling to me. "Malaik! Malaik, they're going for the women!" he shouted to me. I thought of Anya, of her arm wrapped about me as we slept, the feel of her breath against my neck as she nestled into me. I could not let them touch her. No, I could not allow that. I forced the strength back into my legs. Already I was beginning to heal. I smelled the big man's foul, hot breath as he brought his face to mine. "I told you God is behind my blade," he spat on my face. "Now I send you back to hell, demon." I grabbed his wrist that held the blade. I gripped it with such force I felt his bones crack. He cried in pain. I brought my sword down, severing his hand's wrist up from his body. He fell back, screaming in pain. Again, the men seemed energized, for surely they thought I was dead. I pulled his huge sword free of my gut. His huge hands still grasped the hilt in a death grip. My side closed, and the wound healed in less than an instant. The big man lay upon the earth, blood pouring from where his hands used to be. Now they were no more than bloody nubs, his eyes wide with terror. "Death is behind my blade," I told him softly, as I plunged his huge sword through his chest with enough force to drive the blade into the earth beneath him, pinning him there. Before he died, he let out one final gasp that sprayed blood as his air left him. I saw his soul stand over his ragged body, sadly shaking his head, as if he could not believe how he died. I turned to face the others, blocking my path back towards the camp. I could hear the screams and cries of women and children as the priest's army advanced on them. The men of the camp were dying as they tried to save their families. I looked to Cain, who swung his axe with deadly precision of all that came within reach. But he was wounded. I could see his strength fading, his mighty chest heaved, struggling through the pain to draw another ragged breath. He knew he was dying, but was determined to take as many of his foes with him as he could. I cut my way to him. He looked upon me, his eyes glazed with the look of a man who fought death for a few more precious moments. He smiled at me. "Tell my wife I love her," he said, as his strength began to falter. I was shaken to see such a great man, whose strength was almost unnatural, fall. "Cain," I said tersely, and saw the closest men to him. Immediately his 4 remaining warriors closed about him as his knees gave out. I caught him after he hit the ground. Blood from a deep wound just under his left arm soaked his shirt. He sighed. "Have I gained the right to see God? To meet him? Your creator?" he gasped. I smiled down at him, weeping. My heart fell on his bloody face, revealing the dark flesh beneath. "You have, my friend," I replied. He smiled and closed his eyes as if he were falling asleep. I knew I had lost him. His soul stood beside me, smiling. He pointed ahead of me. Suddenly, I looked up barely in time to avoid a blow that would have taken my head. I gently laid Cain's body on the ground, parried a blow, and cut the enemy to pieces. I had to get to the women. But I stood alone. All of Cain's warriors had fallen, and still almost 70 of the priest's army stood around me, wounding me in countless places. I became lost in the dance with my blade, with the slashing and hacking of those who got too close, for I was by far not a good swordsman. If I could die, I would have been slain long ago in Egypt. I lost track of time and how many men I slew that day. I knew I was covered in blood. My heart was pounding in my chest, sweat fought its way through the blood that caked me. Then I heard a scream, a familiar voice calling to me with desperation and fear. "Malaik! Malaik, please!" I turned and lost my breath. For it was Anya, my love, blood fresh on her forehead, so that it matted her golden hair. A man held her tightly with a dagger at her throat. I screamed in rage and came at him, but he pressed the dagger tighter to her throat, drawing blood. I stopped. "If you fight any more, demon, I'll kill her," the man said with such conviction that I shuddered. I looked into Anya's pleading eyes and sighed, dropping the ancient sword at my feet. But oh, how I wished I had not. How I wished I would have saved her from the death she would feel. But yet again, I am a fool. I could not bear to see harm come to her. I had barely steadied myself with the fact that she would age and wither away until she was no more, turned to dust. But that I accepted, for it was natural, and I would have had her until the end of her time. But this, to see her murdered, I could not bear. He saw the weak spot in my armour, her voice, the only thing that could halt my blade. "Good. You will come with us to be tried by the church. If you fight or resist in any way, she's gone," the man growled. I nodded sadly. I felt a sharp pain in my back suddenly. Something had pierced me deep in my flesh. I shuddered, but I did not turn to see what it was, nor did I care.
"No, do not hurt him! Malaik, I love you,"
Anya shouted to me. I looked up to see her face saddened. Tears fell from her beautiful eyes, as if the very ocean was stripped from them. But strangely, her image began to blur. I rubbed my eyes, but it did not help. I felt weak. What is this? My knees buckled, and I fell face first upon the blood-stained earth to Anya's voice screaming,
"Malaik! I am sorry, Malaik!"
I heard no more, but I could tell you my heart ached. I felt something deeply wrong. My thoughts were only on Anya. Oh, my sweet Anya. Forgive me for not fleeing with you as you begged of me, my love. Forgive me for the cursed fool I am. Anya. I do not know how long I was out, but I remember waking up feeling weak and cold. I could smell decay and mould, the stench of death filling this dark room. I lay in darkness so deep that I could not see my hand right in front of my eyes. All was silent, except for the steady drip of some liquid. I prayed it was water. There was a soft nibbling of rats chewing on something. I did not want to even think about it. My head ached, and my whole body felt weak and shaky. My lips were dry and my throat parched, but I did not think of that. My mind was locked in on Anya. Where was she, my love, my precious Anya? Do not tell me I have failed her, that I have failed once again someone I hold dear. I should not have left my cave. I should have hid from Anya when she stumbled into my cave alone and afraid. Damn you, Gabriel! Is this what you meant by I am not forgotten? It would hurt a lot less if I were forgotten. But then a painful scream pierced the silence of the dark cell I was in. It was a scream that chilled me and filled me with dread. The scream was a woman's. Anya? Please, Creator, no, I pleaded. The scream sounded again, but weaker. My heart was pounding in my chest. I tried to stand, but I could not. My body was too weak. I did not understand why a deep, mocking laughter echoed through the darkness. "This wench is a tough one," A deep, cruel voice boomed while laughing. I pounded my fist against the cold stone, frustrated that I was weakened so.
"He is no demon, my Malaik!"
A weak, strangled cry sounded. Oh no, it is my love. I heard a loud smack like a man punching someone's flesh. Then a cry of pain, and all was silent. I wept, for I could do nothing. I could not save my love, nor stop the torture she was suffering. I was weak, and I hated it, but I heard men's voices again.
"Go on, do it, lad. She is the whore of a demon, and the closest to a woman you will ever get,"
a man said, laughing. What did he mean? Do what? I listened harder.
"She's a pretty one, even with her face beaten to mush. Yes, nice firm breasts."
My heart seemed as if it would rip through my chest. No, they could not. It hit me what they were planning, and it horrified me. They were going to rape her while she laid there beaten and unconscious. I could hear them doing so, grunting in pleasure. I screamed in despair, in anger and fury, but most of all in pain for my poor Anya.
What? What was that?"
I heard one of the men say fearfully.
"It's the demon,"
a voice said in almost a whisper. I heard unsteady footsteps and squinted my eyes as torchlight filled the room. It took all I had to stand. Anger and pain pierced my legs and muscles. The men were short and ugly. They stared at me. I recoiled in disgust as I saw them. My heart wept for poor Anya. To my horror, blood covered them in splashes, their hands still dripping with blood. I almost fell again, for my knees buckled to see my love's blood upon them. Tears poured from my eyes and blurred my sight.
"The demon! He's woken!"
the one holding the torch said fearfully while looking at his companion. They were no more than an arm's reach away from me. Through the bars, I lunged with what remained of my strength and grabbed the one holding the torch by his dirty, bloody shirt. He screamed in horror. Yes, scream! Scream how Anya screamed! I could feel blood on my hand from his shirt.
Get the poison!"
the man stammered. The other ran off. I pulled him with all my strength towards me. The man's face smashed hard against the cold metal bars with such force, his skull cracked. The sickening sound echoed through the darkness. His eyes bulged, and his mouth, broken and deformed, hung open. His tongue hung loosely. He was dead, but I did not care. All I could hear was Anya's screaming, and the men's grunting as they ravaged her still form. I bashed his head again and again into the bars until it was no more than a pulp. My face dripped with his blood and pieces of his skull and brain.
"For my Anya, my love,"
I whispered to what was left of his head, and threw the lifeless body from me. I fell hard to the cold stone floor, my strength gone from me. I shivered and wept in the blood that covered me, but then I felt the sharp pain in my back again. The bliss of unconsciousness took me, the same unconsciousness that Anya felt. Only my body was not ravaged. Oh, my poor Anya, if only I fled with you. Forgive me. Broken. I woke to the cruel laughter of my captors. I felt weak still, and I did not know why. I knew it had to do with what coated the blade that stabbed me. My eyes were blurred as I slowly came to my senses. I was cold and tied to a wet stone slab. I smelled blood. I did not want to think about whose blood it was. My hands and legs were tied to the post on either side of me. My tongue seemed huge and heavy in my mouth. I blinked, trying to bring moisture to my eyes. A cruel face came into view above me. He was not very old, but his brown eyes held a madness that spoke of pain. I glimpsed the blackness that was his soul, and shivered. His face was lined as if it had been broken several times. He smiled at me, showing jagged, rotten teeth. He ran a long, slender finger that seemed to be permanently stained a reddish-brown across my forehead.
"What a perfectly made and beautiful demon,"
he hissed, his breath as foul as the look of his teeth. I glared at him. He laughed, mocking me.
"Not so strong, are we now?"
he sneered, studying my black eyes for some hint that I knew why, or if his poison failed.
"I created the poison myself. Yes, it will kill a human, for it is so strong. But to demons and other supernatural beings, yes, that's the right word, beings, it greatly weakens," he said, squealing like a mating pig with laughter. I frowned, for I knew I could not help Anya like this. I could barely move, let alone fight. He picked up a slim rusty dagger from a bloody towel he had laid out on a table beside him. His smile broadened. "It is a shame I had to cut your pretty bitch with this,"
he said, putting the old rusty dagger in front of my eyes. To my horror, I could still see fresh blood still drying upon the blade. He laughed as he recognized the pain in my eyes.
"Yes, demon, she told us all we needed to know. Such a pretty horse she was. Don't you think so, demon?" "I knew Gustav did before you killed him," he said with some disgust. My eyes flared as I remembered his grunts. I strained my bounds, the leather that bound me cutting into my flesh. "Yes, you cared for her, did you not?" he asked, while ripping my shirt open, exposing my chest. "You are flawless indeed, unlike the many grotesque creatures of hell I have sent back, which brings me to question."
He placed the rusted dagger point to my breastbone and pressed, firmly forcing the dull blade to cut. He ran it down slowly to my stomach, leaving a big gash in its wake. But no sooner did he wound me, it healed. He sighed in disappointment. My eyes were on the blade. Did he do the same to Anya? With the same blade? I shuddered to think of it.
"I have never seen a demon care for one as you do, nor heal so rapidly. But because of your love for that poor woman, she will burn with you. It truly is a shame,"
he said, taunting me and telling me what was to come, also knowing I could do nothing to stop it. He picked a well-polished metal cross with the prophet Jesus upon it. He kissed it, hailing the prophet, the man-god that many Christians worship.
"Does this frighten you, demon?"
he said, noting the look of disgust in my eyes. But he misread it, for it was not for the great servant Jesus. It was for how men defile the purpose the Creator had made him for, twisting the holy message into something it was not. And now they were going to use a blaspheming image to torture me. I did not understand the humans when it came to this. I laughed at not caring what he did with the idol his kind worshipped. This seemed to anger him.
"You challenge God in the flesh?
He spat at me and placed the metal cross firmly on my forehead and shouted. I could see the frustration when nothing happened. He thought the metal would burn me. I laughed louder, now mocking him.
"By the name of the body of Christ, I condemn thee,"
he said, picking up the cross and driving it with all his force into my chest. It pierced my flesh and went deep into me. I grimaced with pain, but that was all. He looked astonished.
"You are a strong demon indeed," he said,
then paused.
"It seems my torture is pointless to you. Perhaps if I let you watch me play with Anya. Is that her name?"
He smiled at the fear in my eyes, the despair that she must suffer.
"Not her,"
I croaked, my voice filled with anger and pain. It was too much emotion for me to speak. He grinned heavily at my reply, exposing all his jagged, rotten teeth.
"Why not? Mortals suffer from the actions of greater beings than ourselves. This is just another example,"
he replied wickedly. My vision blurred as I began to weep, for indeed he had found the weakness in me. He stared at me a moment, savouring each tear I shed as if he found nourishment in my pain. Then he turned and disappeared down a dark corridor. I could hear him speak to someone, but could not make out what he said. Then a terrified scream sounded as the man came back into the room. I recognized the voice. Oh, my Anya. I wept, straining at my bonds, not caring if I ripped my hands off. I just needed to get to my love, to hold her and take her suffering and fear from her. Oh, Creator, what must I give just for her to have peace? A moment behind the cruel men, 2 others came in, holding, to my horror, Anya. But she did not seem the same. Agony and pain had taken her mind. She looked around blankly, staring at everything as if it terrified her, even me. Oh, my Anya. Her clothes were in tatters, stained with blood and her bodily waste. Her beautiful golden hair matted to her beaten and swollen face, her head covered with blood and dirt. I could barely recognize her. Her face was so swollen and bruised. Her once beautiful hands were twisted and broken like misshapen claws. Wounds and gashes covered her arms and body. She screamed again. My love, my Anya. I wept for her and screamed with her. My scream was heard all through the kingdom, as if a gate to hell opened and the wails of the damned escaped. The cruel men paused, the cold confidence replaced with fear. But they quickly covered it. Anya turned to me, her blue eyes twisted with pain and madness. Oh, how my heart ached for her. It ached so that I could not breathe but for a moment. I thought she had recognized me, but she just laughed, the madness pushing back any sanctity that fought its way to the surface. They tied her hands together to a pulley above her head. One man grabbed a rope at the other end and secured it. Anya gnashed her teeth at him, shouting something I could not understand. Only she knew that language of madness. The other man tied her feet to a metal ring in the stone floor with a rope that secured her hands, pulling it tightly and lifting Anya forcefully into the air. She screamed. I could hear her bones creak with the rope as they tied them tight. The cruel men looked at me.
"Now, where were we, demon?"
the man asked, grabbing the old rusty nail and a hammer. Oh, my Anya. He placed the nail to her left knee. My body shook.
No!
I screamed. He laughed as he struck the nail, driving it half-inch into her knee. Anya's scream was deafening. Her blood splashed on the cruel man's face. He seemed to relish it, seemingly aroused by her suffering. He licked her blood from his lips. Anya's white body shook as he hit the nail again. Anya screamed again, tears of pain falling from her swollen eyes. Oh, Anya. I looked at her and pictured her as I first saw her, pale and beautiful, her eyes the deep blue of the ocean. I looked past her flesh and pain, saw her battered soul straining to be free of the torment. He struck the hammer again, driving the nail through her bone and out the other side. She shuddered and fell to the dark bliss of unconsciousness. I thanked the Creator for the mercy. He shouted,
"Oh, I am far from finished, demon,"
after seeing the relief in my eyes as she passed out. He stripped what was left of her clothes from her bruised and battered body so that she was naked. I shuddered and dreaded what he would do next to my poor Anya. "Forgive me, my love, forgive me," I wept as the man spread her legs.
"No, please, spare her this,"
I begged as I caught with horror what the man intended to do. He seemed to take great pleasure to hear me beg.
"Yes, this you must see, demon, yes. I do this especially for you,"
he replied cruelly, grabbing the hammer by its head and placing the handle shaft into her sex.
"No, please,"
I wept. The men laughed and slid the handle in her. Thank the Creator she was unconscious.
"I am going to show you what a good whore she is,"
the man said as he began to forcefully ram the shaft into her. I shuddered, my body weak. I screamed again. My poor Anya, how could mortals be so cruel? How could they take what is so sacred and defile it over and over again? The man shoved it harder. A lot of blood began to pour from her. I was filled with rage and ripped my hands free. With one great pull, the leather thongs tore in half. The cruel man stopped suddenly and stood astonished at how I fought his poison. He pulled the bloody hammer from Anya and walked orders at the other two men. I tore at the thongs that held my feet and slid from the table. But I was still so weak I could barely stand. I could smell the fear on these men. My poor Anya hung there battered and beaten, her body badly bruised and swollen. The nail could be seen in her knee. She was still bleeding from there and her sex. My knees buckled just looking at her. So innocent, so beautiful, lost and distorted by pain and suffering. I threw myself at the cruel men, but I was too weak. I fell face first by Anya's feet. Again, I felt a sharp pain in my back. I could hear the cruel men shouting frantically,
"Poison him again, now! Now!"
I felt the poison going through me. My head swam. The darkness was coming. The sweet bliss of darkness. If only I did not have to return from there. Oh, if only I could stay there for eternity. I grabbed Anya's foot and pulled my lips to her knees and kissed them. "Forgive me, my love. Please forgive me," I whispered as again the darkness took me. The pyre. I remember dreaming of Semya burning in the forsaken fires. I could hear the grunts of demons as they ravaged her. I shuddered and screamed as I woke. Watery blue eyes stared back at me. I could hear her weeping.
Anya,
I said softly, looking at her bruised, swollen face, her golden hair matted with dirt and blood.
Malaik,
She replied, a beautiful voice harsh and raw from screaming. I tried to move my hands to embrace her, but they were tied around her back. Hers were tied behind mine. I pulled her close. She shivered and sobbed into my filthy shirt. She was naked. Oh, my poor Anya, how she suffered so. I looked around and saw, to my horror, that we were sitting on a pyre a few feet above the ground. It was night. The stars seemed dim, the moon all but hidden in the blackness of the sky. There were hundreds of people around, staring at us in fear and disgust. They were shouting foul things at us.
my love,
Anya began. I looked at her and could not help but cry.
does it hurt to die?
She asked, her voice shaky. For a moment, I did not answer. I gently kissed her forehead. No, my beautiful Anya. It is like waking from a dream, I replied sadly, silently cursing the heavens and all mortals, for I could not let her feel pain. I swore to myself I would take all her pain and bear it as the fire would come to consume her. Can we not escape the fire? Why must it always come to fire and pain? She sighed. I could see the longing for it in her eyes. Oh no, how they have broken her poor soul, took the life from her, and left her a hollow thing reminiscent of what she once was. I looked down at her knee. The nail was still sticking out from it. I shook my head sadly.
Do you still love me, my angel?
She asked, partially unsure because of how badly beaten and bruised she was. I gently kissed her swollen lips. Her tears fell anew. Of course, my love. You're the most beautiful woman in the world, and all the heavens, I replied. She laid her forehead against my chin.
Liar,
she said softly, while squeezing me. Memories of Semia flashed before me, her same words as I held her dying body.
do you love me, angel?
I sighed in horror. So much pain, so much to suffer to make it to paradise. I used to pity mortals thinking they cried to the Creator without cause. But now I know I was wrong. Now I know how much they suffer. Am I still not forgotten, Gabriel? Why did you drive me from my cave, from my peace? I think I'd rather be forgotten. Suddenly, the crowd hushed as a man stepped before the pyre. He was dressed in the long robe of the church. His head was bald, and he looked over the crowd.
have you all gotten a good look at what evil looks like? If not, behold it one last time as it hides behind beauty.
The priest shouted and moved aside so all could see again. Oh, how they cursed us. I could feel Anya wince in my arms as if each word was a blow. It seemed the church finally caught her as she escaped them all these years ago in my cave. After a few moments, the priest walked back in the front of us. Again the crowd hushed.
Now the only way to cleanse evil is to burn them, sending them back into the fires they came from. For Jesus the Christ gave us this power over the creatures of Satan.
Pray with me, he said zealously, and began to recite a prayer that it seemed all anew.
It's coming, my angel. The flames are coming,
Anya said fearfully, as men stepped forward with torches, their eyes sparkling in the torchlight.
"Be cleansed by the fires of heaven," they said, and lit the pyre. The flames sprang to life as if they were eager to consume us. I stared through a fiery haze and at the people cheering in the night. I knew it could only be a moment before the flames touched us. I could hear Anya's heart beat in her chest, could feel her fear as the fire got closer, and could see the sweat trickling down her naked flesh. Still the people cheered, waiting with excitement for the first scream of pain. How foul the mortal soul has become, how twisted their beliefs and morals were. My only thought was their churches made them this way out of their lust of power over others. Anya clung to me as the flames were mere inches away.
"What is it like in heaven, Malaik?"
she gasped. I could see strands of her golden hair begin to burn. I could see her pale flesh had begun to redden. I sighed sadly. "Look into my eyes, my love, and do not turn from them," I said. She did as I asked, weeping with all her heart. "I'll show you heaven in them," I said. She nodded. I opened myself to her. I felt the first kiss of the fire as my clothes were ignited. I gasped with pain.
"Malaik?"
Anya said, concerned. I did not answer. I could see the look of peace on her face, love and comfort in her eyes. Her tears turned from tears of pain to tears of joy. At least she will not know the pain of the fire, for I have taken it from her. I felt my flesh burn and peel away, only to be healed, to feel it again. I could barely breathe, for the pain was so intense. I did not want to watch Anya burn, but I had no choice. Her feet and beautiful legs were no more than blackened stumps, her hair a fiery crown about her head. But still her beautiful eyes had all the peace of heaven as she did not look away from mine. Oh, Anya, my poor beautiful Anya. I remember the smell of her burning flesh, and causing it to peel and fade to ash. The crowd cheered and gasped at the smell. I could hear the priest roar about heaven and the torments of hell. Some of the crowd cried, and some vomited where they stood, not expecting the burning of heathens to be so garish or to smell the way it did.
"Malaik?"
I heard Anya's voice call to me, but I could not bear to look upon her body. For most of it was burnt and withered, her beautiful body consumed by the flames of hate.
"Will I see you in heaven, my love, to dance in the gardens you spoke of?"
she asked as the fire began to eat away her chest. I shuddered, remembering those days of joy. Those memories seemed too far away to see clearly. I sighed. "Forgive me, my love. Don't wait for me, for I fear I will never see my home again," I replied sadly, but even more so to hold my love as the flames destroyed her. The fire had consumed the rags she wore. I could feel her charred body, ribs poking my naked flesh. I saw the blackened bones where flesh used to be. The blood had boiled into nothing.
"Oh, my love, will I see you again?"
she asked as the flames crept higher. I felt them burning my chest. Pain blurred my vision. Oh, how I loved her. I caressed her burnt scalp and could feel her burned flesh sticking to my hand. Oh, by the Creator, I wept. I pulled her to me and kissed her deeply. I felt her kiss back as the fire reached her heart. I felt her stiffen, her burned hand locked on my shoulder, her last breath passing into my mouth. But still I did not want to let go of her. I closed my eyes, weeping as I felt the heat burning my lips. Slowly I pulled away. Fire erupted from her eyes and mouth. I let go of her and watched the flames slowly destroy what was left of her face. I could hold it back no longer. I screamed. I gave them what they wanted. I let all my pain and sorrow go in that scream. I did not care that several people in the crowd ran away terrified, nor did I care that others were huddled on the ground with their children crying, praying for help from God. I stood, my tears turning into smoke as they left my eyes. "God does not care for you fools," I shouted at them. "He has turned his back to you and to me." I could feel the rage taking over me. I looked down at the burning remains of Anya and screamed again. "First Semya, now Anya. Can I not escape the fire?" I cried, and then jumped from the burning pyre. "You want a demon? Then so be it," I roared, grabbing those nearest to me. I did not care if they were men, women, or children. I hurled them into the flames and listened to them scream as they burned. Some jumped from the pyre covered in flames and ran away screaming. I heard sobbing real close to me. I turned and looked on the ground. There was a man holding his 2 children, his body shielding them from the fire. I walked to him and his children, my body naked in the night. As I came near, the man begged. I grabbed him by his throat and lifted him in the air. I could hear him choke as he fought for his life. I watched his pale face turn purple, the veins in his face throbbing.
"Please, don't hurt my daddy,"
I heard the voice of a little girl cry out as tears stained her terrified face. The flames behind me seemed to make her glow. I turned back to the man as I could feel his life slipping away. I looked back to the fire where I held Anya, for there she was, my beautiful Anya, whole again. She was standing in the flames untouched by them. She glowed with the light of heaven. Her soul was beautiful, making the beauty of her flesh seem pale in comparison. I saw the love in her eyes for me.
"My love, let him go. Killing him will not bring me back,"
she said sadly. "Anya," I cried in agony, longing for her. "My love, I would never hold her again." I looked at the man again, and I could feel him dying.
"Daddy!"
the girl cried. I dropped him. He fell to the ground, gasping for air as his daughter and son ran to him. He held them, sobbing, hugging them tightly. "My kids, I love you so much," he sobbed. I turned back to the fire, and Anya was gone. I fell to my knees, covered my face in my hands, and wept, for that was all I could do. People ran from me and the fire, screaming, "Oh, Anya, forgive me." I knew she was well. She was probably dancing in the gardens of heaven, running with the other souls into the Creator's halls, and listening to the songs of the angels singing to the Creator. Oh, at least her pain and suffering was over. At last she was at peace. I stood and stared into the flames and everything that burned, seeing the other bodies being consumed. I turned from the flames and ran. I did not know where I was going, nor did I care. I just ran. I left the town running faster, feeling the cool air touch my flesh. Still I ran, my mind on my love, on kissing her lips that last time, feeling her slipping in my arms, and I too weak and helpless to prevent it. "Anya!" I screamed. "Oh, my love, will I see you again?" I heard her words echo through my mind. "Oh, Anya." Click. The tape recorders stopped. Malaik looked at Sondra and Melissa, who were wiping tears from their eyes. Melissa held a hand over her heart. "Oh my God," she said. "Forgive me, beautiful ones, a moment," Malaik said, and wept into his hands. How long it has been since he thought of her, since he remembered watching her burn in his arms and wishing he could join her. He could still smell her scent, still feel the touch of her hair against his face. But there was always the lingering smell of her burning. He could still picture the deep blue of her beautiful eyes as the light of life left them. He felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked up. Sondra was close to him, her face filled with concern. He smiled at her faintly, feeling tired. But he knew he could not stop telling his tale. He knew it was part of his Creator's plan. These women were using him as a lifeline to keep them from drowning in their own pain. How had he, after all these years, not drowned, not become mad by the agony that plagued his health? But again, I guess that this was his curse, his punishment, to suffer the pains of life, forever be denied the bliss of death or the serenity of heaven. Let me continue. Please reset the tapes. I have more to tell, Malaik said softly. Melissa shook her head. "I'm not sure if I can handle any more, Malaik," she replied. Sondra sighed deeply, as if she was trying to calm herself, and put in the new tapes. She said nothing, but the look in her eyes spoke volumes. Yes, she needed this. They both do, Malaik thought. Melissa took a deep breath and let it out slowly, trying to get the foul image of Malaik holding Anya as she burned out of her mind. She could imagine each strand of golden hair blacken and shrivel as the fire took the life from it. She shuddered and again shook her head, not with disdain, but as one determined to accomplish a task that pains them. Sondra clicked on the tapes. Malaik closed his eyes a moment, preparing his mind to once again journey into the agony of his past. The very sorrows that have left scars upon his soul. Slowly, he opened his eyes. The deep blackness of them glowed eerily with a dark light. He brushed a strand of curly hair from his eyes, and again began. Slave. I do not know how much time passed as I ran, or where I was, or where I would end. I just tried to run from my pain, my memories, from the smell of her burning flesh. I must have run for months, if not years. I don't know how many villages I had run through, nor how many people I had scared in the night. If I was not mad before, then I was now. Not only was I mad, but a fool running naked through the world, not knowing nor caring who or what I was, nor did I remember. I just remembered the pain, the screams of those I killed. But most of all, the look of her eyes as the light of life faded from them. I was truly lost. I do not remember what brought me back from the darkness, the utter bliss of madness. In my heart, I knew it would only be the Creator in his quest to torment me, for that's what awaited me, more torment and pain. It seemed that's the cruelty of being mortal, a sad irony of man born to a world of evil, only to live in search of love, for it can be the sweetest bliss. But with all things sweet when it wears, the aftertaste is bitter. But the bitterness of love rots and scars the soul. It is the darkest curse of the Creator. But back to my tale. As I've said before, I do not remember much, but I do remember falling, for it was strange. It seemed the very ground beneath my feet crumbled, and I was plunged again into the darkness I longed so much for. I slept, but this was no ordinary slumber, for I slept for years, if not centuries. Ah, the sweet bliss, for it was only a tease. I had to awaken again to a world consumed by hate and strife.
"Come on, hurry, they are coming!"
I heard a man pant as my eyes fluttered open. But there was no light. It was like waking up to darkness. I should have seen the sign in that, but yet again I was a fool. My throat felt dry and raw as if it had been scoured. I couldn't move my arms. They felt as if they weighed tons. I could smell the fear on the men as they got closer. I could hear the quickening of their hearts as hope slid from them.
"Hey, there's someone laying there,"
another voice said as he came to a stop.
"Is he white?"
another man asked.
"No, but it is strange. He seems to glow,"
the other man said, perplexed.
"Ah, he's white then,"
the man said.
"No, Gillard, he's not white. He's one of us." "One of us?"
I heard the man say. My heart quickened. Could there be others like me? Outcasts from the gardens of paradise, trapped in the cold bleakness of the mortal world, the world of mankind? If only I could move. But then a face was looking down on me. It was a face with fear and rage in its eyes, a face that death lurked behind. In a way, he looked like me. His flesh and hair were like mine, but darker. He was a man, a mortal. But I felt that this man, and maybe others like him, were descendants of angels, for surely the Creator must hold them dear to his heart if they looked so much like his angels. Surely they must be more than what they seemed.
"He's one of us. Come, help me carry him," Gillard ordered.
I felt rough hands grab me and pull me up. Still my body felt like lead, as if I was made of stone. It took all they had to lift me. How long had I slept that I was left to the mercy of mortals? A sudden fear gripped me as these strange men dragged me. Was I drugged again? I remembered that man's foul laughter. I do not know why I feared so much, for I knew well enough I could not be killed or hurt physically at least. I imagined my soul looked blacker and more tattered than poor Ranya's. Maybe I have been amongst mortals too long and am slowly becoming one, at least in an emotional way.
"You are right, Amal. This man is strange,"
Gillard said as they dragged me to a corner, panting heavily.
"We can't make it if we keep dragging him,"
Amal began. But a look from Gillard cut him short.
"We can't leave him, and we won't. What do you think the white men will do to him?"
Gillard replied. I was confused, for I did not know of these white men, but I knew these men feared them. I could smell it like a shark could smell blood. I wondered about these white men. Were they like the pale ones those many years ago, huge, murderous brutes? I had a feeling they were, but maybe not so huge, but still murderous, vile creatures.
"Come here, nigger, I smell your fat black ass from here,"
a cold voice said. I could hear death in his tone. I was weak still, but slowly I pushed myself up to a sitting position. I looked at the two strange dark men before me.
"Go, leave me, friends. I shall be okay," I said softly.
They looked at me strangely, as if startled by the sound of my voice.
I could hear the taunts of the white men getting closer. I could smell the vileness about them. It was so strong I almost gagged.
"By Allah, we cannot,"
Jalad said, trying to bring strength and determination in his voice. I flinched at my Creator's name.
"Hurry, fools, leave me.
Allah has forgotten me long ago. Now, be gone," I said forcefully. Amal sighed and shook his head, placing a hand on Jalad's shoulder. Jalad stared at me a moment longer, then turned and vanished with Amal into the darkness of the tunnels. Poor creatures, their hearts so kind in a world so cruel.
"I'm gonna kill you, nigger, for taking me from my dinner,"
one of the white men said, the other laughing. I could hear the rattle of chains and see the flicker of torchlight as they approached. They walked slowly, looking in every direction as if expecting an attack. I smiled softly, for beneath their wickedness was fear, jealousy, and hate.
"There's one there, Thomas,"
one of the white men shouted, pointing at me. I did not move, for I was too weak. I felt my head spin from the effort of sitting up. They pointed those metal sticks at me and slowly walked over to me.
"Where are the other ones at, nigger?" Thomas asked.
I did not answer. He struck me in the head with the butt end of the metal thing in his hand. I fell back on the floor.
"Foul, nigger! I ought to blow your fucking head off,"
the other said as he spit on me. His spittle landed on my cheek, and the butt of the metal thing was pushing into my throat. I swallowed hard. If only I weren't so weak. I felt another hard blow jar my skull, then another in my ribs. I smiled as blackness came to me again.
"You think this is funny, nigger?"
the man snarled. I did not care, for the blackness I longed for had come. I heard the soft sounds of heaven humming softly into my ear, the voices of my family singing to Allah for a moment. I sighed, but the feeling vanished as quickly as it came. Again I was here, cold and alone, lost amongst mortals. How I wanted to cry, but I had nothing left in me to do.
"So, it's all right, boy. Yous could wake up now. No masters around,"
a woman said softly. I felt something warm and moist resting on my forehead.
"You sure do fix up fast. The way yous came in, I thought yous died, sure."
I opened my eyes to a warm smile above me. She was like the men I saw before, her skin dark and beautiful. Her eyes were big and round, the colour of the deepest brown.
"There you be, boy. Was a-wondering when you would be waking," she said.
She was middle-aged, and I could smell defeat. I could smell a hopelessness that defines one who have given up in life. Her eyes were weathered and filled with pain. I did not have time to enjoy her, as a white man with a gun came into the room.
"All you niggers! Up now and into the field! Time for you to see what happens when you get uppity!"
He shouted loudly with such hate as if he was disgusted to be on the same planet as these beautiful mortals. The women bowed their heads, their fear stronger than ever. I could feel their hearts pounding in their chest as sweat beaded down their bodies.
"Yes, sir, master,"
they said, and hurried out to the field. The white man glared and pointed his rifle at me.
"Get up, nigger! You're today's lesson."
He spat at me, his breath horrid and teeth rotted. I could smell something upon him that frightened me, something that made me think of Semya all those years ago. How long has it been? Too long ago for me to count. Her beautiful face came into my thoughts, her screams as the fires touched her. Then I remembered the smell of the dark ones, the smell of death mixed with sulphur. I shuddered for such a fate.
I feared, like all who lived in the gardens of the Creator. The fire is something we all dreaded, for such pain, such agony, made us cry just at the thought. I gasped. The white man came up to me and struck me with the butt of his rifle in my chest, bringing me back from my thoughts.
"Get up, nigger, this is the last time I'll tell you."
I gasped again, this time from the sheer force of his blow. Slowly I stood. As I did, several other white men came in and chained me.
"You help them other uppity niggers get away,"
a man gruntled as he crushed my ribs with a blow from his fist. I fell to my knees.
"You stole from me, nigger. Now you will pay,"
he said, as the others yanked me to my feet, the hate burning their souls. I could see them screaming and writhing in agony as if they were burning, trying to escape their life within the shell of humanity. I have never seen such a tortured soul who has never been touched by the fire. I shivered, for such evil and hate caused my mortals' tortures the essence of the Creator that He placed in all of us. They dragged me from the hole I laid in and into the sunlight. They cursed at me and struck me some more. I closed my eyes as the sunlight struck my eyes. So bright was it that I was blinded. I could hear the cries of the ones called niggers, the beautiful mortals that remind me of paradise, of my home that has slowly faded in memory. I sighed, for I knew that is a place I never would see again, a place that I might as well forget, for it has long ago forgotten me. They dragged me across the rough ground, scraping skin off my flesh, only to be healed a second later. Have I not suffered enough? Have I not wandered enough with love lost in the cold, dark existence in which mortals dwell? Something pulled me from my thoughts, from my pain. As the white men dragged me, a soft sobbing like a child lost, crying for the love of a mother. I searched. Their faces pale and dark, searched for that gentle cry. The white men tied ropes around me, undoing my shackles. I shivered as the cold metal fell from my wrist to the ground. They spread my arms wide, stretching me, cursing me and striking me with their rifle butts. I could feel the rage boiling in me. I wanted to destroy these men, wipe all from the world. But I knew I wouldn't. I couldn't kill again, not out of the countless mortals I've slaughtered all those years past. Their screams still haunted me, each face still fresh in my mind, twisted by the fear and agony of the death. They tied ropes about my ankles and pulled my legs apart like they did my arms. I heard the sobbing again, and again I searched. My heart stopped. A beautiful old woman, enslaved by these white men, stared at me through tears that fell down her withered cheeks. Her eyes were haunting and filled with sorrow. Here was a soul that had seen unspeakable horrors, suffered pains that I could not begin to explain. The sobbing became stronger as my eyes met hers. She reached out for me. Who is this beautiful ancient rose? I looked deeper into her and saw her soul barely a child curled in a ball, sobbing with such pain. I began to weep. Her soul was battered and bruised, a new-born soul, tortured so. How I wish I could hold her, rock her to sleep, ease away her pain. One of the white men spat in my face, his spittle hot and foul. It slid down my cheek along with my tears. All of the slaves were in the field being forced to watch, hundreds of them, some filled with hate for those white men. Meanwhile, others longed for death, longed for the Creator's embrace. But there was a miracle that I did not expect from mortals. I did not expect them to cling so strongly to the hope that after all the suffering the world of men had thrown at them, they would be free to dance with the angels in the gardens of heaven. Another white man walked in front of me as I hung there in the air, my limbs stretched to the limit. It felt as though they would be ripped from my body at any moment.
"You stupid nigger, you stole from me. Lost me 2 good strong working niggers. 'Cause of you."
The man then spat with disgust in his voice. He brought a long brown leather whip in front of my eyes. I could smell death on it. I could see pieces of countless souls that have been slain by this weapon. He wrapped the whip around my neck and started to choke me, trying to choke out a life that could not be. I could hear the screams of others who have felt the touch of that whip, men, women, and children. My eyes bulged, for I could not breathe. The man laughed.
"Stupid black-ass nigger. You wish I would kill you that easily,"
he said as he took the whip from my neck. I gasped as air filled my lungs. The man walked around me, cracking his whip, relishing the fear it brought the beautiful ones, the poor slaves of this horrid man.
"You one pretty nigger,"
the white man said as he stepped behind me, another man ripping what was left of the centuries-old shirt from my back. The man sucked his breath.
"There ain't a mark on him,"
the man said, examining my back for lash marks.
"I'll put some on him he won't forget then."
The other man sneered.
"It's always fun when you got a nigger that ain't never felt the whip."
The man then cracked the whip in the air just for practice. My heart raced. I did not fear the whip. I feared the lack of the promised death. It would bring the fear of the mortals who wouldn't understand. I braced myself. I could feel the man tensing, feel the excitement pulsing through his veins. My eyes looked on the old woman with the infant soul. Such sadness, such pain tortured her. The men pulled the whip back, a wild look in his eyes. He swung forward with all his might. I heard it crack as my flesh ripped from me, revealing the meat underneath. The pain seared through me, and I screamed a scream that made all who heard shiver. But it was not the pain that I felt that made me scream. It was the pain of those this whip had tortured. The man hesitated before he struck me again, leaving a deep scar across my back. Again I saw the man looking into his daughter's eyes, her eyes pained with tears that may as well have been blood. The daughter watched her father, but yet he did not cry. His eyes hid the screams of his soul, hid the pain that he felt, his anger for those white men. His daughter, but a child, he watched, hate building up inside her, hate and pain. The whip lashed me again and again, just as if lashed that poor man before. His daughter reached for him, screaming. I could feel his heart retch, could see him gaze from his daughter's eyes. So many unspoken words passed between them. His body sagged in his bonds, blood trickled from his mouth, and still he did not scream, forcing himself to give his daughter one last defiant look. He took his last blood-filled breath and died. His soul stood next to his daughter and wept, for now she was alone, her mother raped and beaten to death not but a month earlier. I wept for them and turned back to the old woman. I knew it was her soul so pained, so scarred with what happened to her father those many years ago, that it could not grow. The pain stopped it, made it forget its purpose. Suddenly, the whipping stopped. I could feel the man's heart quickening with fear now. He ran up to me and looked at my back. I heard him suck his teeth.
"What the hell are you, nigger?" he said weakly, his voice shaking. He ran his hand down my back, saw that it was smooth, unnaturally smooth and flawless, even more so since he had been whipping me for the past hour. His face paled deeper than it already was. "Demon spawn," he whispered. The slaves all about began to whisper amongst themselves. They could sense the fear on the white man's face. For those born and raised in fear, it was not hard to sense. The other white men joined the one with the whip behind me. "Jesus Christ!" several grumbled and crossed themselves. "We got us a demon nigger." I shook my head sadly. Could I not escape this fate? Could I not hide from the fact that I was born in the garden of heaven? Why must mortals always assume that I am a demon? These hate-filled creatures always made my stomach turn. The sheer memory of the foul, dark one that took my sweet Semia to the fires makes me shudder. "You think your nigger tricks will scare me?" the white man yelled, anger overcoming his fear. "Grab him and string him up!" The other white men untied me roughly. I could still smell the fear on them. I wasn't sure what I should do. I couldn't kill them. No, I was done with that. Never would I kill a mortal again. Never, I promised myself. Should I speak? Should I tell this poor, hateful mortal that his efforts to kill me are in vain? Slowly I turned to him. I saw the fire of hell in his eyes. "You cannot kill me," I began. "Shut up, nigger!" one of the men hollered and hit me hard in the head with his rifle butt. My head jerked back hard. Again I turned to him. I could sense the fear in the slaves turning into anger and rebellion. "I've tried to die for centuries, Pale One," I said. "But try if you wish." The white men looked at each other. The lead white man with the whip looked me in my eyes where fire met the cool blackness. "Why, kill you dead, nigger." I did not respond, for this is always the folly of mortals, always afraid of the unknown, afraid of what they cannot understand. "Get back, niggers!" I heard one of the white men shout as the slaves inched closer, death dancing in their eyes. The pale ones dragged me to an old barren tree that reeked of death. I shuddered at the sight of it. The tree looked like death. The area around it was dark and gloomy. I could hear it call to me, felt a cold touch of death touch my skin. I looked for her. It had been so long since I last saw her. They stopped and dropped me before the tree. "You ready to die, nigger?" the white man growled. The others tied a rope around one of the high tree limbs and let the noose hang. I recoiled, remembering my Semia. The white man smiled, thinking it was fear that made me back away. Well, it was, but not a fear of the noose or of death, but fear of what memories the noose brought back to me. I shuddered as I saw Semia hanging there again, her beautiful face swollen and purple. I screamed a scream that echoed my pain and spoke of the horrors of my past. The mortals cringed and backed away, fear seething from them. The slaves fell to the floor, holding their ears. Only the old woman stood, her dark eyes never changing, never leaving me. I could scream no more. I fell on my face, exhausted. The silence was deafening. Not even the sounds of nature were present. Even they fled from my pain. Then I felt a sharp kick that exploded pain into my face. Rough hands grabbed me and pulled me up. I felt the pale ones wrap the noose around my neck and tighten it. They smiled darkly as I was lifted off the ground, suspended with nothing but the noose around my neck to keep me suspended.
I could feel the rope biting into my neck, could feel my throat crushing. I couldn't breathe. It felt as if my lungs were going to explode. I felt a sharp pain in my neck, heard it crack.
"Where is your tricks now, nigger?"
the man shouted. I could hear the laughter of the others, as if they were far away. I heard the screams of the slaves. Slowly everything began to fade. Is this death? Will I finally die here, hung on this tree? I heard her laughter as darkness swept over me. It was a calm, peaceful darkness. I sighed. I did not know what this was, but I liked it. So peaceful. I felt no pain, just calm. A beautiful death.
Malaik, open your eyes, fallen one,
I heard her whisper teasingly in my ear. Slowly I did, excited to see her again. There she was before me, her pale, dark beauty shining, her scent filling my nostrils. She stared at me, her dark eyes searching over me. Then, after a while, she spoke.
"You have suffered much, fallen one," she said curiously.
I looked around, and my heart filled with joy, for there I lay in the gardens of my birth. I sighed. I could hear the laughter of the angels playing and dancing, hear the songs as they sang of love and to the Creator. There was the fall of water as it cascaded in the purest water you could ever imagine.
"You have sent many souls to me, fallen one,"
the angel of death spoke again. I turned to her, feeling strange, feeling unwanted, as if the very ground recoiled from me. Then I wondered why she kept calling me fallen one when she knew my name. She looked at me, not as a lover, nor as a friend. I shuddered, for I saw her for the first time as the face mortals fear, the face of death, the face of despair.
"You have slain many, and suffered much, have you not?"
she asked, her eyes cold, dark fire. I did not know how to answer. I was home, but I did not feel welcomed. "Yes, I have," I said after a long pause, wondering still what was wrong.
"The Creator is very mysterious, is he not, fallen one?"
Death whispered, her voice no longer the sweet melody I remembered. It gripped like ice, clutching my soul. I looked at her, confused. She smiled. I once thought her smile so beautiful, one of the Creator's greatest works of art. But now it seemed as if the Dark One smiled at me, dark and threatening.
"Did not Semya, Princess of Egypt, die the same way as you because of your mortal lust, fallen one?"
she whispered. I was stung. Her words shook me the way she spoke of my failure. "Malaik, Amot, why do you torture me so?" My heart seemed not to exist, to shrink away from any more pain. Tears fell from my eyes, for I had left the world of men, the same way my Semya did. I remembered how my throat felt crushed, how my neck broke, and then seeing Semya's swollen and purple face. Oh, I cannot bear it. "Why do you speak to me so? I'm Malaik, your friend. We have danced in these very gardens, held each other, and listened to the song of love. Have you forgotten me?" I asked, the pain in my voice almost non-existent, replaced by bitterness. A calm came over me. It was a calm that comes with hopelessness, beyond pain and agony, a realization that there is nothing left of you to hurt or to care. Death sighed, her soft lips slightly parted, the cold fire still in her eyes. She turned her gaze from me for a moment. She seemed lost in memory. She listened to the other angels sing. I wish I could read her thoughts like I could do those of mortals. I wish I could see my Father, the Creator. I wish I did not fail him. I wish I did not fail Semya. But I did. I failed, and I do not know why, nor do I feel I ever will. Death sighed again and turned her gaze back on me.
I remember this Malaik you speak of. I remember his song, the way we danced, the nights he held me. I remember all of this.
She paused a moment, biting her lower lip. I started to smile, then stopped as I saw the fire burning hotter in her dark eyes.
But he's no more. There can be no angel who murders mortals, curses the Creator, the Father of all things. Paradise no longer welcomes you. You are one that has fallen to a level that I cannot tell you apart from the dark ones that dwell within the fire.
I shuddered. That small glimmer of hope I had of ever coming home was shattered by my love, the one that made paradise grander in my heart. I took a deep breath, her words echoing in the hollow of where my soul once dwelled. I have fallen like that of the torturers. Oh, how horrified I was, I cannot explain, to look back on all those I slew, on all the foul things I have said about the Creator. I cannot begin to describe the depth of my shame or guilt. But then something inside me changed, something that defines who I am today and who I will be for ages to come. A horn sounded, loud and horrible. Again I shuddered. Death stood, her eyes telling all. I slowly stood as well. I was going to be thrown from paradise, thrown like the Dark One. Again, the calmness came over me. The songs of heaven stopped. The dancing stopped. All eyes were on me, eyes of pity, of pain. Then I saw him approach. Him, a golden light, a power that made death cower away. Malaik! A voice boomed that seemed to shake the universe. My legs weakened and I could no longer stand. I couldn't breathe. You are forever banished to the realm of men. I say this with the power our Creator has given me, Michael boomed. He, the great archangel, the Creator's warrior, he, the mightiest of the angels, the one that sent the dark ones from paradise. I knew before Michael spoke that I was doomed. I prostrated myself, facing where the Creator normally appears. Father! Father! I shouted. I could hear the other angels weeping for me. I'm sorry, Father. Forgive me! I shouted. I wept. I saw Michael approach. I blacked out as he did. I then felt a warmth come over me, a gentle kiss upon my forehead. I forgive you, my child, and never shall I forsake you. I heard my Creator speak to me. Again, I knew who I was, what I was. I knew I would never kill or curse the Creator again. Though I was banished from the gardens, I knew I have work to do. I would spend eternity upon the world of men, helping and healing men
in any way I could.
Melissa. Click. The recorders stopped. Melissa watched Malaik as he spoke, watched his expressions of awe as he spoke of the beautiful black slaves, her people. Never was she one to dwell on black history. She knew many in her profession who thought less of her because of the colour of her skin, who wrote her off before she took a case. Well, that was before she made a name for herself. She always thought that slavery couldn't be as bad as the old black men and women made it out to be, as black activists said it was. But hearing about the evil of the white man and what her people suffered for all these centuries from an angel who was there made it all too real for her. She could hear the screams of slaves as they were murdered, raped or hung. She could almost feel the cold chains around her ankles and wrists. Her heart wrenched. Had she gotten so lost in her profession that she had forgotten who she was? A black woman, a descendant of slaves. She thought back to her husband, whom she missed dearly, for the first time in years. The anger she felt for him was gone. She wanted to hear his voice, to listen to his stories of Malcolm X and the black leaders instead of blowing him off like she did all those times. She missed his smile, his laugh, most of all the scent of him that used to linger everywhere in her studio. His scent was the last piece of him to disappear. She thought of calling him. She knew he had someone else in his life, but maybe he still loved her. Maybe he could forgive her. She thought she had changed, and he would come back to her. She doubted that would happen, but it was something that gave her hope. She sighed, for she had gotten so lost in her work that she forgot that she was a woman, a human. She was someone that needed and craved love, not a machine that put horrible men back out in the streets to hurt people again, only for her to try to get them a reduced sentence or pardon from prison. She was so good at what she did that prosecutors were afraid of her and hated to try a case against her. She thought back to all those victims that cursed her, called her a monster, wished her dead. She used to laugh at them, to mock them, to make innocent victims look like horrible people so that she could cause a jury to have reasonable doubt. Though she got paid extremely well, it wasn't about the money for her. It was the rush. It was a sport where she was the best, but she was tired. The faces of the countless victims, of the hideous men and women, haunted her now. She knew she made their suffering worse, denied them closure, and even had media members call her a monster. They often asked if she had a conscience, a question she had no answer for. Yes, she was tired. She could retire now and live extremely well the rest of her many years. But maybe she should give back. Maybe she should switch chairs and put these monsters away forever instead of getting them off. Then she thought of Malaik. He seemed so tired all the time. She was pretty good at reading people, and it seemed angels as well. She could tell that he had something to tell them, but possibly didn't know how to say it. Or maybe it wasn't time yet for them to know. Maybe he's leaving them soon, the poor angel that had to endure so much pain, so much hurt, and has an eternity of more suffering to look forward to. She now believed in God, believed in the fires of hell, and she was scared, for she knew that she was sick. She knew she had cancer. It was only a month ago her doctor told her she had only a few months left in her. She wanted to win this last case for this Boy Scout leader who raped and murdered his whole troop and hung their bodies from the trees. What a horrible man! She wanted to beat the death penalty. She knew he would spend most of his days behind bars, but he didn't want to die, and neither would his family. So they hired her, a monster, to fight for another monster. They knew she was the best, and so did the prosecution. It made her smile that they had a whole law firm for this case to go against little old her. She wanted to go out with a bang, but maybe not the bang she originally thought. She wasn't going to tell anyone she was dying. She had no one, and nothing but her money, most of which would go to Sandra, who was the closest she had to family. Maybe the rest would go to charity, or maybe a victims' fund. She just knew she wanted to give back. She looked again at Malaik and smiled. How he had come into her life, just in time. Malaik. Reliving the past is always hard. He was almost done, and he knew there wasn't much more to tell. Maybe a few more hours worth. Another tape or two. Then he would begin his farewells. How would he tell them that he was leaving and never see them again? He looked at them both for a long moment, saw some of the pain that blackened and tormented them. Their souls began to heal. He saw the soft touch of life returning to them and smiled to himself. Oh, beautiful ones, though I have been forsaken and forgotten, God willing, you will never be, he thought as he watched Sandra sit deep in thought. Melissa, who seemed so lost, began to find herself. You're ready to begin again, beautiful ones? Ready to hear how I came here? Malaik asked. Sandra looked up at him and smiled faintly. Of course, she said sadly, as if she could feel that he would leave them soon after he finished his tale. She clicked in 2 new tapes, smiling at Melissa, sharing a secret thought with her that they both knew they would lose their angel, their Malaik. Then the proof they had of God, of a heaven, would be gone. All they would have is a memory which, over time, they might begin to doubt or excuse away. I guess that's where faith is born. When all proof is gone, you still believe. She sighed and pressed record on both tapes. I felt cold, felt like I was being crushed. I slowly took a breath and gasped, for the stench I inhaled was horrifying. Slowly I opened my eyes to blackness. I began to move and feel around me, and I shuddered as I felt limbs, arms and legs of others, faces and heads. My heart tightened in my chest. I could see the soft glow of the moon as I climbed higher out of this pit of bodies. As I reached the top, I turned and looked down upon the hundreds of beautiful black bodies that lay there, lifeless. The bodies of men, women, and children. I was disgusted. I saw the lifeless gaze of a child that must have recently been murdered staring up at me. My whole body cringed. Who could do such evil to such beautiful people? Father, I cried out, I know what I must do now. Help me help humanity. So I stayed and helped the slaves become strong during the many years they suffered. I cannot tell you how overjoyed I was when they were freed. I witnessed countless atrocities and horrors done to these beautiful people. I almost gave up on humanity, almost. I wandered for many years after the slaves were free. I knew life for them wouldn't get much easier. I knew it would take centuries for them to recover from the horrors they suffered at the hands of evil men. But they were free and could now begin to heal. New York. I travelled to Israel, to a place where one of the Creator's human messengers travelled. I was saddened at the hate that dwelled in such a holy place. Is it the curse of man to hate each other because they worshipped the Creator differently? Not only that, but because they looked differently or talked differently. I wandered to Babylonia, now known as Iraq. I wept in the streets that were torn apart by a suicide bomber. I went to where the Jewish people were being slaughtered just because of how they looked and how they worshipped. Oh, Father, I don't understand such evil. Many times I held Jewish men, women, and children as they were cooked alive in giant ovens. I wept for them as they screamed, clutched them tightly and prayed that their pain be no more. Who would want to live in a world where this happens? Many times I was cooked alive with them. I thought of Semia burning like this forever and screamed a scream that was lost amongst the screams of those innocent people. But then I noticed I wasn't alone. There were many angels here with me, weeping for these people. I knew then they would be okay. And after the last ones were dead, I left to travel more, to see the world for all its horrors and wonders. I've seen mothers standing to their necks in raging flood waters, knowing they were going to die, but offering their child to whomever might take them so they might live. These children will never know of the love of a mother who gave her life so they might live. I have found out that it's not humanity that's bad. How can anything that holds part of the Creator within them be bad? It's some of the ideals of man that sets good from bad. The opinions differ. For some, slaughtering innocent people of a different faith or creed is good. To others, it is a horrible, despicable thing. I have wept every day for almost 2,000 years for humanity, and I fear I have an eternity left when I came here to New York. I felt something here. Something pulled me the night I arrived. I heard a man's soul cry out. I followed it to an old alley that connected to a 4-story apartment building that looked old, run down and ill-kept. I looked up, and to my horror, I saw a man hanging from a bedsheet tied around the fire escape. He looked at me with fear and pain in his eyes. He was a white man, in his mid-40s. I jumped up to him, thinking of how I failed Semia and how I would not fail this man. His face was purple and his eyes were bulging. There was an open cell phone with a woman's voice calling his name. "David, baby, please!" I heard her plead. I picked up the phone. "Call an ambulance," I said softly, and hung up. I ripped the sheet from David's neck and held him in my arms. I sat on the fire escape, seeing the life fade from him. "You will live, David," I spoke to him. I could see the pain in his eyes, could see his soul eager to be rid of the agony. I spoke to it, calmed it. "David, you will live," I said to him again. He relaxed. "No one loves me, and I'm so alone," he wept in my arms. I wept with him as I heard sirens approaching. "I love you, David. God loves you, and you are never alone," I said softly to him. He sighed. His neck was broken, but he would walk. I made sure of it, sending my essence into him. "My God!" I heard several astonished voices say as they looked at the heavenly glow about me. Gently I jumped down and laid David on the ground before the rescuers. "David, you will live," I said again, and ran, for I was afraid. I have saved so many lives ever since that day I was hung with the slaves. I have been seen by so many people, but I was still afraid of people and the madness that they get when new, unknown things come into their lives. I wandered into an old monastery, and the monks, they let me stay. It was years until they discovered what I was, but that has been my home ever since. I'm afraid, beautiful ones, that's the end of my tale. Sandra stopped the tapes and sighed. Melissa smiled. "It's an incredible story, Malek. Thank you for all you have done," she said, and she began to sob. Malek went to her and held her and Sandra both. "I must leave you now. I'm needed by other people in other parts of the world," Malek said softly as they sobbed. For once, Malek did not weep with them, for he knew this would come. He knew he had to leave, and he knew they would be okay. He had taken away so much pain and hurt from them. He cleaned wounds upon their soul, so they could begin to heal, God willing. 6 months later. Melissa lay in her bed, pale and weak. The steady beep of the heart machine attached to her kept her company. She never thought she would be here on her deathbed with a smile on her face. The hardcore bitch who destroyed the toughest prosecutors in court was reduced to this weak woman who would die soon, perhaps this very night. She knew it was coming, knew it would happen soon. Every last second of life she had remaining was precious. Sandra was always there, typing out the book, getting it ready to be published. What a surprise she would get when she reads my will, Melissa thought, laughing to herself. Sandra had found love in her life again, and of course she was seeing a skinny, handsome brother that reminded her of Malek. Melissa sighed at the thought. There was so much she was going to miss, so much she wanted to do now. But as Malek said, death comes to us all, even angels. She had changed so much since she saw Malek 6 months ago, and she missed him dearly. She hoped she could see his home, his paradise that he missed so much. But she was afraid she had changed too late. That last big court case she had with that Boy Scout leader, she refused to defend. She returned the money to his family and helped the prosecutor get him the death penalty. So many were surprised that she had a conscience. She retired soon after that case, even though she would miss her courtroom battles. But she knew what she had to do. She called her ex-husband and wept with him on the phone, for he still loved her and always would. She spent many nights talking to him, only to discover he had remarried. But she was finally able to let him go and be happy. She began to cry. Seeing her life aside from the time that she met an angel, unremarkable and unforgettable, she wept hard. She didn't want to die. She wasn't ready. Just when life became worth living for her, she had to die. She was terrified now, suddenly, for she felt it. She felt herself growing cold, felt herself begin to die. Please, God, I'm not ready, she prayed quietly. She felt a hand touch hers. She turned slowly and smiled. Malaik stood above her, his dark eyes adoring her. He glowed softly.
"We are never ready, beautiful one,"
he said softly, and kissed her on the forehead.
"Where have you been?"
she said, smiling weakly. He didn't respond. He just held her hand.
"Malaik,"
she began,
"will I go to heaven?"
He squeezed her hand tighter.
"You have earned it, beautiful one.
The Creator knows best," he said, and smiled. Melissa sighed for her last time and uttered a thank you with her last breath. Malaik smiled at her brightly glowing soul with no marks of pain or agony. He watched her take Death's hand and walk into the gardens of paradise. Malaik sat there long after she was gone and whispered,
"You're welcome, beautiful one."
Epilogue. Sandra sat alone in her backyard, staring at the night sky. It had been 2 years since Melissa had died, and how dearly she missed her. Every night she prayed she was in heaven. She remembered looking for Malaik at her funeral, thinking he would be there, but he wasn't. She remembered Melissa's will. She left her with $2 million, more than she knew what to do with. The book was a huge hit, and she was so happy that people fell in love with Malaik like she did, like Melissa did. She was glad she could share him with the world. She did a lot of interviews, and many had asked her what inspired her to write this story. She couldn't find any correct answer besides an angel. She wondered if Malaik knew she wanted to cheat him out of his story, or if he even cared. She wondered if she helped him as much as he helped her and Melissa. She remembered how he looked sad and lonely as he sat there alone, just wanting someone to talk to. She felt so bad that he had to wander for the rest of eternity alone, helping humans that didn't deserve it. She missed him and looked for signs of him everywhere. She wondered if he read the book, his book. To her, Malaik was a blessing to a world that was unworthy of it. God's last gift to humanity was an angel that was forced to suffer forever just to help mankind. She stood up, walked into her house, turned on the news, and grabbed a snack. "Well, in other news, it seems that someone has taken a picture of an angel," the news reporter said. Sandra rushed in the room, staring at the TV, and wept, for she saw Malaik's smiling face plastered across the screen. "I give them credit. That's a creepy picture, but I don't think it's an angel," the news reporter said, laughing. If only they knew, she thought. This has been Malaik, The Fallen Chronicles, Book 1. Written by Jessie MacBeth. Narrated by Andrea Giordani. Copyright 2013 by Jessie A. MacBeth. Production copyright by Jessie A. MacBeth.